everybody, and welcome to our second monthly final here in CRL 2024. And already just 2 months in, we already have some repeat customers, including the three of us. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy. Joining me is Joshua, AC Sharon, and Jackson Juicy J Wall. Good to see you, boys. And we have a lot to cover before the show today. AC, good to see you. The meta is up in the works. We've had less than a week to figure out what is going on in the meta. What are your thoughts, man, and how you doing?
You know, I'm doing good on this fine morning, Saturday morning. Let's see, how do I feel about the meta? I love the meta right now because I was able to max out my Void, and so I get to play the decks. And overall, we're seeing a lot of Giant, a lot of Lava, a lot of Drill in play right now, so I'm super excited about the meta and what we're going to see, because now these players can only use Void in one of their decks, and we're going to see a little bit more playability now.
Yeah, that is really interesting when you talk about how heavy this meta is right now. It's definitely beat down heavy, Juicy, but Void is everywhere. How you doing this Saturday morning, brother? And what are your thoughts on the brand new spell?
I'm doing great. Maybe the Clash Royale meta not so great. This Void is like the new Elixir Pump. In fact, we're actually seeing the Giant decks from last season just putting the Void instead of Elixir Pump because it's just free pause Elixir trades all around. Instead of having to place a pump and defend and get pause Elixir trades, or just get pause Elixir trades and then make a beatdown push, we just see Lava in the back first play, Giant in the back first play, use your Void for pause or trade to break through, and it's just free damage a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's a whole new thing you got to look out for. Heavier meta and a new spell. An exciting Saturday here at CRL in April. And of course, another golden ticket. But to get to that ticket, Juicy, they've got to get through our format to get there. And talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, step one, anyone can do it. Get top 1,000 in Path of Legends. Once you've done that, you're going to be going to the next phase where you're in a Swiss. You're trying to get to top 32. That 32 is then in the group stage. You're going to top 8. And once you get to top 8, you make it to here, the monthly finals, for a chance to win that $17,000 prize. We'll talk about the prize pool later, though.
That's right. From millions of players just down to 8 in our double elimination bracket, we're going to go all the way through the bracket today. That's right. 1 day of finals every single month. We'll be doing best of 3 using our duel mode, but it's not in-game duel mode like you guys remember from CRL last year. It is now the new and improved CRL 2024, where we will be giving players in between every single game to reset their decks and adjust. None of that pre-made deck stuff. You never find players in a really, really bad matchup. They're always able to adjust, and of course that means you get to hang out with us in between every single game. And lastly, like Juicy was just talking about, there's a lot of money at the end of the road, but there's also that golden ticket. Mohamed Light has already claimed the first golden ticket. AC, there's a lot of money up to grabs, which is why Mo is here once again.
Oh, that's right. He's going to probably be here again and again as well. Let's say you go 0-2-0-2. Does that mean you walk away with nothing? No, you automatically walk away with $1,500 just for getting here. $5,000 if you finish top 4, $8,000 if you finish third, $11,000 for second, and $17,000 if you finish first, as well as a golden ticket to make it to World Finals. And let's say, hey, let's say Mo wins it again. If you're finishing second, you can get $11,000 and the golden ticket still. So you might as well keep playing, even if you know you're not going to finish first.
That's right. Mohamed Light gave away a lot of golden tickets this last year, and we'll see if he's going to do the same thing here in 2024. Obviously, a lot of really, really talented players, which we'll get to them in just a moment. But talking about last month, Mo was the one who walked away with the golden ticket, walked away with the most points, but those points actually don't matter anymore because he has that golden ticket. We get to look here at the leaderboard in CRL. Now, remember, there are golden tickets to be given away at the end of monthly finals. There's also community leaderboard and a regular CRL leaderboard. As you can see right here, Adriel, second place last month, 200 points. Ian, 77, is in second place here with 165. Even though he didn't do quite as well as Hasael, Ian and Mugi were both in both of the finals in in March and in April, which is why they're in second and third place. Adriel not here this month. And then to round things out, you see Ta there, who we'll be seeing here today. Morton, Rolex, and Pedro, our number 2 finisher at World Finals in 2023. Definitely took the world by storm. I think a lot of people knew Pedro was a very talented player, but did he have what it takes to go the distance? And it really looked like he did back in 2023. All right, boys, here we are. We got our bracket starting off with Mo and Faust, going to Ta and Pedro, Ian and Coco, and then of course Mugi and Dominik to round things out in our very first round. Juicy, I'm going to go to you. Any thoughts that pop out to you when looking at these first 4 matches? Any big names, any big matchups?
Yeah, I think that the biggest one that I got to look at here is Ta and Pedro. Pedro, Mohamed Light's declared rival, second place World Finals last year. And then Ta, someone who's been working very hard recently. I think someone said that he had 2,000 friendly battles in like the last week. He's been grinding. I think he finished top in the world, like at least top 10 in the world on ladder last season. He's been absolutely grinding. Ian and Ta, 2 grinders that have a big chance to win that golden ticket today.
AC, you've been talking a lot about Ta putting in the work. Does Ta have what it takes here in 2024?
Yeah, I think he's got a good opportunity. He's been very consistent over the past couple years, and I really think that he's trying to hit his stride, hit his peak right now. And I gotta say, I feel good for Ta. I would not be shocked if he got himself a run this month and was able to pull it off. He's gonna have a very tough opponent in round number 1 going against Pedro. I love that for my matchup of the day, at least in the first round. I think both of those competitors are really primed to make a run and try and get that golden ticket.
Well, remember, you guys can get involved in the action. event.supercell.com/Clash Royale right there at the bottom of your screen. In case you guys weren't able to check out the bracket, you're able to go there and see all the matches. You can get all your predictions in, of course, to win rewards throughout the day. And based off of your predictions in round 1, you guys might be asking, well, I don't have the matches for round 2 and round 3 yet, but based off the predictions that you make as the day goes on, they move players down for you, and then you can predict rounds 2, round 3, the lower bracket, so on and so forth. And to start our day, as you guys can see, we do not have Rich here today. Big shout out to Rich Slayton, who is officiating a wedding this weekend. I think he was going to do an excellent job. We will not have him in the predictions, as you guys can see, just the 3 of us. But on that far right spot, that is for the community. So remember, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale will be able to get your guys' predictions in with ours as the day goes. Everything pretty much clean and even across the board here, except Juice. You're going with Ta over Pedro. Talk to me, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to set myself apart a little bit from you guys, maybe even from the community as well, trying to get some points up on the predictions. But like I was saying before, I think Ta has a big shot to beat Pedro here. He's been playing a lot. He's definitely been consistent a lot over the years as well. Pedro, a little bit more of a hot shot right now for sure. I'm especially coming off of his second place at World Finals. But, Ta's got that experience. And with experience, it just allows you to be very calm, even when you're playing against a really, really good opponent like Pedro.
Yeah, we were just kind of waiting for Todd to blow up, and Pedro had the speed course, the crash course to getting from being a player that we thought was going to blow up to blowing up in 2023. But that's enough preamble. We are going to get into the matches. Do not worry, you guys. Are going to be a ton of action, starting with our very first matchup of the day. 2 people that were at the World Finals last year, obviously with different stories. Neither of them did exactly what they wanted when it came to success at World Finals. Mohamed Light obviously looking to repeat, get that back-to-back championship, which would obviously go to Mugi. He's won 2 of the last 3 years of our World Finals. And then Faust, who was part of that very first day where we said goodbye to all of the Germans. We said goodbye to Morton, we said goodbye to Sosa, and we said goodbye to Faust. I'll let either of you guys hop in here. Any thoughts on Faust? We haven't seen him yet this year, but obviously a very consistent player. 2023, maybe the lights got to him on those live stages, but any thoughts on Faust and how he's doing? I'll let anyone sound off.
Yeah, I'll take this one. Faust always impresses me because he's one of those pros that I'll grind for 4 and 5 hours on ladder, and I'll finally get to a spot where I'm starting to play pros and CR. And if I ever play Faust, he always just destroys me. It is unreal how talented he is at just all his macro level gameplay is second to none. He just figures out all the weaknesses in his opponents, and you're not going to have a lot of weaknesses when you're going against Light, obviously, but when you're going against just everybody else, he will find a weakness in a player. And even against Mo, I could see him finding one of those weaknesses again, and maybe being able to pull off the upset. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be an upset when you talk about who he's playing against, right? Mohamed Light, the best player in the world, arguably. It's definitely still a conversation because Mugi, like I said, has won 2 of the last 3 World Finals, but Mohamed Light has just consistently been on top. It was actually Mohamed Light who sent Faust home in that lower bracket round number 1. He was a 2-0 over Faust after Faust was able to only pick up 1 game off of Higher in that upper bracket. So it was basically Faust ran into Higher, picked up 1 game, and then ran into Mohamed Light. And as we all know, Mohamed Light can run through that lower bracket, as you see right there on your screen. Lower round 2 on the right-hand side. It's a place that Mo has lived in, he has loved, he has excelled. And while he did run into Adriel in round 3 of that lower bracket at World Finals, where he was sent home last month at least, he did not feel that feeling. He was able to take the win, and it was a very emotional win. He talked in his post game about how he's with a new coach, and it's a coach that he used to work with in the past. Obviously he was with Jebus for a very, very long time, so it was nice for him to pick up a win. Juicy, you are, I hate to say it, AC, but you're definitely the most talented of the commentators now in playing Clash Royale. I know that you run into Mo every now and then on ladder. Any thoughts on the GOATed one before we hop into our first match as a player or as a commentator?
I will just say this one thing. The last time I played Mohamed Light ladder, not only did I get beat, but it was embarrassing. He outplayed me immensely. He predicted me probably like 6 times in a row. It felt like he knew what I was going to do before I knew what I was going to do. And but on the other hand, we just talked about how Mo is so good in the lower bracket. And does that mean that Faust is going to take him down right here, right now, and throw him down there? I mean, it could be a very possible situation.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing you bring up. We've always talked about Mo loving that lower bracket. He always seems to have a hard time with his very first match, although it looks like he's having a great time here today. And as you can see, the community really going with Mohamed Light. 85% of you guys at home saying that he is going to take this off of Faust. But back to Juicy's point, he's never the best in the first match of the tournament, right? We've seen him get sent down low before. But AC, another thing we've talked about with Mohamed Light is, can he adjust to the ever-evolving meta, or does he need just a little bit more time, right? When we saw Evos come into the game, Champions come into the game, we saw Mohamed Light just take a little bit longer than some other pros to get a grasp of that, those cards, the meta. But he's had less than a week to play in this new meta with Void and the beatdown, and he's a cycle player anyway. AC, do you think this could give Faust an edge in this match?
I think it does help out Faust just a little bit, but I'm sick and tired of saying anything against Mo Light and then him winning 9 straight matches. So I'm just done with that. I think it's not going to matter, and that Mo Light is going to be able to win round 1.
So AC and I are going to be on the call for this first matchup of the day. We'll get you guys some game sound here in just 1 second. And another card that actually we didn't even talk about in all the preamble was the Wizard, which has actually been really, really popular. It's been coming up a huge in use rate and in win rate. It's been replacing a lot of those glass cannons that we see. AC, I'll be honest, I have not played with a ton of Wizard. Any thoughts on the Evo?
Yeah, I mean, I really love the card. I just can't figure out how good it is, because your Wizard can always get 8 elixir of value, but then really do nothing on offense. So you're only getting a +3 trade, and had you had like Evo Archers or something instead of the Wizard, you would have been able to get a 3 for 5 plus a little bit of chip damage. So I really just can't figure out where I value Wizard. Is it a A-tier card, or is it a C-tier card that's just fun to play? I think we're going to find out a lot more in this monthly finals here today.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point that you make. It doesn't quite feel S tier, but it does feel, especially in dual mode, that you could find a place for Wizard in that best of 3 set. And I like the Monk here coming out early from Faust. I mean, I think there's so many cards right now that do a ton of range damage. I think finding a place for the Monk and of course the Dagger Duchess. Monk champion that we could be seeing more and more. Another thing, because of how popular Dagger Duchess has been, is, we're still not seeing a lot of Hog Rider, but as you can see, Royal Hogs coming out early in this competition. evolution. And Evo Tesla, man, people, I mean, there was so much to get through at the top of the show. Evo Tesla, people have been talking about, is maybe the best card, or not the best card, but let me say the winner of all the balance adjustments that came in. It seems like Evo Tesla, maybe out of all the evolutions, got the best buff and maybe the only buff. Well,
yeah, that's right. I would say Tesla is definitely the winner, and then I would say Bomber has to be the loser. It just does not really feel playable these days, just because that 2 cycle is just so hard to get through. Right there, great Evo Tesla to reset the RG, but a lot of chip damage. Faust is going to take a pretty big lead in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, RG we've been seeing more and more, but in terms of this matchup, you look and you see he's got Fireball, he's got Wizard, he's got Goblins, he's got Royal Ghost. All those are going to do a great job against the Piggies. The Fireball is going to really help out against the Firecracker as well. And I think in terms of being able to play defense against the Hogs, as you can see, he's got the Wizard over the middle there, Goblins down low. Now the Wizard can support that push on the left-hand side. Fisherman is a great counter for that little Prince. So Mo definitely has an uphill battle here going into 2 minutes remaining in overtime as that second and Evo'd RG comes down. What does Mo have for it? I don't think he has much.
Yeah, the Tesla's not going to come down in time. The Wizard in tow is going to be able to get the RG on top of the tower. And I think the Wizard, no, not quite. But what a push right there. Faust with too many answers to the Royal Hogs. I mean, you were talking about it. The Ghost, the Fireball, the Goblins, even the Rage can do a lot of damage going against that. And right there, I mean, Mo has to block the bridge. He cannot let the Monk pass the bridge. Otherwise, it's going to activate its ability and win the game outright like that. But this looks like it's game over.
Yeah, just kind of delaying the inevitable. There's the reflection, there's the Fireball, and a great game 1, deck 1 pick here from Faust. I mean, honestly, it just looked like Mo had no answers there, AC.
Yeah, I mean, Faust is already brilliant at RG. We're getting a little bit of help off to the side. 88% win rate of Faust for Royal Giant. Like, he is just so good with that deck overall. And when you have that kind of matchup, that kind of skill, and going against Mohamed Light in just round number 1, it's a recipe for success.
Yeah, I mean, you look there, Mo doing kind of what you expect Mo to do, right? He is playing Drill there, so he's trying to go to Cycle. That was the only really deck that we talked about in the preamble of the show that was not Beatdown, right? Drill is still a Cycle deck. It's still one of the few Cycle win cons that is actually viable, but as you can see, running into this Royal Giant deck, just absolutely beautifully put together by Faust. The defenses, the pushes coming across the bridge, making sure that even if he wasn't going to get a ton of damage from the RG or the Royal Ghost, that Monk ability was huge. And honestly, the Wizard, you know, the Evo portion of the Wizard, the shield, I guess, probably came into play a little bit just based off of like how much HP it had remaining there. But really, the Wizard just did a really good job. So many spots here, as you can see, coming across the bridge to clean up Goblins, helping over the middle against those Royal Hogs. I think a really, really great pick here in game number 1.
Yeah, it was just fun to watch. I mean, it's not often that we get new cards introduced in the meta that have just been around for a long time. So really exciting to see the Wizard out there and putting in work. Game number 2. No RG for Faust. I wouldn't mind seeing him rock with Lava. Just go two hardcore decks, 2 beatdown decks in a row, and just try and win like that. A Lava Void Balloon. I think that's a pretty decent idea for game number 2.
And I realized I said Drill earlier. I meant to say Royal Hogs for Mohamed Light there. And yeah, when you talk about slowing things down and playing heavier like Faust did, I think it's really important because this is a beatdown meta and because he had so many answers to those Royal Hogs, he was able to really control the pace of that game. And, you know, Mohamed Light still looking like he's in good spirits. As we all know, Mo does a really good job in that lower bracket. But yeah, Faust really, really, really well played there in that first game. It really just didn't look like Mo had any answers. And then when you look at what's out for Mo in game number 1, you know, I think the biggest thing is that, you know, Evo Tesla it's not the end of the world. We all know that Mo is like one of the better Tesla players out there, so it does feel like a bummer that he wasn't able to put more use to it. Earthquake, not a super popular spell right now, but I'd say the biggest thing is that he's missing the Little Prince now. Little Prince still probably the most popular champion out there in the world, but Faust doing a good job on the other side of it. Fisherman is in a lot of decks, Goblins is in a lot of decks, but I think you can still work around it. Monk, though, not a super popular champion that he was able to do great work with in game 1.
Yeah, the Monk was pretty brilliant from Faust, and yeah, it's just one of those cards that I really wouldn't be shocked if we start seeing it more and more in the monthly finals. We saw it a decent amount last monthly finals. It pairs so well against going against the Dagger Duchess, so we're gonna have to see how that evolves. Especially, I mean, just the Monk, the Wizard, the Tesla. There's gonna be a lot of cards that we're gonna see a lot today.
So already going a little bit heavier here as we see the Giant Skelly and the Dark Prince, so a little bit of a different look here coming from Faust. Light on the other side of it with Evo Skellies and a Night Witch and Snowball, so maybe going a little bit heavier.
So right there, just a beautiful interaction from Mo, and right as I'm saying that, the Ice Golem placed a little bit too low, and so he gets the Little Prince on tower for Faust. But right there, the Skellies were placed so that the Dark Prince had to walk around the Giant Skeleton, and it was able to clean up everything nicely. So really great first play from Mo, followed by just a simple interaction mistake.
And that mistake, he is paying for it now, down by about 600 and some change in HP. A Snowball goes off to the left-hand side to cycle there. And Mo and Faust have met twice before in CRL. Faust is 0-2 in both of those meetings, and we'll see if he can turn things around here. And a great way to do it is with the Giant Skeleton, you know, a card that Faust has an 80% win rate with in CRL here in 2024. So Giant Skeleton Graveyard. And it should be pretty easy cleanup there for Mo. And honestly, maybe a nice counter push as that Night Witch does just enough.
Yeah, and right here, we're just going to have to see, okay, the Ice Golem, and wow, right there, the Wizard almost fully taken out. I was going to say that, like, the Wizard, I'm never really sure, but because it has so much health, of course it's going to have a great counter push. Instead, gets chipped down, and he's going to have to reset. I mean, they are dead even, so that entire counter push that both of us were predicting, just not going to happen right now. Faust doing a great job, and we're going to have to see how this game goes along. I'm just wondering what Mo Light's last two cards are. I would assume it's Poison and Graveyard, but I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? You have a bunch of tanks up front. You have some cards behind that, like the Wizard and the Night Witch, that are going to do a great job with the Graveyard down. The Snowball complements the Graveyard, but not finding a place for it. And you called it, right? Like that Wizard getting damaged just enough by that Little Prince ability made Mo have to completely reset. That's probably where we would have seen Mo go on offense, at least for the very first time in this game, but stuck defending and doing a better job of it this time around. Although that Giant Skeleton Bomb is really putting in work here for Faust. Mo kind of just caught playing this right-hand lane game and not having a lot of fun with it. And there you go,
Yeah,
great call on the GYAC.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that he has freeze. I think it's going to be crazy in that there's no way he has freeze, but I really am hoping that he's going to have freeze. Otherwise, Faust is going to be able to just block the bridge with the Giant Skeleton, get tons of value, and then just destroy any potential counter pushes. This is going to be very difficult for Mo to be able to pull out a victory if he doesn't have some sort of, get him card like a freeze.
Yeah, I mean, he's really, because he has to spend an arm and a leg every single time on defense. He's not getting a lot out of it. And there you go. You called the Poison GY early on. It is going to be a Poison GY. No freeze there. So now he doesn't, like you said, have a gotcha card to kind of give Faust that swerve, which means it's just a heads-up match. And in that case, I think that's it. There you go. Giant Skeleton on top of the tower. A very quick 2-0 here from Faust, who has got to be feeling great about his start to the day. And, you know, of all people in the world to lose in their first round match, Mohamed Light is probably the person with the least of the worries. But I'd say in the way that he did it, I feel like Mo's decks were out of sorts. I feel like his play was not keeping up with the meta. And I feel like Faust just really leaned into this heavier beatdown meta and had a great time with it.
Yeah, I mean, for the last couple of years, it's felt like Faust, when he gets the metas where it's RG or bridge spam, some of those slower paced bridge spams, I mean, even Loon as well, he's so talented with those kind of decks. So I have to say, obviously, it is surprising that he's able to beat Mo Light, but it's not super surprising. He is so good with these big decks like this one, the giant skeleton that he can just consistently cycle at the bridge, stop everything in its path. We see it right here. I mean, it gets so much value every time it gets placed down. And I gotta say, like, I'm not super shocked that he was able to pull this out. And I'm not super shocked it was a 2-0. He just seems ready for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, really. And you talk about the decks here, you know, I can see chat and what they're saying. I mean, chat always has a lot to say to anyone that ever loses a game of Clash Royale on broadcast. But I agree with some of what they're saying, which was that this, you know, Mo looked a little bit out of sorts. I don't really know what the decks were on either side of it. It seemed like Faust really evolved with the meta, whereas it felt like Mo was kind of like a victim too. And obviously it's still very early in the day. We could see him come back. But AC, when you look at deck number 2 here, you know, obviously Dagger Duchess out on both sides, but the biggest thing here was that Mo had no ground tank. He had no tank other than his building to kind of hold the guys at the bridge, and then his wizard and his night witch had to be played over and over on defense, and they weren't really doing a good job defensively. When you look at this deck, is this maybe Mo trying to mow too hard, or do you think this deck actually makes sense?
I think the deck is supposed to make... Oh, that's a great question. I really don't like it. I think there's a lot of potential, but I think it has to get the right matchup, and I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to chalk that up as a mistake, and that I really don't like that deck overall.
Well, we'll see what Julesy and Mo have planned later on in the day, as Faust has an incredible showing in the start of this finals. I mean, I really liked the decks that he picked in both. You know, when you look at what he did in game number 1, he found a great place for his wizard. His wizard was super, super effective. And obviously that, again, comes down to matchup with the Royal Ghost and the Goblins being able to deal with those hogs. But then you go to game number 2. Giant Skeleton's been super popular. You talked about it, AC. That Giant Skeleton got so much value over and over and over because Mo had no ground tank, and because he did have the Night Witch and the Wizard. Every single time that he would stop a push, they would then be handicapped or taken out completely by that Giant Skeleton. Faust deck picking absolutely on point here today, AC.
Yeah, especially that game number 2. It really felt like in that game number 2, he was just kind of playing the first couple minutes, and he was realizing, like, oh my goodness, he really can't stop me in any way whatsoever. I can just continue to cycle Giant Skeleton and Dark Prince. And I mean, it really was as simple as defend a somewhat difficult push, but not really, kind of a mediocre push, and then just counterattack and get 500, 700, 800 chip damage every single time. Faust, just a great opening set for him. And right there, I mean, Faust moving up to the upper semis, Mo Light going to lower round number 1. And our second match of the day, Ta and Pedro, that's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, that's where Mohamed Light ran into Faust at World Finals this last year, was down in that lower bracket round 1, but Faust stays alive and gets to sit back and hang out for a handful of matches. You can see Faust's next matchup is going to be match number 7, which is, I think, a really nice luxury, right? When you play the first match of the day, we always talk about these metas kind of evolving over a championship weekend or a championship day, and we'll see what Faust learns over these next 6 matches about what is going to be more popular, what's working, what's not, which decks pop out. But if I'm everyone else, I'm looking at what Faust just ran, and I'm going, okay, do we have a place for RG in our mix? Do we have a place for Giant Skeleton Hog, Giant Skeleton Graveyard? So we'll see about that. But as you talked about, our second match of the day, going to 2 players that have had a lot of promise in their future. Ta, who kind of came out of nowhere back in the day, winning that monthly final. I think that was the very first time he kind of came on the map. We were like, well, who is this guy? You know, but that was a long time ago. That was back in 2021 when he won round 3. He got first place. No one really knew who Ta was, and I think this is actually footage back then when Ta was able to do that, going up against Sosa. A player that has been up and down, but AC, you've talked about Ta. Juicy talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, but apparently he has been grinding like mad. You were saying something like he has thousands of friendly battles played or something like that?
Yeah, it's I didn't read that much into it because it felt like an unrealistic number, so I must have been reading the graphic wrong, but I really think it's just he's played, I believe, like 2,000 friendly battles within this like tight-knit community or something over the past month or so, and it really does feel, and I mean, he's just grinding on ladder. I think Juicy was saying that he finished pretty high on ladder last season, and he's already high on ladder this season. He's just one of those grinders that wants to set himself up for success, and yeah, it's really exciting to see what he can do this year. It feels like, I don't know, something goes wrong for him every once in a while, and so we never really get to see him in his final form at his biggest potential, and I feel like we're not going to see that. His first success in CRL was that E-Giant meta that nobody else was able to really figure out, and he just learned early on, hey, if I do E-Giant and NATO everything together, like, I'm gonna win. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see that again with the Void meta, and where he is using these Void decks just better than everybody else.
And his opponent, Pedro, on the other side of it. And also, good shout out there to the team that pulled the graphic there. Tom missing World Finals by just one spot last year. And obviously, there's a little bit more to that story that we do not need to get into right now. But we'll see if he can stack up against this man, the Brazilian, who has been absolutely beast mode over the last 12 months. I mean, when you look at what he was doing last year in the competitive scene, kind of putting everyone on blast, everyone was talking about Pedro and how good he was. Is there a better Minor Poison player, period? Yeah, well, you know, he's kind of a timid guy. He's kind of a quiet guy. We'll see how he does at World Finals, and he did not disappoint, taking out big names like you see right there, Samuel Basoto. Pedro was just clean, and I think the biggest thing about Pedro last year was that you knew what he was going to run. You knew that Minor Poison was going to come out at some point, and there was just no way to stop him. And then you saw him mix other things like E-Giant into the mix. If you knew he was going to be able to take one game with Minor Poison, you knew he was going to be able to take another game with anything else in the meta, until he ran into Mugi going into that upper bracket reset and being able to take that world championship. First time we're really seeing Pedro here in CRL in 2024, and I gotta say, I'm very, very excited to see our world runner-up back in action. And as you can see right there, I'm a little surprised. 51-49, a lot of faith out there in the world for Ta, who, in my opinion, AC is probably the underdog of this match, but not to everyone at home.
Yeah, shout out to the people at home. They understand who these players are. Really impressive from the community, I would have to say. Because yeah, when I look at it on paper, it's just, this is Ta, who hasn't totally proven himself necessarily, against Pedro, who obviously had that spectacular run in the last World Finals. He streams every day with incredible success, going, I don't know, 70-80% win rate on ladder and GCs and all of that. It looks on paper like Pedro is just a clear-cut favorite. And even though the community, and I'm giving this huge shout out to the community, I would have to say, I really do think Pedro is the favorite. I think it should be probably closer to 75-25, just because Pedro is so consistent and so talented.
And getting a work back in the mix with the Archers. A lot of people talking about them doing pretty good after the buff. I mean, after the rework. Obviously, they lost some HP, but I think because of the nerf to all the evolutions, it made them just a little bit more viable than they had been. Pedro, bottom of your screen. Ta here at the top. And we shall see. Little Prince still the most popular card in the game.
And right here, just waiting, and could this be another RG Pedro playing? I mean, Pedro placing down the Giant and Ta looking frustrated just off that, so we're gonna have to see what he does or doesn't like overall. Pedro's bats should be able to get a decent bit of value, but no, a quick reflection and the Firecracker in tow is going to be able to stop the bats from getting too much value.
Archers coming in just a little bit late there, not going to be able to get on top of the Firecrackers. They split over the middle, and then a clean defense here by Ta. 4 Elixir to ticking up to 4 here for Pedro, so a nice clean exchange with just a little bit of favor here for Ta. 25-46 to 24-06. Giant, very, very popular in the meta. Maybe the most popular win condition right now.
Yeah, and so I'm starting to recognize why Ta looked a little bit upset. I would assume this is going to be Graveyard last card for Pedro, and he's just going to be running Giant Graveyard. And really, that is always so difficult to stop when you only have the Goblins and the Firecracker, just because you can always just fire or just arrows those down. And I mean, at that point, it's hard to stop a Giant Graveyard push once it hits double elixir.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that you make, and I think that's exactly what Pedro needs to do. I think he needs to just kind of hold on, play just a little bit slowly, and as you can see, build these giant pushes from the back as they cross the bridge. That's when he can decide whether or not he wants to pull the trigger on that GY. Nice Firecracker up high, gets the arrows and the little Prince out of Pedro. So Pedro now probably, I was going to say, I think he should hold on the GY, but he decides to go in for it.
Yeah, right there. And I'm honestly pretty shocked that the bats were even able to remain alive. I figured the stun from the Tesla would be able to take those out. And right there, can he get the King Tower activation? He will. So not only is there only a 200 HP difference between the two players, he now has a King Tower activation. Pedro having a massive advantage right now as we head into OT.
Yeah, that King Tower activation is really going to help. Not only, obviously, with the defensive situation, helping out with those drills, but now you think about playing in the same lane. This is where Ta is going for damage, GY in the exact same lane. Now at the King Tower activation, kind of all things, like you said, AC, going in favor of Pedro, at least at the moment. And obviously not a huge gap to show for it, but over this next minute 45, we should see a lot more GUIs coming out, and we'll see if that poison is always going to be enough here for Ta. That snowball comes in and creates just a little bit of space, plus the arrows. Giant still tanking, Dark Prince alive, so bats come down. 4 elixir to 4 elixir, and Pedro definitely has his foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, great Ice Spirit right there. And I really like how Pedro is defending these monks, or defending against these firecrackers and these monk abilities. Wow, huge damage right there. And he's going to need to get that off the tower right there. So forget everything I was saying. Great stuff from Ta. And yeah, I mean, as we head into triple elixir, Ta has a clear advantage, and we're going to see him just go, go, go.
Yeah, the Monk just doing great work, tanking for a little bit longer than I think Pedro had anticipated. Then the Dark Prince comes down low, lines up perfectly for that Firecracker. Now just trying to go cheap on defense with those bats, but the Teslas have been absolutely mad here for Ta. And that's like the key to so many of these decks, especially these drill decks, is just if you have good work with your defensive building and you can control the map like we're seeing Ta do with the Tesla, it makes it so difficult for their opponent to put together a good push. And now with that Evo Tesla coming out, gonna do a great job cleaning up the Giant, and of course that burst coming out to help with those skeletons with the Dagger Duchess out of daggers. 13:08, 14:22, 20 seconds remain.
Yeah, right here, going Giant at the bridge, but just too much defense on Ta's side. 422 HP for Pedro. This is looking like it's going to be a game 1 victory for Ta. Going in aggressive. Locke should be able to push the Dark Prince off, and it will. That's going to be game over. Ta taking game number 1. Pedro dominated the entire game, and it didn't matter whatsoever. Great play from Ta. I mean, it was really just that one push that he was able to get that little bit of chip damage, and that was enough. He was able to win just from that play.
Yeah, what a fascinating, you know, matchup there. When we talk about what is really popular in the meta, which is Giant GY, feels like that's kind of been everywhere when you look at Royale API or when you're playing ladder or looking at the UC leaderboard. But then you look on the other side of it and you look at Ta's deck and you're like, okay, this is a little faster cycle. It's got the Firecracker and the Monk in there, you know, not super popular cards, but kind of finding a place in the meta. And then you look at the way that that game played out, and all the answers that Ta needed were right there. We thought that, you know, the struggles that would come in with GUI, with just Firecracker and Goblins, were completely taken care of by that poison. And we're so used to the 3-card cycle being a factor because of Little Prince being in every single deck, but that's still a factor when you talk about the Monk, and those Teslas just completely controlled the game. I mean, this is a perfect clip. We're seeing an Evo Tesla and a second Tesla come down with that poison, AC. There was no way for Pedro to break through.
Yeah, I mean, it just, the poison, I mean, he shouldn't be able to win this matchup, I would assume, really. Like, when you look at everything on the board, it's Pedro has Giant Graveyard, and that should just be almost impossible to stop. It was just a wonderful job of being able to keep up the aggression, but still have enough for defense. It really is just a fascinating game 1, and it really is something that you have to look at where you say, hey, Pedro probably has to feel pretty good about that matchup, and he still lost. How do you recover from having that, especially with how well he played early on, activating the King Tower, getting it to an even game as we were heading into OT? How do you recover from that and have a good game number 2 and game number 3?
Yeah, so we will find out here as Logbait has proven to be very, very popular once again. Makes sense that Pedro would be the one going to something a little bit faster. The Inferno Towers have been excellent in dealing with all of the Lava Hounds, all of the giants out there in the world, and also the Princess doing a really good job of baiting out the small spell or the bigger spell. It's hard to get a void perfectly on a Princess, or if you are going to void a Princess, as you can see right there, going to take it off the board. But what spell do you have to deal with the Goblins? And unfortunately here for Pedro, he's running into void arrows and that zap, that Evo zap. So having all the answers for bait is Ta. But I think the other part of this that's an interesting wrinkle in the equation is usually Logbait does not have Princess and Archer Queen AC.
Yeah, this is a very interesting deck to be using on Pedro's end. I'm not really sure if I've ever seen this before. I don't know if this is solely just because of the new meta, or this is something that he's doing because of Ta's game number 1, deck number 1. But it's really interesting to see this variation of bait be used for this game number 2 match.
Yeah, and that last card, you're wondering, is it going to be the Inferno? You would think it probably is. I mean, you think an Ice Spirit would have been used already. Usually an Inferno and Goblin Gang is usually worked into these bait decks, but obviously meta still evolving as Pedro's going to bust this out.
And the question is, can he activate it in time? He does, so that is going to take a lot off the board. The Phoenix should be able to revive. No, the log is going to come in from Pedro. Pedro doing a great job so far. And I really think it has to be Inferno Tower. Maybe, actually,
He's not playing anything.
And he hasn't used his second Evo yet. So that's... usually when we're talking about these players, they do such a great job of cycling Evos because you want them on the board as often as possible. It's shocking to see somebody not use their second Evo this far into the match.
Yeah, that's also a very good point that you make. I was just going to say it must be Tesla, as Tesla does come down. And a really nice void there from Ta, getting on top of that Archer Queen. Nice +2 trade there, and that's really where void starts to be incredibly effective, is getting those positive elixir trades, but also usually it's used against either your defensive building, like this Tesla, or against your glass cannon, like that Archer Queen. So Archer Queen coming back out here for Pedro as a very healthy giant, works down the left-hand side. And Evo Zap coming in as well. Tesla comes down late, but this is all trouble as Ta and I was going to say Ta and Faust looks like they're going to pull off 2 early upsets here as a very quick 2-0 here from Ta. Beautiful sets from Faust and Ta to start our day. A quick 2 up, 2 down, 4 games up for Ta and for Faust. And it's so crazy because the meta is so new, AC. I feel like I'm like learning as the day is progressing about how, and it happens so quickly, where it's like, okay, this matchup's a little interesting, this card's a little interesting, it looks like the advantage, okay, wow, game's over. And as you see right there, Ta doing great work in game number 2 against not a bad bait deck, but an interesting bait deck.
Yeah, certainly very, very interesting. It is, really one thing that I want to point out that I was very impressed by was Ta's Fisherman's. It felt like he was controlling just the board overall for the most part, and it just felt like he was waiting for overtime. He didn't ever try and overextend early on. He kind of knew that he was going to be able to overwhelm. Oh, my opponent only has Poison, Log, Tesla. Well, they can't really stop a split lane push. I loved how Ta just studied this matchup and knew exactly what he had to do. Pedro never looked comfortable in it, even with the lead, and that's because both of those players knew as soon as it hit OT, Ta was going to just go on the attack, and that was going to be hard to stop, and he wasn't able to do it.
So a world champion and a world number 2 populate our lower bracket as Ta and Faust stay strong here through our first 2 matches of the day. And I love that you point out the Fisherman. It feels like the Fisherman could be kind of an X factor in this current meta. There's so many beat down heavy decks. The Fisherman can also control the board against all these glass cannons. And the other thing is that because Lightning is not as popular right now and Void is, Fishermans are very difficult to void off the board, right? Like Voids take a couple ticks, and then of course you can defend your Fisherman by dropping units around it, but it's not the same as when you drop a Fisherman at your King Tower and then try to pull like an E-Giant or a Giant to your King Tower and it gets lightninged or tornadoed off the board. The Void takes a second. So Fisherman's all of a sudden become that much more impactful as Void is becoming the spell of choice for so many players, and obviously Poison isn't going to do a job against the Fisherman. So there you see a very interesting quick 2 matches. And Juicy, you're rejoining us. You've been able to sit back and watch these 4 games, these 2 upsets, although you did pick Ta, which does kill me to say. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the meta. Juicy, what have you noticed in these first couple matches, man?
Honestly, the meta is just so fascinating in the duels format because, you know, on ladder, it's just Void, 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 but we're actually seeing a lot less of it. Maybe it's because people are saving the Void for later in the set, and that's exactly what we saw Ta do right here. He got a solid first game relying on that Monk. I feel like Monk is very underrated in the meta, by the way, just deflecting those Dagger Duchess shots. So good. And then he comes back with the Giant Void, best stack in the meta, maybe other than like Lava Void, and he just takes a very nice win versus Pedro there. I love the usage of the Void in that Archer Queen for those plus trades like you mentioned.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. It totally messes up your cycle. And as we look here at the bracket, down in match number 4, Mugi versus Dominik. That's a really exciting one. Maybe that's where we see Lava. I'm actually pretty surprised we haven't seen Lava at all yet today. Juicy, as you were just mentioning, probably the most popular win con out there along with Giant. So we'll see if Dominik busts that out. As we know, he's one of the best Lava players, if not the best Lava player in the world, going up against our defending world champion. But first, we got to go to Coco and Ian, 2 guys that have very different stories. Coco, a very quiet player in the competitive scene. We've seen him pop up in the top 50, the top 30, you know, the top 10 in CRL over the years, but not a lot in that top 10. And then, of course, on the other side of it, Ian, one of the biggest content creators, one of the biggest names in the United States. You know, you guys know Ian better than I do. I know that Juicy, you obviously have played against him or play against him on ladder. I know he's another big content creator. AC, I know that you digest some of his content. I'm going to be on the cast with Juicy, I believe. So AC, any thoughts on Ian and where he's at this year? He also posted on his YouTube channel his entire run through qualifiers, which was pretty dominant. AC, is this the year for Ian77, or are all of his fans in the chat going to have to wait until 2025?
Honestly, like I'm feeling good for Ian77. I really think that there's a lot of potential for him to walk away with, and not necessarily a golden ticket, but at least just hope for the future. And like, hey, I was able to beat Coco. I was able to make it to round 2. I had a good round 2, but I want to see a win right here. I think that's very important for his mindset and for his fans' mindsets as well, where it's like, hey, we're rooting on the right guy. And I really think he can do it. I'm shocked that he hasn't had more success in the monthly finals. He dominates on ladder, obviously, but he also dominated in his top 32, his round of 1,000 videos. I watched those completely. I gotta say, I am quite a big fan of Ian77, and yeah, I am shocked that we haven't seen him have more success in these monthly finals.
And then on the other side of it, we have Coco, who is a South Korean player with not a whole lot to talk about in terms of his competitive history. As you can see right there, going up against Sandbox, both of them Koreans, repping it, giving the camera a little bit of love, giving their fans a little bit of love. But he is someone who we have seen in the competitive scene before. You know, like I said, he's not someone that has been at the top of it, but we have seen him pop up in the past. I know that he was doing some GKR. I know that he was doing a little bit of something called the Star Championship back in the day. The biggest thing for him was, you know, picking up third third place back in 2021, which I think I actually said earlier was Ta, but that was a different month when he got first place. But this was the highest showing for Coco, was a third place showing at CRL back in 2021. So it's been a few years away. Juicy, I think we all were across the board on our predictions on this. Ian over Coco. Any thoughts on this matchup before we hop in and say goodbye to AC?
All I'll say is I think that Ian could do even better than what Josh said. I would get maybe a 50% chance that Ian actually wins the golden ticket today. Along with Ta, I think it's either Ta or Ian for me. They're both working extremely hard. They're practicing a lot. They're consistent on ladder right now. They're practicing the meta. And with the new meta, that's what you need to do. You need to be in the gameplay, and you need to be figuring it out. Okay, Evo Wizard, Void is ever changing right now.
As you see there at the bottom of the screen, I think it was 77% in favor of Ian, 23% in favor of Coco. It was a quick drive-by there with the numbers, but I do believe that's what I saw. Coco bottom of your screen, Ian here at the top. Ian coming out with drill arrows early on, and Juicy, you were talking about how drill arrows plus void is now the best spell combo in the game. For the viewers at home that are getting used to the void spell, talk to me a little bit why you believe that is the best combo.
Well, they just synergize so well with each other because the Void, it can be an Evo Zap or a Rocket. So it can be a little bit of damage paired with the arrows to wipe anything out, or it can be a lot of bit of damage by itself and then using the arrows to clean up the little units. So it's a lot of synergy with that spell combo.
Yeah, and people still obviously learning all the ins and outs of that Void spell, but Void plus arrows does seem to be the key to taking out most things on the board. And Ice Golem, as Rich Slayton probably very, very happy about, has seen a massive uptick ever since Mo kind of made that Ice Golem minor deck popular in the last meta. Now we're seeing just how good Ice Golem is, once again, for 2 Elixir to kind of drain down that Dagger Duchess's daggers for whatever might be coming in behind, as we're seeing right there.
Yeah, the Ice Golem just does a great job of cleaning those daggers, like you said, and allowing the Goblin Drill to get a lot of value on the tower. You know, usually the Goblin Drill, even by itself, it's still a threat versus the Dagger Duchess because it has a lot of HP. But, I mean, if you get an Ice Golem to distract all those daggers, then the Drill poses even more of a threat.
And we'll see if we see the signature good game early out for Ian. Getting a little insight from watching some of his content, he talked about how it's kind of his trademark or one of his go-to moves to call good game early on, even if he doesn't believe it is good game. It's kind of a way for him to lock in, kind of telling himself like, okay, dude, this game is not going to go the way that I want it to unless I buckle in. So that's kind of his way of letting himself and us at home know that he's turning it up. And speaking of turning things up, Josh talked about the Bomber kind of falling completely out of favor, as it was definitely the most popular Evo. Juice, I think Bomber's still pretty good, but obviously not as broken as it was before. How are you feeling about Bomber and where it lies now?
I think Bomber's really good in the current meta. I mean, I think top Evos for me are Evo Tesla, Evo Knight, and then I would say Evo
Valkyrie,
Skeletons
right?
and Bomber actually gonna be like pretty like tied for me. Like, think about it. All the nerfs, they were all stat nerfs. The Bomber, it just got a cycle nerf. It still is the same stats, the same power that I had before. It's just not in cycles nearly as often.
Yeah, and I agree that line. And there's the good game early from Ian. After that good Graveyard push comes in from Coco. Graveyard pretty popular here today. And again, these cycle decks maybe not being quite as effective. I think we've seen maybe one cycle deck prevail so far today, but even so, it was not a traditional cycle drill deck.
Yeah, Graveyard, same boat here. If you distract the Dagger Duchess enough and it runs out, then a lot of skeletons can connect as well. As we're seeing here, the snowball, kind of like a mini freeze, slowing everything down, and the prediction Tesla for the Evo Bomber as well. Gonna keep Coco in the damage lead here.
Yeah, Coco doing a really good job of catching those bombers, and while the win rate with Drill for Ian is at 75%, and the win rate for Coco with Graveyard is only 43%. Coco doing a really, really good job right now of using his guards defensively to pick up the drills, using them to tank over the bridge, and also using them to tank while they cross the bridge for that Graveyard. As we saw, the last Graveyard push was just guards at the bridge, GY in, snowball late, and now we see Ian rocking that Tesla on the left-hand side to help clean up those GYs.
Yeah, 2 Evo Teslas in cycle right now. This little Prince on the right is going to stay charged up, though, cleaning up the Finks. Here comes the Graveyard push on the left, forcing out the defensive poison. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing here is that Coco's using his poisons on offense, but Ian is using his poisons on defense, and that's where that damage separation is starting here.
Yeah, and it doesn't even seem like Coco was, and that was a great set of goblins there for Ian, just getting right on top of the tower, Knight not being able to pick them up, and now even a higher, more aggressive Tesla here, going to bait out more elixir from Coco as Ian doubles down at the bridge, and Ian doing a really great job of turning the game around here at the end. 596 poison in, GY in with the snowball, and a mad dash here for the finish. 709, 458, and Ian does a great job closing things out in the final moments.
Wow, I think that Coco played fantastic here, but at the end, Ian just showing some stone cold plays here. I think the biggest thing to mention at the end there was the fact that Coco went for a little Prince at the bridge of the right side, trying to predict the Evo Bomber. But Ian was in his head. He knew that he was gonna make that prediction, and that little Prince was 3 elixir wasted, and that allowed Ian to go for another drill and to get the damage lead for the first time in that game.
Yeah, there was a couple times on the left-hand side where it felt like either an ability or an offensive send from Coco was just either a little bit ill-timed or maybe a little bit too aggressive, not getting quite what he wanted out of it. And for a minute there, it seemed okay because it was still baiting out the poisons from Ian. He was doing a good job baiting out the poisons defensively from Ian, and of course catching those bombers at the bridge. But Ian doing a good job knowing that there's a full 5 minutes in a game of Clash Royale, and it just takes 1 or 2 big hits from that Goblin drill. And as you can see right there, just starting to chip away a little bit is that one Goblin. And then later on, we saw the Knight drop down low, kind of like where you're looking to catch a miner almost, 1 tile low on that right-hand side, and the drill was placed near the front. So a Goblin comes around, gets on top of tower, and those Goblins, that damage adds up really quick. I think the adjustment to drill was incredibly necessary, but it wasn't so much so that drill has fallen out of favor. And I actually think drill, as much as I hated it in the last set of balance changes, I think is actually in a pretty good place now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I also got to mention that final good game from Ian there, the real good game after a little troll at the beginning when he's down damage. But you know, he makes it look easy. Honestly, he played really well the whole time. He was down damage, but he never gave up, and he stayed locked in the entire time. Looking at the decks here, none of these cards can be repeated. We have the Evo Bomber and the Evo Tesla out for Ian, Evo Tesla and Evo Knight out for Coco. Tesla probably the best Evo right now. Maybe we see Ian run the Evo Knight with some sort of beat down deck. Could be annoying for Coco to deal with without the Knight and Tesla himself.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting with the Bomber. I think for so long we have, I mean, so long in quotes, you know, the last month we've had, or, you know, 2 months we've had to be so on top of that bomber cycle. Every single time a regular bomber's played, you know the Evo's coming next, but Coco still did a really good job of keeping track of those bombers from Ian doing a good job staying aggressive with them. So that was a fun little battle to see, as it's still going to continue on, that bomber battle at the bridge, but it's just not going to be so aggressive like it was for so long. And again, I'm really happy with the balance changes there. And I think your point about the bomber not actually getting nerfed, it's just the cycle getting nerfed, is really interesting, as we see a Void cycled on top of tower, 2624 from 2768 for you guys at home that want to do the math there. That is what a naked Void does on tower. So not substantial, but also not insignificant.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And there just goes another reason why Void is just so popular. It's just so versatile. You can cycle it on a tower, get some damage. You can use it to fully counter a Sparky, a Wizard, or an Electro Dragon. There's just so many different uses for it. You see a Wizard in the back for Ian, Evo Wizard. We have Coco with a Night Witch and Evo Wizard himself. Interesting deck. It seems like Coco's probably going to be using a Giant deck, and Ian with, I'm not sure, maybe taking Graveyard here or something else.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It does feel like Giant from the bottom of your screen, and then the top of your screen with the Inferno and the barrel, you would think GY, but no, it's actually going to be balloon instead, as a naked balloon here comes across the left-hand side. Coco may be doing the correct thing. I thought he was going to completely ignore it. Goes in for arrows at the end, which is good because of the barbs coming out on that right-hand side. This ends up being a pretty even trade, 23-70 to 25-28, and even in elixirs. So, you know, Ian gets the worst of that exchange. Coco doing a good job in those final moments to send in those arrows to stop that balloon from getting too much damage.
Nightwitch at the bridge as well, applying pressure, forcing out the Evo Wizard from Ian. Is this a Evo Wizard Lava Loon deck from Ian? That would be wild. Maybe it's just a Loon cycle. Yeah, it looks like he's just got
I was
Monk
gonna say
Loon.
that makes sense when you look at it, but then the Monk coming down, I think you're right. It's just going to be a Monk cycle deck here, maybe Snowball in the mix as well. And yeah, I think that would be odd if we saw the lava with the Wizard, but
yeah,
as we know, Juice, things can definitely change this early on in the meta.
Absolutely. Here comes the Balloon Ops lane again, and then the freeze. Surprise freeze, balloon on tower. Does he have a Void or arrows for this? He decides to let it go and go all in for a push. He wants a tower trade. Maybe he wants 2 towers for himself. Evo Barbs on the left-hand side.
Evo Barbs in the middle, Nightwitch in the back, Wizard doing damage in both lanes, and this is trouble for Ian. As you can see, he's got a little smile on his face. That's not the smile that you want to see. That's the smile of, oh man, I just got real bad, as you thought maybe the tower goes down on the left-hand side. Coco doing a great job, blood in the water, going for the 3 crown. Not gonna get it, but a dominant game number 2 win.
Yeah, one of my most asked questions in my chat is what separates, you know, a top 200, top 1000 player from a top 8 player like we're watching right now. And it's got to be what Coco did right there. I would have never thought to just completely ignore the balloon after that freeze, realizing it was an overcommitment, because the freeze, it lets you get tower damage, but it doesn't do any damage to that Nightwitch. So he just immediately counter pushes. Giant one side, Evil Barbs on the other, Void Spell on the Wizard. Without that Wizard in the works, I mean, we got multiple towers down.
Yeah, really, really well played by Coco, and I couldn't agree with you more about when you watch the best players in the world know when to sacrifice damage to go on offense. And that's actually something that you're going to see more and more of, I feel like, with the current meta that we're in, right? When you're watching great cycle players, they're on top of every little thing, beautiful 1 elixir interactions that stop, you know, a 3 to 6 elixir push. But when you talk about beatdown, and, you know, we saw this with Lava for so long in CRL, and you know, obviously the whole horrible times when elixir golem was popular, but you just sit back and you take an insane amount of damage. You go, okay, you might have gotten a tower or you might have gotten a few thousand damage, but now I'm going to go ahead and win the game. And that's something that you have to be able to do when you're playing those heavier decks. I mean, I've seen you do it with E-Giant as well, Juice. People go a little aggressive on one lane. You're like, okay, that's fine. I can take the damage, but I'm going to pour it on the opposite lane and just take that tower. And Coco doing a brilliant job. The Wizard, again, the Wizard that Coco had crossing the bridge was able to do damage in both lanes in terms of working down that right-hand side and helping with those barbs in the middle. So Ian was doing a good job, felt like he might be in a little bit of control, felt like that balloon could cause problems for Coco, but Coco does not bite on that bait and takes a dominant win as we go to our very first game 3 of the day.
You know, Andrew, if you would have told me 6 or 7 years ago that in 7 years down the line, Wizard would be one of the top cards in the highest level of Clash Royale, I would have just laughed in your face. But here we got 2 Wizards in this matchup. I've always thought it was interesting in this current meta just because of the Void. Even the Evo Wizard with that shield, the Void is able to take it out, but we still see so much of it. It must just be able to provide a lot of value on defense. I mean, it's always been a pretty underrated card when it comes to damage and also that splash rate. It's very solid. The problem is it's just so expensive. But I guess with the Evo version, you're able to kind of justify that, making so spells like Rocket and Lightning are able to immediately take it out.
You know, I'm so curious if there's like the over adjustment for Void. Like, you know, Void, you see so many people talk about it being situational or it's matchup based. Do you think that there's a world where Void is actually not the correct choice and maybe it should still be Lightning, or it should still be Poison, or it should still be Rocket. Obviously, they're all more expensive, but when you talk about the Void being effective later on or against big pushes coming across the bridge, it feels like sometimes the Void doesn't have a place in certain matchups. Do you think it's strictly matchup based? Do you think that it's an over adjustment, or do you think that Void is actually exactly where it needs to be in terms of its effectiveness, but it's still matchup based?
Wow, that is a great question. I think that it is, like I said earlier, a very versatile card. And in Clash Royale, I think versatile cards are very important to have in your deck because you never know exactly what you're going to be playing against. So I think that it does have a very solid spot in the meta. I think it's pretty correct. But I also see what you're saying. I do think that Lightning is much better in certain situations, especially versus, like you said, maybe one-shotting a Fisherman or like a building off the board immediately and making sure that your opponent has no counterplay in a situation like that. Like, there's definitely a valid point there.
Well, as we are talking through the meta and as it is evolving on screen, one thing that seems to be here to stay, at least for today, is the Monk. Right? Monk has been out in every single set of the day. It's been pretty effective so far. Haven't seen Inferno until now, so a little surprising there. And there's the Lightning that we were just talking about. So nice to see Lightning in the mix. And Firecracker. Firecracker also maybe one of the big winners from the Evo changes, as that Royal Ghost, or excuse me, Royal Giant does not get a lot on tower. 23-29 to 24-44.
Yeah, I like your call on the Monk there. I think that if you are going to use Hog Rider in the current meta, you need either Monk or an Evo Knight to tank those Dagger Duchess. I don't know if I like the opposite lane by Coco, though. I feel like the Monk is also extremely good versus Royal Giant. So defending and counter pushing versus the Royal Giant could be a valid option here for Coco, but it seems like he's got other plans.
Yeah, Coco decides to go with the Inferno Tower early to defend against that Royal Ghost, maybe hoping to get back around to it by the time that the Royal Giant comes down the lane. And the Fisherman's, as we were talking about, or as I was talking about with AC, going to be a very interesting and maybe difficult card for Coco to take care of.
Royal Ghost does not get distracted by the Inferno Tower. Monk is forced out, but this gives a lot of lightning value. Never mind. Fisherman pulls the Monk away, but still Ghost in the tower. And here's where the King Tower at least is able to help a little bit. But here comes another Royal Giant at the bridge.
I love this aggression here from Ian. He notices his opponent's down in Elixir. He's got just a little bit of HP remaining from that Phoenix. And the Royal Giant does get pushed. 818 HP remains, though, as Coco has not been on offense in quite some time.
Yeah, I actually take it back. I think that Monk is actually bad with Hog Rider. Same reason why the Mighty Miner is bad with Hog Rider right now. Sure, you can get like one good push going, but here's the thing about Monk and Mighty Miner as champions. You only have one of them in the cycle at a time, which means you can only have a Hog Rider push going whenever you have that Monk in cycle, but sometimes you have to use it on defense. And you can never really go for Hog Rider on its own because Dagger Duchess is just so good versus it.
I know. I was watching your stream. I've been watching other people's videos, just trying to figure out a place for Hog Rider in the meta, and I just don't know if it exists. I think that really, and you can see right here, exactly what you talked about, Juicy, is all these things had to come together perfectly for Coco's push on that left-hand side, and everything that you need defensively and the Elixir is sacrificed, whether it's the units needing the Monk on the ground, or with the Goblins to help DPS things down, or the Elixir to get that Inferno down. You cannot get the push together on that left-hand side that you want, which is the Monk up front with the ability, the Firecracker behind, and then the Hog Rider goes right on through because the Fisherman is distracted. So, yeah, I mean, does Hog Rider work with this Dagger Duchess meta, or should it still be Royal Hogs?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Royal Hogs, definitely a really solid option if you're trying to go for that. The other real question is, do you even use them at all? Or maybe you just stick with your drill. I mean, the Goblin drill is just so solid. I think Graveyard's probably a better option if you're trying to go for like a cycle oriented win condition deck like that. Hog Rider, you know, we saw it in CRL for years being so solid. Hog Earthquake, Hog Earthquake, Hog Earthquake. I don't even know how many times I've watched Mohamed Light play Hog Earthquake. It's a pleasure to watch him do it, but you know, with Dagger Duchess introduced to the meta, it just has so much quick DPS, which not only takes out Hog Rider, but a lot of the Psycho decks in general. That's why we see so much more Giant, Royal Giant, any high HP units that can soak an entire clip of those Dagger Duchess daggers.
So Coco falling here, deck number 3, as you can see right there. Evo Bats I still like. I still think that Evo Bats maybe have a place in the meta. Obviously that first bite or whatever is a little bit slower, but still when they get stacked up, they can do a lot of work. Dagger Duchess gonna be the tower troop of the day. That was something I was gonna put up a poll on X. Are we going to see another tower troop this whole weekend, this whole month, other than Dagger Duchess? And I really don't think so, Juicy. I think there's a higher chance of seeing like competitive Expo, which is actually pretty dominant right now, than we see of Dagger Duchess being anywhere other than on every tower this entire day.
Yeah, I think last month I was talking about how, maybe we'll see a Cannoneer because of like overtime and has higher damages on a graph or whatever. But after playing with it for a month, it's just, no, Dagger Duchess is so overpowered. And the biggest reason is because any counter pushing unit, you don't have to defend it. Dagger Duchess is going to clean it up. But for the Princess Tower, it's like there was so much skill in the game with like micro interactions, because you always had to be careful about overextending. You always had to be very careful about taking a damage from a counter pushing knight or phoenix. And it's like, no, Dagger Duchess is going to clean it up, and you can use even more elixir on offense because of that.
Yeah, it definitely leads to a more aggressive game. As we take a look here at our bracket, Faust, Ta, and Ian77 all staying alive and in the upper bracket, looking to keep their golden run going. And with their backs up against the wall, we have a world champion in Mohamed Light, a world number 2 in Pedro, and Coco, who had a nice showing there against Ian, but Ian was able to take that set. Playing very, very well into the meta, just going into decks that you want to see, decks that he's well versed in, and he did a little bit of what he likes, which is a little bit faster, and he did a little bit of what is necessary right now, which is playing a little bit heavier. And as we get to our 4th matchup of the day, as we finish up our upper round 1, we go to Mugi and Dominik, 2 guys that have had very, very different runs over the last few years at World Finals. Obviously, they were both there together in 2022 as competitors. Mugi was there again in 2023 as a world champion. Dominik was there as a commentator. And as we know, both these guys, very, very talented. Mugi, Juicy, you were talking about at the top of the day before we started the show. I think you just said he just finished 4th on ladder, and he's already, I think, in the top 10 right now this season, early season. He's the only 2-time world champion. What are your thoughts right now on Mugi and his glorious hair?
Yeah, I mean, Mugi, when he's practicing a lot, scares me more than anything else. We saw him finish number 1 in the World Finals last year, and I don't think he practiced much at all. He just has an immense talent for the game. But seeing him on top of the ladder makes me think he's probably playing quite a bit. So I think I would definitely take Mugi at a probably like 70, maybe even 80% chance of winning this game.
And he's got the highlights in the hair with the matching trophy in the back. Gosh, Mugi is just, he's an icon. I know AC is right now just losing it, probably screaming at his screen. But thankfully we don't have to see that on broadcast. Yeah, and I think all jokes aside, when you talk about it, when Mugi is practicing, he is the scariest man on the planet with a phone. Him and Mohamed Light, I could watch them just go head to head forever. I could watch those best of 3s, best of 5s nonstop all day long. And you know, whether or not Mugi is in top fighting form, he has very casually, like you said, got 4th place on ladder and has popped right back into the monthly finals, which there's only 3 players that have been here both months, and that is Ian, Mugi, and Mo. But then the other side of it, Dominik, a guy that, you know, you almost wonder if Dominik's career in Clash Royale has actually better suited him now that he is kind of a commentator professionally and not a pro professionally, because it takes a lot of pressure off of you as a pro. As you know, Juice, you've worn both hats, and honestly, I think you could easily make, I don't know about easily, but I think you could definitely make a top 8 if you really, really were grinding for a month. Any thoughts on wearing both hats as a commentator and a pro, and maybe how that might alleviate some stress for Dominik to succeed in 2024?
Yeah, Dominik's trying a lot of things. He's trying the pro, he's trying commentating a little bit, and he's also grinding content creation at the same time. But I think one thing that we really haven't talked about today is one-tricking Clash Royale. If you don't know what one-tricking is back at home, it's when you really grind one deck and you become a master of it. And Dominik is a master of Lava Hound. Lava Hound, one of the most popular wing conditions in the current meta with the addition of the Void, which is probably why he is here today. He's probably used Lava Void a lot in the qualifiers to make it to this top 8, and I'm sure we're going to see him use more of that as well versus Mugi.
Is that a pickle? Is he dressed up as a pickle right now?
Wait, this is live? Oh, I thought we were still
This is live.
This is live.
Yeah.
He's in the pickle suit. He's not messing around. He's got the Lava Void. He's got the pickle suit. And, yeah, he's ready to make a statement.
A very serious pickle here. Dominik on screen, as you can see, enjoying himself. 80. Holy crap.
What?
Did we get the graphic wrong? Can we run that back in the booth? Big shout out to the production team here who is telling us that that is correct. And it's the power of the pickle, Juicy, as you know, someone who does great cosplay as well.
Yeah, all I can think of there is that he sent everyone in the German Clash Royale community to the polls and said, vote for me right now. I'm wearing a pickle suit. If you don't vote for me, the pickle suit is coming off, and we want to see Dominik win in this pickle suit here. Even though I predicted Mugi was going to win this one.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, Mugi's got the look, but Dominik's got the costume, and yeah, we have a lot of fun here at CRL. But to get back to your point, one tricking is definitely Dominik's kind of go-to with Lava Hound. I think he has to run it, right, Juicy? Like, I think in a best of 3, even if he loses game 1, then he have to run it in game number 2? Or if, based off of what his opponent has maybe used in game 1, if it's too dangerous, does he avoid it? Do you think that Lava Hound, to simplify the question, is a must pull for Dominik in this best of 3? Or do you think it's just too obvious of a play and Mugi will either go for the snipe or will always have cards saved to snipe?
I think that you gotta just play Lava Hound. I mean, we saw Faust in game, in the match number 1 versus Mo, just bring out Roll Giant first play and take a dub, and I would not be surprised to see that here, but it looks like I'm gonna be wrong. And I also do want to mention that the graphic was indeed wrong. It was 85% Mugi. There was just something with the graphics team.
Oh, it was? Okay. All right. I was going to say, that is wild. And then just to let you guys know, we have Dominik at the top of the screen, Mugi at the bottom in gameplay, even if it might look otherwise in terms of camera. So a little bit of a flip-flop there. But the nice thing is their win percentage is the exact same. So that's at least correct. And the other nice thing is that Dominik is running Mortar, which... it's Mortar GY, which is the only version of Mortar that's actually good right now. Should be like Phoenix and Graveyard as those last 2 cards. But coming from a Mortar lover and a Mortar player, Mortar just really isn't it right now, Juice.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that very long sigh when you talked about the Mortar in the current meta there. But I mean, I think the main reason for that is just that Evo Tesla, like I said, is probably the best Evo in the current meta. It's just so strong in defense, and that really takes up the building slot a lot of the time. But we are in duels formatting, so you know it makes sense for Mugi to bring out an Evo Mortar. Maybe we'll use Evo Tesla next game.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for the correction there. Mugi running the Evo Mortar, as I just told everyone at home that they were flopped. I wasn't able to follow the rules myself, but now they're back. So now Dominik's bottom of your screen, Mugi's at the top of your screen, goes with the graphics. Mugi's the one running Mortar, which makes me very happy. And I think that was maybe the only... I don't want to say misstep, because I think that that's like, again, like maybe too aggressive of a term, but I wonder if the Evo Mortar should have kept its HP. I wonder, because it feels like now it's like not super viable. I wonder if it would have been too strong, because like if an Evo Mortar locked on your tower, it was basically game over, which was maybe not the best thing. But also I feel like because it lost its HP, it just isn't super viable anymore.
Yeah, I think maybe you just like Mortar. Anyways, yeah, so we have Dominik here. Speaking of missteps, kind of predicting the Mortar on the left-hand side, but he's still able to defend the right pretty well. I mean, honestly, very impressed with that defense. Actually, a very close game right now. We see Mugi swapping lanes yet again. Evo Tesla is somehow helping a little bit from the right-hand side, though.
Yeah, a good swerve there from Mugi, and I was wondering if he was going to pull the trigger on the GY as soon as that poison came out. But usually if you know you're running Graveyard or running into Graveyard, you'll have a good response. And Dominik thought the skeletons were going to be enough, but the Graveyard piles up. Wow. Dagger Dutch is out of daggers, and just a couple skellies will do so much work. So now Mugi doing an excellent job here with Mortar GY. And obviously I'm very happy about that. Dominik not so happy about that last defense.
Wow, I mean, yeah, I guess the poison on the Evo Skellies there. Maybe Dominik thought that they were going to be able to swarm through the poison, but that is not the case. Evo Skellies did take a first attack speed nerf, a nerf enough to actually make it so that opposing skeletons, regular skeletons, can kill the Evo skeleton before it's able to respawn or swarm. And that is going to be a very nice dub for Mugi to start us off the set.
Yeah, a subtle change to the skeletons, but a pretty massive one when you talk about how quickly they would multiply and how effective they were defensively against things like the Graveyard. So you can see right there, poison comes in, Evo Skellies aren't able to even clean up that first wave of skeletons. Poison cleans off the Evo Skellies, and then Dominik just doesn't really have any elixir in the tank, which is honestly one of the biggest things about why GY is so popular against Dagger Duchess is like literally just like 4 skeletons will do hundreds of damage because of how long it takes for that reset. And Juicy, Evo Mortar working out here. Obviously GY was really more of the factor there, but I still think that Dominik had to spend a good amount of elixir trying to just deal with that Mortar from Mugi. Great stuff here in game 1 from our defending world champion.
Yeah, we see that right here in the replay. Poison have to go down on the Evo Mortar, and it still gets a hit, allowing for lots of damage. And after forcing out so much elixir all the time, the Graveyard put in a lot of work as well. It just seemed like Dominik was constantly defending, and the one time he tried to get on offense, the Graveyard was able to take his tower sub 600 HP.
And when you talk about the cards that are out here, Dominik loses Evo Tesla, which is super popular, Evo Skeletons, which are, you know, they're still pretty good. Mugi on the other side of it, he only loses parts of the equation, right? Like he loses Graveyards, but that's fine. He won with Graveyard. He loses Little Prince, which, you know, makes sense. You know, you're going to want to run that usually in game number 1. Phoenix is kind of the other card that I'm looking at, though. Phoenix showing up everywhere, mainly, again, because of that Dagger Duchess and the resetting of the daggers and the ability to get a second Phoenix on the board. But now it's looking like Mugi might be going Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant, maybe?
Yeah, Giant Skelly Royal Giant, I would say, is probably the most likely option. We know how good Mugi is at Royal Giant. And on the other hand of things, the things that we all know how good Dominik is at Lava Hound as well. And it seems like that is going to be what we have here, a Royal Giant versus Lava Hound matchup. I really like Mugi's choice. No, never mind, he's got a Goblin Giant.
And the Void out defensively, and this is kind of one of the things I love about CR is when you get to see these players using new cards at a competitive level, right? Because when did you use a 3 elixir spell to defend a Goblin Giant in the past? Never, right? That was always the oh crap button, is if you would end up poisoning on defense or arrows, you know, something like that. But as you can see right there, the Void really, really effective against that Goblin Giant all by himself.
Lava in the back. Dominik finally finding a good moment to go for that lava. Mugi does have the Night Witch, Hunter, and the Archers for air defense. So going back to what you said about maybe Mugi always going to try and make sure to have something versus that lava. Maybe that'll give him a solid chance to win this one here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happened, right? Mugi goes, okay, I won game number 1. I don't think Dominik leaves the upper bracket round without playing Lava Hound 1 time. So what do? Well, I have, like you said, Juicy, 3 responses to air that do a great job. The Giant Skeleton, which you can always drop in at the bridge to clean up everything behind. But Dominik's still doing a good job, and that's what happens when you are the best in the world with a certain deck, is you are still able to break through hard matchups. We'll see as time goes on if that Giant Skeleton is going to continue to be a massive problem here for Dominik. And as of right now, looking like it could be.
Oh, I was so close to the void, but the giant skeleton just makes it all the way to the tower. It's going to survive with a few hundred HP, but I mean, on the offense, it's not really breaking through. Nightwitch, the Fisherman, the Down Dutch is doing the best that she can as well. Dominik trying to get another lava push going as quickly as possible, but it's going to be tough to break through this Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter comes down really early on here from Mugi. Does get the first line of defense in, or I should say the second. That second little zap from the Void he's able to protect with the giant skeleton. Then archers come down after the Hunter gets cleaned up off the board. And Dominik's still doing a really good job. And that might be it, Juice. He gets the fireball in. Great fireball from Mugi, a life-saving fireball, but down a lot of elixir as Dominik goes right back on the offense with Lava Hound. And this is exactly what you want to see. One of the best in the world going up against the best in the world with a specific win con.
Yeah. Here comes another Void, but the Night Witch here predicting the Void this time to prevent the Hunter. No, the Night Witch walks out. The Hunter goes down. Skelly drags at the bridge. Mugi does have the fireball back in cycle. He's waiting to make sure to hit it perfectly. But now the Miner is getting damage, forcing the Fish Boy. The zap of the Fish Boy stops the Miner from getting pulled. But this is not Void range yet.
Yeah, Evo Zap plus Void maybe does it. I don't know. I need to learn all of the numbers well. But as you can see, Void comes in down to 82. So Evo Zap will do it. Regular Zap will not. And there it is. And that is why he's the best in the world with Lava Hound. Juicy. He gets through the Hunter. He gets through the Archers. He gets through the Night Witch with some precision Voids in game number 2.
Yeah, the best in the world with Lava Hound. Makes the craziest comeback we've seen today. But his duels formatting, like we've mentioned multiple times, Dominik is not allowed to use Lava Loon again. So he's going to have to find some way, some deck to beat the reigning world champion. And I'm not sure what he's going to be able to pull out there. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Dominik got some great stats here. Our stats guy is going, whoa, dude, all of his data is lava. But Skeleton Dragons is Dominik's most used cards with a 72% win rate with Skelly Drags, which is crazy when he's played them over 150 times. But if you look at his placement with the Skeleton Dragons and the amount of work that they did, they were always causing problems on defense and on offense. They were always alive at the end of pushes, as you saw those fireballs coming in to clean them up. And also the placement was great on defense because not only were they able to help, but you see there, up high every single time to avoid that giant skeleton bomb.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, and we saw it right there. Those Skelly Dragons plus Zap at the bridge just quickly locking onto the Archers. And that is really the play that allowed him that comeback, right? He was down like over 1,000 damage, but he goes for that Skelly Dragons. They're so quick with the splash damage. And it's perfect macro decision there as well. And that's what allowed him to make that happen.
Dominik's can be a pretty intense dude when he's competing, and to see him clapping wearing that pickle outfit, it brings me a lot of joy to see, and I'm very happy that he's wearing it today as we get to a game number 3, a very exciting game number 3. And as you guys can see, we're only in match 4 of 14, so a very, very long and fun day of competitive Clash Royale coming your way as we see Dominik early use that ability, not across the bridge yet, so the Dagger Duchess actually uses all of her daggers on the Fish Boy and then does not get any reflection. So a small misplay by Dominik early on here in game number 3.
Yeah, small misplay indeed. It looks like Mugi's also going to make a bit of a misplay here. Same decision there. Difference is the guards were blocking there, which made it, understandable, I guess. Spell does wear off on the Ghost, so not another piggy going to spawn in. But the Bomber should be able to clean up everything here. And there's the damage advantage already for Mugi. Just because that one misplay from Dominik, you get the perfect timing with that Monk to deflect all the Dagger Duchess shots, which is why he did mess it up. He was trying to get it perfect, but he placed it just a little bit too early.
Yeah, and a very, very big difference already when you talk about the damage. 1970 to 2 untouched towers here for Mugi, who's coming out with Monk, Royal Hogs, and the guards up high here to get on top of that Monk. And the Royal Giant just kind of caught there. Does get a couple shots in, and the Monk not really in the right spot here for Mugi, so a couple shots should come in from that RG.
Here's the counter push, though. We see a Monk ability maybe going to deflect the right side tower Dagger Duchess shots as well. Guards and Ghost and Barbarian Barrel on the defense, but the Piggies are just such a consistent win condition, doing a great job cleaning everything up. And speaking of clean up, look at this Mother Witch spawning Piggies to protect herself and the tower. Mother Witch is just so versatile in that aspect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know that counter push coming across the bridge was not gonna be like too dangerous from Dominik, but the ability to turn the counter push into another counter push of your own with the Mother Witch. And that bomber does not care about that fish boy, locks onto the monk, does get a shot in. And now we see the monk coming out from Mugi. So monk ability not in for Dominik, monk ability in for Mugi, who's able to take out the wizard. And right now, the difference in monk play has been the deciding factor of the game thus far.
I think the biggest thing to mention there, though, is the Evo Tesla. I think that Evo Tesla is stunned the monk at the perfect timing to prevent the ability from even dropping in the first place. So Mugi doing a great job there, and I mean, it's showing very well also. I mean, look at the damage difference here. I like the barb earlier. It's risky, but it's the right play. And here comes the Piggies. Fireball placed in a way so that the monk does not deflect. He stops the pig damage, but he needs a good counter push here.
Yeah. He needs a big push. He needs to get in something. I like that he goes Wizard first instead of Royal Giant right at the bridge. Does need to get the ability off, and there, finally, the ability's off, but as you said, Juicy, not well timed. So as you can see, Dagger Duchess shooting very, very slowly, not getting as much reflective damage. And, you know, for Mugi being one of the best in the world with Royal Giant, he does know how to defend it. Another great use of the ability there. Earthquake in, and now we're just in a spell cycle situation as Log comes down. Dominik does a great job in game number 2 with his win condition of choice. You gotta love to see Dominik play some Lava Hound. Does it really well against Mugi in game 2, but Mugi able to take that set in 3 games as he stays in the upper bracket. And I just saw someone in the chat, Juicy, asking, are these elimination matches or not? Well, they are about to be, as our top 4 have been decided and our bottom 4 have also been decided. If you are in that lower bracket, every single game moving forward is an elimination game, whereas you are safe at the top. Juicy, defending world champion, looking pretty clean today.
Yeah, he played well. His deck picks were on point. That's one thing that we've seen maybe not so great from Mugi in the past, is the deck picks. But I think he's done a pretty good job so far. Even versus the Lava deck, he had a good counter. Lava just played fantastically by Dominik. But, you know, in this match, you mentioned it before, it's just the monk abilities, the monk play was a little bit better, maybe even a lot of it better on Mugi's side of the board. That monk is so important with your ability timing, as well as the way that you place it, especially versus the Dagger Duchess.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Dagger Duchess in every game, right? So already just from that, Monk has a bit of a tip in its favor, right, of being one of the better champions. Then you add in the fact that the Little Prince is going to be in every single set, you know, usually in the first game, definitely in the first 2. As you can see, no Little Prince here in game number 3. It seems more and more like the Monk is kind of the way to go. In terms of like champion of choice behind Little Prince. We've seen more and more of him. We're seeing him on both sides here in game number 3, whether it's the Bomber, the Mother Witch, the Wizard, the Dagger Duchess. Monk does seem to be a very effective card. How do you feel about Mugi's deck here? It feels like kind of an evolution of figuring out what the meta is. You know, the Guard's doing a good job to still clean up the drill, get quick early DPS in on tanks coming across the bridge, but the Monk, the Tesla, and the Royal Hogs, Juicy, any thoughts on those 3 cards specifically?
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Hog Rider's dead. What about Pigs? And that's what Mugi did here right now. The Monk Piggies, very unorthodox deck. It seems like a mix of Hog Earthquake and that Pigs Giant Skeleton Mother Witch deck that used to be in the meta. Throw in Evo Berry and Evo Tesla just for some solid evolutions, and you did quite well. We've been talking a lot about the Monk, but I just gotta say, I think that with more evolutions and more OP tower troops being added to the game, I kind of predicted this to happen. I think the more of those get added, the more the Monk will become more viable within the meta, because it's always able to deflect the evolutions, deflect those tower troops. I mean, here, great example. Wizard and Evil Royal Giant have the ability to get deflected by the Monk. So I think that is a big game changer here.
Yeah, and as we bring AC back to the cast, AC, couple things. First of all, let's talk about Mugi, because I know you want to talk about Mugi. First of all, the hair, right? I mean, I love the highlights. What are your thoughts on the highlights?
Yeah, they were nice. I really enjoyed them. Yeah. The gameplay was good too. But yeah, the start to finish, the man, he knows what he's doing.
I know. And last month, he's just an icon, like truly. But talking about the Monk, talking about the meta, as we are now through our first 4 matches. We're going to take a look here at the bracket in just a moment. But any thoughts on how the meta has evolved throughout the day, AC?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure, really, because, I mean, usually by sets 3 and 4, we're seeing, we're starting to see it start to round out, but because set 4 was Mugi versus Dominik, and Doom is so well known for being a lava player, those decks get kind of weird when you're going up against a player like that. So we still haven't really seen it formulate just yet, but I think we're going to start to see that soon. We're just seeing a lot of Monk, a lot of Wizard, and not a lot of Void, which is pretty shocking to see, in my opinion.
That's a good point that you make, and we'll see if more of that comes out here as we get to our elimination matches. Coming up next, Mohamed Light versus Pedro. Then we're going to go to Coco and Dominik. Those 2 matches will be elimination matches, saying goodbye to 2 of those players as 2 will move on. And then they will await the winners of Faust and Ta, and of course our second upper bracket match between Mugi and Ian, which should be super fun. So let's take a look here at our predictions. I know we've been filling them in on the fly, just like you guys can do. Event.supercell, or why am I having the hardest time with this? Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. I think it's because the other one is esports.clashroyale.com, and I just don't want to get them confused. But you can go to both of the websites. But event.supercell.com is where we can get your guys' predictions in. I hate to see it, but Juicy's in the lead once again, and him and I have the exact same picks moving forward, so no matter what, I will still be down by at least 1. But as you can see, AC has Faust over Ta here in our upper bracket semifinals for an opportunity to tie with Juicy. AC, why are you saying Ta over Faust, or I should say Faust over Ta?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that Todd did wrong. I thought he had a fantastic set, number 1. I am just so mesmerized by Faust's gameplay and just how good the meta is for him in general. I really think the RGs, the RG Monk, just Wizard in general it's used in a lot of beatdown decks like Giant, and I mean, we've seen it with Loon with Ian's deck, although that was a crazy game just overall. Yeah. But yeah, I think right now this is his meta, and I just have to feel so good if I'm Faust. This is really his month right now.
All right, well, we'll get to that in just a moment, but right now it is Mohamed Light versus Pedro. Again, Mohamed Light, world champion back in 2022. Pedro, world number 2 last year in Helsinki, Finland. Guys, you are going to be on the cast for this, so I'm going to just sound off on my thoughts really quickly about Mohamed Light. I did not really love what I saw out of Mo in his first set of the day. I don't know about his deck choices. Now, it could have been a matchup situation in game number 1, because that deck with Little Prince, Firecracker, Tesla, Royal Hogs, Earthquake, I don't think that's a bad deck. I do think that Earthquake is kind of a questionable spell right now, because, you know, Void is just as effective, and maybe even more effective when you talk about taking out pumps and then taking out glass cannons from your opponent. So maybe that should have been a Void instead. But game number 2 is where I was really kind of perplexed. He's going with just an Ice Golem and just a Bomb Tower to tank anything on the ground. Otherwise, it's spells, Snowball and Poison, Graveyard, and then Night Witch and Wizard. So I just thought kind of an odd deck choice from Mohamed Light in his first set of the day. Whereas Pedro on the other side of it, you know, he played things that you kind of expect, right? He played and leaned into the meta just a little bit more. What are your guys' thoughts on Mo's first set's deck picking? Am I off base here?
So I think you're right on the deck picks, and I would even agree with the gameplay. I really think that in that second game especially, his cycle was always messed up. He just could not fix it, and that's just not the Mo that we're used to seeing. But we look at the community predictions, and the community is still backing him. Everyone is still very impressed and knows that Mohamed Light has what it takes to make a lower bracket run, as he always does. Josh, take us into this game number 1 versus Mo and Pedro.
That's right. First round of the lower bracket. One of these players will be sent home, and that's always disappointing when you look at the players that we're seeing right now. Mo Light going against Pedro. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left in the game. Nothing too crazy happening so far. Mo Light just going again with the cycle. Pedro using what we kind of expected to see before the day started. But Mo Light using cycle. How do you feel about him not adjusting and using the heavier decks?
You know, it's interesting. I agree that it's weird. I do think that it makes sense to play with what you're comfortable with. I also do think Princess at the bridge in general is a great thing in the meta right now. So, you know, I think there's some merit to it, but it is a little weird to see less beatdown from Mo right now. And let me elaborate a little bit on the Princess bridge. And it just goes back to the fact that Dagger Duchess is so overpowered and it's so good in the meta. You Princess the bridge, whatever your opponent plays onto that Princess, the Dagger Duchess cleans it up for free. So it does make sense to see that at the very least.
Yeah, we actually have 2 different answers, because as soon as you said that, I was going to say, basically my thought process is I love Princess at the bridge so much in this meta, because so many cards are 3, 4, 5 elixir, and so you immediately have to waste it at the bridge, and then it has to follow. So that's 2 different reasons as to why the Princess at the bridge is so good. So yeah, I guess that's definitely not something that I was thinking of previously, and I really like that point that you said.
Yeah, and then Evo Skeletons to pair with that as well. I mean, look at these Evo Skeletons go crazy. Pedro probably using either Void Arrows or Lightning Arrows in this deck, so Evo Skelly is a great pick here. I also love the fact that Mo saved those Evo Skeletons for the Evo Knight in this matchup. The Evo Skellies are a great counter Evo Knight, and it can be difficult to defend it unless you match that cycle.
And so my favorite thing about watching Mo Light play is he can make a mistake, and then as a commentator, I'm thinking, okay, the reason why he did this is because he knows something that we don't. So he placed a really low Tesla, and the Giant was able to pull, and my immediate reaction is like, oh, that's a mistake. But now I'm thinking, because he's going against Giant, he's going to have to stack multiple Teslas at points. So I wouldn't be shocked if he was doing that on purpose. Right there, Pedro going to be running the Lightning version instead of the Void version. I like using non-Void cards right now. I like the Lightning version, I have to say.
Yeah, the Lightning version definitely, I mean, even could be slightly better than the Void version, especially in the competitive meta that we have here. Another thing I want to mention once again, that this is the first time we have seen a big spell drop, and we still have not seen Mohamed Light use his main win condition. The Princess at the bridge is the main damage here. It's just very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, he's doing such a great job of getting that chip and just applying pressure, not allowing Pedro to set up the pushes that he wants to do. Pedro right now finally has a giant push, but again, Mo Light has placed so many different troops at the bridge that he really can't set up anything all that great. And can he protect his princess in time? He will. That's going to force out just more responses, and he is doing a beautiful job. I think it's Sir Tag CR who says the Princess Protection Program right there. That's exactly what Mo Light is doing. A great game so far from him.
And I gotta mention again, I love casting with you because we both just nerd out on the game together. But once again, we see a bunch of lightning value here. And like you said earlier, to the naked eye, that's a big mistake. But he's baiting out the lightning so that he can cycle back to Tesla and then have a defense where he doesn't have to worry about the lightning at all. And it makes it look very easy here.
Yeah, and right here, 22 seconds left. I mean, 900 HP separating the two players. He's going to have to think of something, but I just don't think it's going to matter. This is not an easy matchup. I don't care how it looks to the viewer's eyes. This is not easy from him, and he is just controlling the board the entire game. Pedro looking a little bit disgusted, and for good reason. That was a gorgeous game from Mo, and he's going to take a game number one just like that. How are you going to go against a player who's running minor poison and he doesn't minor until 2 seconds left? Like that is unheard of. I've never seen that before.
That's why I was laughing, bro. He played his first mine of that game with 3 seconds left. He had perfect defense. He controlled the map with the princess. Do you arrows the princess or do you arrows the Evo skeletons? That's your choice. Either way, you lose. He controlled it. He made the damage happen, and good game. I mean, what else is there to say?
I mean, and what do you even do if you're Pedro? Because he tried a million different things. Earlier on in the day, I was talking, and I forgot who was playing, but he was running Fisherman, and I was like, oh, he's controlling the board with Fisherman. That's fantastic. And Pedro was trying to do that. He was using the Fisherman in the middle. He was pulling Princess. He has Giant in front, and then he has a second Giant, and it just didn't matter. Mo always had a response, and he always, I mean, it's just, as soon as he saw Princess in his hand, he was placing it on the board, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do in these kind of matchups.
Yeah, well, like, once again, it's do you arrows the Evo skeletons or the princess? He seemed to always have those skellies back in cycle, and I mean, the choice is clear. You have to arrows the Evo skeletons or else they will destroy everything. So then the princess is just always getting value, and this is the Mohamed Light that we are used to seeing. That first round is, once again, probably just the nerves. Yeah, I mean, he's mentioned that before. He loses the first round. He didn't have great deck picks. He didn't play the best. But now he's got a fantastic deck pick, and this might be the best gameplay that we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is by far the cleanest match overall that we've witnessed. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's topped later in the day. But I would be shocked if it was by anybody other than Mo Light. We are just so used to his consistent spectacular gameplay. You were talking about it before, when the show was starting, that he predicts 6 moves in the future against you. And really, when I was hearing that, I was like, oh man, Juicy, that means you played it right. Because if he's able to predict that, he's like, oh, my opponent's probably thinking, okay, blah, 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 this is the perfect move. So really, that just has to feel good that you got predicted so many times.
Wow, I never thought about that. That is like one of the best compliments I've ever had of losing a game. But yeah, I mean, and it just goes to show why the community predictions that were the way they were too, right? I mean, I think Mohamed Light is the only player in the entire world that could literally lose like 0-2, have bad deck picks, didn't play very great, and then still have the community predict 87%, I think it was, of him winning the next match. Like I said last month, I am honestly convinced at this point that Mohamed Light loses the first round on purpose just to show off more in the lower bracket.
And it works. He gets us excited every time. So I love that he does that. It's a joy to watch. Thank you, Mo. And as we head into game number 2, Pedro going to be running Valk, Inferno Dragon. We could be seeing Lava potentially. Lava is really good in the meta. And I don't really know what else it would be. I guess it could be Mortar. That would be my guess right now. This is interesting. And this is a lot of chip damage. I mean, Mo Light could already have this game pretty much locked up just because we know Mo Light. He's not going to mess up a defense. This is an impossible situation for Pedro right now. I would feel terrible if I was him.
Okay, you were right about the mortar. Okay, wait, Goblin's the middle. He gets the perfect timing. He gets the King Dart Evasion. You can see Pedro touch his forehead there a little bit. I mean, if I was right about Pedro having Graveyard here, this game is over, like you said. I mean, Mohamed Light got the damage lead at the beginning with the Monk ability just being so strong. And now he's got the King Tower activated with the Goblins perfectly timed. One of the most difficult timings in the game. And if Pedro is using Graveyard, there's no chance of breaking through with the King.
Yeah, this is just brutal to watch, and really, this is something to look at. I'm pretty sure Pedro got swept in his round, in his first round, so I think this is 2 sweeps, 0-2-0-2, if he's not able to make a comeback here.
Mortar to the bridge yet again from Mohamed Light. Goblin surround on the row of ghosts to make sure the splash damage is not hitting every goblin. Defensive mortar here does actually hit the Evo Firecracker. If this Evo Fire gets a shot, it is going to hit the left side tower, though. And now the tower is nearing and now below 1,000 HP.
Yeah, and of course it gets that last shot. Everything going wrong from Pedro. And I mean, really, what is there to even talk about at this point? I mean, Pedro, how do you win this at this point is my guess. I mean, try and win the bridge battle, and get a mortar is his guess, but the defensive mortar coming out from Mo Light, this is clean and exactly what you need to do if you're Mo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit anticlimactic, but I mean, this gameplay for Mo is just perfect, and it is tough to break through. I mean, look at the Monk ability once again, deflecting the Evo back to the Evo, taking out the mortar. Inferno Dragon not really getting there. And Pedro, definitely one of the best mortar players in the world. He knows how to continue to apply pressure here, but Mohamed Light's defense is unmatched.
And right there, able to pop the ability in time, and perfect timing, actually. So really like what he did there. We could see some potential go in, and Mo Light finally forced to go in on offense. Good arrows value to take out the mortar and get a little bit of chip. But, I mean, Pedro doing everything we could possibly ask for him. And you know he has to be so frustrated that he gave up so much damage, because he's putting on a clinic in these final couple minutes of this game.
Honestly, you're so right. He's really tried everything to make this comeback, and he's going to continue to try, as Mohamed Light doesn't have a big spell to finish this one out entirely. But at this point, really, he's just hoping for a massive Inferno Dragon lock on tower. But I don't see Mo allowing that to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see a snowball on top of the firecracker plus the mortar. This is good potential for chip. If the mortar doesn't target the goblins, we could see something. And yeah, now that we're in triple elixir, we're going to see just cycle on top of the tower, and it's going to be hard to stop, especially if that goblin gets a shot. It doesn't. Okay, there's still potential for him to be able to come out with the victory, as crazy as it sounds.
Yeah, the one thing, though, that we mentioned earlier is just that the King Tower's activated. If that King Tower wasn't activated, I dare say that Pedro would have won that game. I mean, imagine those Graveyard Skeletons at the end on the last 2 or 3 Graveyards with the Dagger Duchess out of daggers. You know, I mean, the King Tower not there, those Skeletons are doing hundreds, if not thousands of damage. But that early King Tower activation with the perfect Goblin timing is what won Mo this game.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it makes me wonder what this matchup percentage actually is, because if he doesn't get that King Tower activation, if he doesn't get all that chip damage early on because of recognition of cycle and everything like that, I mean, are we looking at like a 90-10 or something against any normal player?
Like, I think you're right. I mean, look, he's got Goblins and Valkyrie for the Goblin Drill. He has Inferno Dragon, best Monk counter in the game. He doesn't have a explicit counter for the Firecracker, but he even has Mortar for Mortar. I think that Pedro, 90-10, or at the very least like an 80-20 matchup. But Mo, early aggression, the Mohamed Light effect, making Pedro kind of make a mistake here, playing the middle Mortar. The Goblins, King Tower activated. I mean, he made it look easy. He made it look like it was 90-10 for his favor.
Yeah, just a stellar set overall for Mo Light. I mean, he's got to be feeling the momentum at this point. Let's take a quick look at deck number 2. That's going to be the game we just saw. And yeah, I mean, Valk, Mortar Graveyard going against Mortar Drill. No Void, no big spell.
I mean, Poison. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, this is just, just early win for Mo Light, and then he was able to clean up everything nicely. So Pedro is going to get knocked out 0-2 in round number 1, 0-2 in round number 2. I mean, he's obviously going against some of the best players in the world. All these players making it to the top 8 is no small feat, but he definitely has to be disappointed in his day today. But I mean, we're going to see him back. It really is not the right meta for Pedro. Pedro is easily one of the best players in the world with Mortar, with Quick Cycle, everything like that. And right now, it really does seem to favor the beatdowns, the Wizards, all those. And it just looks like Pedro really wasn't ready for this monthly finals.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dominik make this monthly finals because of Lava Void. He's very good with it. But on the other hand, like you said, Minor Poison is Pedro's favorite deck of all time. He's arguably the best Mortar Minor Poison deck or player of all time. But Minor is completely useless versus a Dagger Duchess. Before with the Princess Tower or even the Cannoneer, you can send a Minor whenever you want, force out a response from your opponent, and have a chance to get some solid damage. Versus Dagger Duchess, if it's a full Dagger Duchess, it's literally like 1, maybe 2 Minor shots. So, I mean, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, just a snowball can like fully counter it. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and what we've seen so far today. We are now going to be in round number 6, 14 total rounds with the potential for a 15th. So still a lot of Clash to go today. Let's see, our next matchup is going to be Coco against Dominik. That's going to be an exciting matchup. The upper semis is going to be Faust and Ian77 Mugi. I mean, I forgot to mention at the top of the show, this is a stacked top 8. This is one of the most stacked lineups that I have seen probably ever in all of these monthly finals so far over the past 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it is. I mean, none of these players are anything to scoff at. I mean, Coco is really the only player that is just not like massively respected inside the community, and obviously he's very talented. He was able to get one win off of Ian. So this is just a joy to watch today. Very happy with all these players. And this game number 6, Coco, Dominik. This is going to be a fun one. What did you see out of Coco from round number 1 that would give you hope for him to be able to pull off a victory against Dominik?
Honestly, that's a great question, and my answer is probably just a very solid performance. I mean, just the consistency all around. You know, Dominik, we see him with the Lava Hound win versus a tough match and make a crazy comeback. The 2 other matches kind of got dominated versus Mugi. Coco, on the other hand, he doesn't have that one trick deck that he's really relying on. He's just solid across the board, and I can see him maybe doing a very similar thing versus Dominik here. I think that Dominik will probably win the set that he brings out the Lava Hound, but in the other 2 matches, I think that Coco has a solid chance to maybe outplay with just really consistent interactions.
Yeah, from game number 1, Coco against Ian, it was the Night Graveyard Tesla. That was Coco's deck. Ian was running the Bomber Drill Ice Golem. And really, Coco played a fantastic game. Ian multiple times was trying to bridge Bomber and get the tower, and Coco was there for responses. He only made one mistake at the very end where he was trying to block a bridge Evo Bomber, and Ian didn't have the Bomber in cycle. That was his lone mistake, and that's actually what cost him the game. Other than that, he played a fantastic match. Dominik on the other side, obviously best lava player in the world. I mean, he took off the pickle suit to the dismay of literally everybody in the world. You know, I would actually feel pretty good if I am Coco. And on the other side, Dominik, like, he showed why he's the greatest of all time with lava. He just needs to prove it with 1 or 2 other decks, and we're going to see if he can pull that off in this set. Here we go. Game number 1, Coco against Dominik.
Dominik dropping the Evo Zap first play. I already know that's Lava Hound. He drops in the back next. Perfect cycle right now. You get the Evo Zap in cycle very quickly. You get a Lava Hound in the back. Coco, on the other hand, has a Ghost and an Electro Dragon, and with some Evo Skeletons, avoid immediately dropping down on this Electro Dragon.
And so Zap will be able to take it out. He's going to be 2 away, or the second card is going to be there for him. And Coco going to have a decent amount of responses, but none of them are really that good, especially with this miner helping out. I mean, Coco is in big trouble. This is a great push from Doom. And I mean, this is the type of deck that doesn't have a big spell like a Fireball or anything. Yeah, that's going to be towered down. Dominik, beautiful opening push.
And this is why I'm just really not a big fan of Void. I talked about at the beginning of the cast, and you, instead of placing a pump or cycling to a pump and then placing the pump and then defending to get a positive trade, to get a positive elixir trade, to get that advantage, all you do is Lava in the back or Giant in the back, drop a Void on a 5 elixir Electro Dragon, get a positive trade, take it out, and then Coco really can't do much at all. I mean, Dominik really just winning here because of a good starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to help tremendously for him. And my thought process is, would you like to see the Void just get... I mean, I can't tell if this would just make it unplayable or something, but let's say the Void just had a 0.3 second delay or something, longer than the delay is right now. Do you think that would be healthy for the game if we saw that?
I think it'd be healthy for the game, but I'm also down to nerf into the ground.
Okay.
No, I mean, kind of kidding, not really, but I think the Void is a spell that is very similar to the Mirror, right? I think that maybe the Mirror and the Void shouldn't exactly be in the game.
Wow.
They are. They're not going to go anywhere. But in similar fashion, they're either going to be a card that's really overpowered or really bad. I think that there's not really a big in-between with both of these spells.
Yeah, agreed right there. As we are finishing up game number 1, it's looking like this is going to be game over. We could see a Lava Pocket if he wants to finish off the game that way, or just more defense, which is probably going to be the avenue that Doom chooses. Miner up high, Barbs down low, and this is going to be game over. A perfect game number 1 where all he does is Lava first play and then defend out, and sometimes that's how you have to play Lava, just Lava first play.
Lava first play, followed by some pretty solid defense. Dominik doing Dominik things. I mean, we talked about the power of the Lava and the Void and all that, but honestly, if you're Coco, you have to expect that, right? I mean, we have to think about, the mistake of Coco of heading into a match where you're using Electro Dragon when you know your opponent could be using Void, and not using a Poison or a Fireball when you know your opponent could be using Skeleton Dragons and Barbarians. So, Dominik, nothing, against him at all. He played fantastically. He did what he needed to do to win the game. And Coco, not ready with the right deck pick here.
See, one thing that I do want to give a huge shout out to Dominik for is that Lava is one of the only one-trick decks that you could possibly use where it's kind of easy to hard counter it. If you're running, let's say some sort of, minor Loon Bomb Tower deck, and you just swap Inferno Tower for Bomb Tower, like you can just hard counter Lava now. So it is really impressive that he's using this Lava Night Witch variation, which he clearly has practice with, because otherwise he could set himself up for disasters where everybody's just running Inferno Tower or something like that, but he is going out of his way to protect himself against those matchups, and that's why he's 2-0 with Lava today. I love that he's using a Lava Night Witch instead of Lava Loon.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that Night Witch has really came back in the meta with Giant a lot that we've seen with the Dagger Duchess meta, just because all those bats spawning in for free. It's like a bat factory. I mean, think about it. The Night Witch is really just a mini P.E.K.K.A. that spawns free bats. And when you have a tower troop that has a limited amount of ammunition, if you will, I mean, it plays a big factor. It gets a lot of value paired with almost any big tank.
Yeah, I mean, it is insane how often I have either lost or won games because my Dagger Duchess was half filled with daggers and my opponent went Bridge Night Witch, and I just couldn't stop it because I didn't have the right spells, I didn't have something in cycle. So it really is a beautiful card at this point because just against the Dagger Duchess, it works well, for sure.
Yeah, speaking of decks that work well versus Dagger Duchess, we have a Dominik here with a Giant Graveyard. A very solid pick here, going against Coco using a minor Poison deck. Very interesting. I guess he can't use Drill, though, because he just used it last game. So it's putting Coco in a pretty difficult situation here.
So the correct placement for Graveyard, we saw Dominik play the OG Graveyard placement. Do you know the correct Graveyard placement at this point, where it's like kind of 2 tiles up and 1 to the side or something like that?
Yeah, so usually you want to place it like from the normal placement, you want a little bit more centralized on the tower, and usually want to place it 1 up so that it's kind of like when you play a miner in the back of the tower when you have a counter pushing unit, so that it kind of separates the Graveyard from the Giant to make it difficult to defend. The reason why Dominik did go for the OG Graveyard placement, like you said, with 1 side of the Graveyard directly on the tower, is because Coco is most likely to be using Poison here. And this way, if the Poison does drop onto the Graveyard, there is a higher chance for Skeleton to spawn directly on the tower to give value.
I see, that makes sense. Okay, and right there, Dominik taking the lead right there, but Coco doing a great job on defense, almost into OT, just 25 seconds away, and this bowler is going to be able to clean up everything nicely right there. And again, Dominik just going in with the aggressive giant at the bridge graveyard. And I mean, it's nice. If you do giant graveyard every time like that, bats are always going to be able to clean up everything with ease. And right there we saw it, bats clean up the miner and get him more value on offense. This is kind of scary, but it looks like Coco's going to defend it perfectly. We need to see him pop the ability, and there we go. Beautiful ability poppage with the Archer Queen.
Yeah, I feel like this is a matchup where if we saw Mohamed Light or maybe Mugi on the Coco side of things, that we might see some crazy outplays and we might see them win the game. But, you know, Coco maybe just not quite at that, you know, super SSS tier. And it's showing here. I mean, giant graveyard over and over and over again at the bridge, from Dominik, and it's just slowly chipping him down.
Yeah, right there, uses the poison on offense. He should cycle back quickly enough where he can poison on defense. But the question is, like, you're still giving up 200, 300, 400 chip damage every single time you do that. So do you try and avoid that and just place troops? It looks like that's the way he's going to choose to go. But I mean, even just a lone snowball can allow Dominik to get 400, 500, 600 chip damage. So he's going to have to make sure he swaps his defenses pretty much every single time. And if he doesn't, Dominik is going to be able to run away with it.
Here comes another spam at the bridge here with the miner. You have to make sure that Dagger Duchess is out of daggers before you go for the miner. But an arrow snowball on defense cleans everything up. We are heading into triple elixir here. Really, this is anyone's game, you know. But here comes a double giant graveyard at the bridge. That is a wild push. But the Elo Tesla cycle might be what he needs to be able to defend.
And right there, Snowball plus Arrow is going to clean up mostly everything, but the Little Prince is actually fairly healthy. And the second Giant almost going to make it to the tower, but not quite. Dominik cycling the archers. Snowball on top of the tower. I mean, just the constant aggression. It's forcing Coco to play defense instead of offense.
And that Little Prince dies, and the Daggers out of daggers. Larry's are going to clean up one last minor poison out of desperation, but it is simply not enough. Coco, a little bit upset here, but, you know, I'm sure we will see him again. Dominik, very happy about this win.
Yeah, very animated. Maybe telling his coach that he's primed and ready to put the pickle suit back on.
What is he saying? We need a professional lip reader in here that also speaks German. Oh my gosh, what is? We need a mic on this man.
Or Dominik is a fun player to be a fan of, and very impressive performance right there with the 2-0. He just has to feel so good. His lava gameplay always going to be spectacular, but he was finally able to prove it. The Giant Graveyard is one of those decks where if you're really trying to snipe lava, it forces you into a weird spot where one or two of your cards are going to be kind of odd and a little bit off. And now that he's shown that players have to be scared of the Giant Graveyard, it's just going to be one more thing that players are worried about, and it's spelling a good monthly finals for him now that he was able to get a win with something other than lava.
I also want to mention the fact that Giant Graveyard is actually very, very close, or probably I would say the closest deck to Lava Balloon that there is in the game. It's, you know, instead of Lava Balloon, it's Giant with a Graveyard, and you use your spells in similar fashion, trying to clean up the opposing defense to break through. And then on your defense, you're really just relying on a couple important cards like the Bowler and an Archer Queen as compared to... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Heck yeah. All right, Dominik, I see you, bro. Let's keep it. Now I'm rooting for him, I'm not gonna lie. I did pick him in this prediction, but I hope he continues to go further.
Yeah, fantastic game. And Coco, nothing to hang his head about. He had a very solid day. He was able to pick up a victory or two. You were talking about it, where it doesn't feel like it feels like he's a tier A player with Miner, and Miner is already so rough in this meta that you have to do everything right. We saw it with Mo's gameplay earlier in the previous set, where he didn't run Miner one time. He found a different way to win. And it doesn't feel like Coco, based off that gameplay, is really at that point where we would expect him to find another way to win. And that's something that he's either going to have to figure out in the future months, or he's just not going to be able to use that deck, which is not a problem. Miner is just really bad right now. It struggles so much against so much of the meta at this point.
Yeah, and then it just goes back to that Dagger Duchess once again. I mean, you can never go for a miner on its own. You always need a tank for it. You always need a support unit to go with it. But it's kind of difficult to make that happen, especially when you're constantly having to defend these giants in these graveyards. You're constantly being blocked at the bridge with the bowler as well. That's going to be it for this match. Let's go ahead and maybe check out Andrew here and have his thoughts on what we've just seen.
I know that look from Dominik. Every now and then I'll throw a piece of trash in the trash can from across the room and I'm like, I need to lace back up. I need to get back on the basketball courts. That's exactly what we just saw from Dom. He's like, I still got it. I'm still a CRL competitor. I love the attitude. Excited to see him continue on. And also, I got to say, man, that set, Mo versus Pedro, bottom of your screen there, guys, that match was just absolute poetry in motion when you talk about Clash Royale. I mean, from the perfect bait pick with the last second miner to the early King Tower activation against GY, all things were just so good for Mohamed Light. So as you guys were saying on the cast, it looks like Momo's back in fighting form in the lower bracket. Like always, Dominik gets the 2-0 over Coco, which I agree with you guys. And there's nothing wrong with being in that position, right? There's nothing wrong with being in the position of the guy that has a massive potential for the future, right? Because we've talked about so many players, including Mohamed Light back in the day. We were talking about him. I think he was on Kicks. They're like, oh yeah, we've heard about this guy, Mohamed Light. He's supposed to be pretty good. And then we've seen what that's become. So if that's where Coco is, you know, not a bad place to be. Faust and Ta, Ian and Mugi are the next two matches here as we're staying in the, or going back to the upper bracket, I should say. All these players, these four competitors, have a life to give. And just getting note here, guys, from our producers, Ta versus Faust. So the first thing is that Big Daddy Rich Slayton popped in the chat really quick to let us know that Faust has played, or excuse me, Ta has played 1,536 friendly matches in the last 2 months. 1536. And then on the other side of it, when you talk about dedication, our producer let us know that Faust had a flight to catch today for vacation. So he was like, well, I want to play in CRL. I got to catch this flight. So he showed up to the airport 6 hours early and is playing on airport Wi-Fi, which is why we didn't have him on camera. I don't know if we're going to have him on camera moving forward. But you talk about dedication to the craft. Boys, what is the weirdest place you have played a competitive game of Clash Royale? Competitive, not just for fun, but competitive.
Okay. So this is when, so it was semi-pro scene that I was playing. I was either 17 or 18, and my tennis team, we had a practice, but it was raining, so we were just having meetings inside. And then I stepped out. I would step out to go to the bathroom every 15 minutes and then play at my school bathroom. And I did that like 4 or 5 times, and the coach talked to me after the practice and was asking if everything was good. So I guess that's probably the weirdest place I've played. Yeah, that's my final answer. In the school bathroom multiple times, and it made my coach worried about me.
You're like, I dropped 300 I mean, my stomach hurts real bad, coach. Juicy, do you have anything that can top that? Because we have AC playing in the bathroom. We got Faust playing in the airport. We have Samuel Basoto playing at a wedding. What do you got?
So when I was like 14 or maybe early 15, before I was even known in the Clash Royale scene, or like the tournament that really put me on the map was like the Reddit 100K subscriber celebration tournament. I got like second in it. And I was actually in the car, we were driving, and I was literally like, Dad, I got this tournament, there's an important match coming up, I need you to pull over. So we pulled over, I think, at a rest stop, and I had 4G or something, and because I didn't want to lag out.
I was gonna say playing on the move is dangerous. At least AC knew that toilet Wi-Fi was working. But playing on the move can be rough. Ta, 58% here over Faust at 42%. Very, very close here, which does feel fitting. I mean, honestly, when I was picking between these two for our predictions, I really wasn't sure which way to go. And when you talk about their first matches out, both of them having a lot of success. Faust came out in game number 1 against Mo. He goes RG, Monk, Wizard with Rage, and Fireball does a really, really good job against Mo Light's Piggies in game 1. Then he goes to game number 2, and he's able to take out that interesting GY deck with Wizard and Night Witch, where he's playing his own graveyard deck with Giant Skeleton and Dark Prince. I think the only Giant Skeleton we've seen so far today. Maybe we saw one other one, actually. And then on the other side of it, we had Ta going up against Pedro. Game number 1 runs Monk, Drill with Tesla. Game number 2 goes Giant Little Prince with Void. So both of them loving a little bit of beatdown, both of them loving the Monk. Really excited here to see what's going to happen. I can't remember your guys' predictions, but AC, you said, I think you had Faust in this one, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I mean,
what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, Faust, I mean, one thing you have to look at, even though, yes, Mo Light is never able to get off to a fast start, it seems, it is a massive confidence booster to be able to pull off a 2-0 sweep against Mo. And overall, RG, Fireball, Rage, love that for game number 1. Second game, Giant Skeleton, Dark Prince, Graveyard. It felt like early on he recognized how to play the matchup and just played a perfect game. So I just loved what I saw from game number 1, and I think it's his meta. I think this is Faust's meta, and he needs to do something here, and I think he can pull it off.
Yeah, well, Faust had really great decks picked in that first set. Looks like Ta is going to be going to Graveyard as Faust is going to the Skies here. And this is an interesting matchup for Ta because depending on what he has to take care of this little Prince, if it's the Void plus the Miner, I mean, it's really hard to protect that little Prince enough. And then so you talk about, well, now I have to protect the little Prince and I need to have the Phoenix. So it's like I always need to have the Phoenix and the little Prince to defend. And as you can see, still takes a lot of damage, down by about 600 HP, not really up in Elixir. And Faust has to be feeling pretty good about that first exchange.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing with Mortar is that even when you're able to just get solid defenses and get, you know, one of these baby counter pushes, it just feels like you can't really build on it because you have the Phoenix crossing the bridge and then maybe you can get a Knight in as well, but your opponent can always defend with just a Mega Minion. So we're seeing a lot of Mortar, and I mean, is it having any success? It feels like Mortar is just never the move in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's won one of the games, and I think that was Mugi, and I know a lot of it had to do with, you know, being able to change lanes on a dime with that Mortar, but also it's the GY, right? The Graveyard was really the X factor in that game, and it's going to be the X factor in this one as well. But the biggest thing here is how is Ta going to be able to defend? Because also with the other thing with Mortar is you were able to create such a massive offensive presence with the opposite laner in the same lane. You'd be able to bait stuff out, but it just doesn't look like Mortar's being used the exact same way, but you know, maybe not. Maybe we see right here, Mortar does lock on that left-hand tower. It is an Evo Mortar, so that's going to be tower down, as it looks like Faust is just looking to sack that tower to make this a 2-tower game, which is actually a lot to do. He's still got 700 HP remaining, 35 seconds, and not a great way to get back on offense and not do spell damage. So Ta actually looks like he might be able to take this one relatively easily, which is kind of surprising considering how well Faust did with his very first push, AC. It felt like he did the first push and then didn't really have anything else afterwards.
Yeah, and one thing I have to point out is that I think that's just a really bad lava. Maybe I'm incorrect and maybe he will be able to get it off in time, but it just feels like he played that way too low. And yeah. I mean, he's not, and he's going to be able to clean it up fairly easily, so we probably would have seen a victory regardless. But I do not think with 28 seconds left, you just cannot lava in the back. You don't have enough time to make a push.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, Ta's a much better player than I am, but I just feel like when you have the Miner and the Void, it's a lot easier to get on top of the Little Prince. And then with the Phoenix being played up high, which is usually what happens, is one is played low and one is played high when you're defending against these lava pushes, because with Dagger Duchess, you always have to help damage on top of that Lava Hound because it just lasts forever if you don't. Usually the Skeleton Dragons or the Mega Minion can kind of come in and clean up that Phoenix. I don't know, it felt like Faust had one really good offense pushed together with that Lava Hound, and then it felt like he was playing out of sorts and uncomfortably for the rest of it. You know, I think that maybe he committed too much elixir early on to defending the regular mortars and then committed 0 to defending the Evo mortar. And I also think, like you said, and also you've been playing, I think, more Lava Hound over the last couple seasons, AC. I felt like this late lava with only 30 seconds remaining and a tower down, really surprising.
Yeah, overall, one thing that I kind of forgot to mention, and it's been kind of hard to recognize because we've really only seen Lava played from Doom, is Lava, as simple as it is overall as a playstyle, it's kind of a difficult deck to play well. You do have to recognize, okay, my opponent's going to be able to have Mortar and Cycle. I can't stop that, so I have to go opposite lane. There's a lot of things that you have to think about to play it perfectly. And Faust, I mean, even though, again, I really think Todd would have been able to defend, he has a quick cycle with a Little Prince, Phoenix. He always did a great job of putting the Little Prince low and protecting it with the Goblins. But there was a few tiny errors where if you kind of just told me the overview and kind of explained that Todd was making those plays, it just felt like Faust wasn't making enough plays to set himself up for success. I think Todd did a great job, and I loved his Goblins gameplay. The Goblins always protected the Little Prince and always gave him an out for defense.
Yeah, and it's not lost on me that this is actually, you know, a good matchup for Ta. I just felt like when we saw Faust put together that one push, that it showed kind of the chinks in the armor or the chinks in the chain for this deck defending against Lava Hound. But, you know, the barbs weren't really a factor at all, and Faust did just look a little bit uncomfortable. The other thing, though, to give Ta credit where credit's due, is he has an 83% win rate with that deck at CRL. So doing a really, really good job with that Mortar GY deck, which again is pretty much the only Mortar deck that is viable at the moment. And now Ta going to Valkyrie, which we've seen Valkyrie a couple times today. Valkyrie plus Bowler, maybe looking at Balloon.
Yeah, we could see Balloon from him. Faust on the other end going to be running Giant Graveyard, which we've seen quite a bit. And I really like that players have recognized that. And Ta going to bring back E-Giant. First player to use E-Giant today, I believe. And yeah, I mean, I love that for Ta. He's one of the best with it.
Yeah, E-Giant's really interesting right now. It does feel like Dagger Duchess, like, counters and doesn't counter E-Giant all at the same time, right? Like, obviously E-Giant a little squishy, as you saw all those daggers coming out doing good work, but also on that same vein, is if that Dagger Duchess is ever out of those arrows and the E-Giant is relatively healthy, it is a lot to deal with. I'm excited to hear what Juicy has to say about this when we get him back after, you know, the next match, because he is such an E-Giant player. I know that he doesn't feel E-Giant is quite strong in the meta, but it's definitely back in the meta.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. It does seem to be pretty solid overall. And one thing I want to say is to whoever's running the replays, if we could get the 1 minute and 50-second timestamp right there, Ta placed a Valk on top of the Bowler, and the Bowler pushed the Valk into the Little Prince, and Ta like immediately started shaking his head as like I just did this incredible play. It was such a small play, but it was so brilliantly done by Ta right there.
All right, well, excited to see if we can get that on the replay, because I would love to see exactly what you're talking about. I'm sure the people would at home. And Ta also very happy with that clean defense. The Evo Valkyrie pulls the Giant in, helps with the skeletons, gets the Baby Dragon behind NATO to clean up those archers, and that's a great block here from the Baby Dragon. Bat's not completely taken out from that Evo Valk, but the Baby Dragon does reset, and all things going right for Ta right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty simple defense as well. The Baby Dragon plus the Bull are going to clean up everything nicely. We're seeing 200, 300, 400, 500. I mean, we're 500 chip damage, but he's going to have a nice little counter push. He can maybe NATO this up if he wants to. Just Ta putting on a clinic right now on how you want to play this matchup.
And I love the Baby Dragon pick. Baby Dragon, a really annoying card to deal with right now in the meta. I feel like Void isn't a great option for it. It's hard to get your units on top of the Baby Dragon. You know, there's usually, I mean, I guess Phoenix is probably the one card that we see regularly in the meta that counters Baby Dragon. But for the most part, we're not seeing a lot of great counters to Baby Dragon. So I actually really like the pull here with that here in this E-Giant deck. And again, should be a pretty nice defense. He's going to sacrifice a little bit of damage, ends up having to use the Tornado as well, and then gives arrows value. So not a bad exchange for Faust, who's down by about 800 HP, and then add on a little bit more with the lightning. Wow. And the Valkyrie gets to tower. That's it.
That's gonna be game. Ta gonna take game number 2, and a beautiful sweep from him. I mean, he did all the little things right, especially in that final interaction. He gets a lightning down just like that. I mean, the little prince comes down, and boom, lightning comes down as well, gonna allow the Valk to get to the tower. I mean, there were so many small, little, tiny things that Ta did in that match to set himself up for that victory. That was spectacular. That was just micro gameplay, just to the best you could possibly do it.
And what I love too is his graveyard defenses, right? He's got a deck here that doesn't have poison, right? Doesn't have archers, but it's got a lot of great ways to clean up that graveyard that always turn into big counter pushes, right? If you're using the Valkyrie or the Bowler and the Baby Dragon every single time to clean up those graveyards, you are always going to have a substantial counter push. And AC, is this... No, this is not what you were talking about. I think what you were talking about was a little bit earlier on that happened on the left side of the screen. This was shortly afterwards when you talked about the Evo Valkyrie really showing her value in cleaning up that giant, cleaning up those skeletons. And then the Baby Dragon. The Baby Dragon, you know, right there tanks for the bomber to get a shot in. But the Baby Dragon in general was super frustrating for Faust to deal with. I mean, you've got to drop bats right on top of the Baby Dragon, which we saw get reset at one point, and the Baby Dragon took out the bats and then got back on the tower, so it ends up being a negative trade and tower damage. The archers you never want to drop on top of a Baby Dragon. Same with the Little Prince. None of your options to drop directly on top of that Baby Dragon are going to be very, very effective. And then you talk about the tankiness of the Bowler, the Valk, and the Baby Dragon. That Dagger Duchess is always thirsting for more ammunition.
Yeah, I mean, even the plays that Ta wasn't pulling off himself, like that Evo Valk, that was such a crazy interaction where it hits the tower and then it doesn't take out the Evo bats or the bats that were played on defense, but it does adjust them so that way it pushed the Baby Dragon off the tower and re-targeted onto the bats. Like that, just everything went right for Ta right there. Everything went wrong for Faust. But, I mean, still, like, the fact that he's playing at the airport, like, so many things are going wrong for him. The fact that he's even made it this far is just so impressive from him.
Yeah. I mean, again, I love the dedication to getting to a flight that early on to go play Clash in the airport. Remember, you guys can get in on all the action no matter where you are. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Get in all your predictions if you haven't already. You can win rewards, and you could be like, I believe, Juicy, who is still in first place so far on the day and on the year, because I think he won last month. So something that we're going to have to fix very quickly, AC, in these next handful of matches. But the lower bracket and the upper bracket are starting to flush out just a little bit more as Mohamed Light is waiting to see who is going to fall in Ian 77 versus Mugi, the next matchup, which should be a lot of fun. Then we're going to go down to Faust versus Dominik. Life on the line. We'll see who can take the win there, the German speakers. And of course, Mohamed Light, like I just said, waiting to see who's going to face off against Ian and Mugi, which is our next matchup of the day. And this is going to be a really, really fun one. I mean, we saw Mugi and Dom go head to head. That was a really, really great set there. Mugi took it pretty well early on, right? He took game number 1, loses game number 2 to Lava Hound, even with a good amount of counters, but that's what happens when you run into the best. And then you go to game number 3, he comes out with Monk Royal Hogs, which is something that we're starting to see just a little bit more. You know, if we could talk about the meta evolving or appearing, we could start to say that Monk Royal Hogs has showed up just a little bit. He had Mother Witch and Guards in there as well. I don't know about the Earthquake pick. AC, is Earthquake a pick, or should you just be going with Void every single time?
I think it just depends on the deck, but for the most part, you should be using Void. Void just has so many different ways for it to get tons of value and really just set yourself up for wins. I mean, especially when you're running, you know, some sort of Lava Night Witch or Lava Loon and you have Void in your deck, you can really just take out an opposing Phoenix, take out an opposing Little Prince if they just make one tiny... I mean, really, it's... If they misclick a card by one tile, sometimes that's enough for you to just win a game because of the Void. So I always like Void in pretty much every instance, unless you're running Royal Hogs, then I like Earthquake.
Ian77 on the other side of it, a man who went the distance against Coco in their best of 3, was able to pick up game number 1 with Drill, Bomber, Tesla. He had Guards and Little Prince and Ice Golem in there as well. Game number 2 was the Monk Balloon deck with Freeze. It looked like was going to be a really exciting Freeze win in with 21% here against Mugi's 79% from the predictions from you guys at home. Back to game 2 though, it looked like Ian might have a cheeky fun little tower take there with the Balloon Freeze, but then we saw Coco turn it up to beast mode and end up taking almost all 3 crowns. Ended up just being a 1 tower game. And then going on to game number 3, RG Firecracker, which is something that you might think is a mid-ladder Mayhem deck, but RG Firecracker, their synergy is actually pretty good. When you talk about an Evo Firecracker being behind an Evo RG, it makes it really, really hard to defend. So we'll see what we got here. Our defending world champion going up against one of the biggest content creators in the United States and in Clash Royale in general, who's going to come out with a Lava early on. Evoed Bats from Mugi plus arrows usually means giant GY.
Yeah, it's been like 2 years, 3 years or something since we've had a meta where we can see 2 cards and just kind of know the deck from one of these players. So it's kind of fun to just look at, and I mean, it's going to be really fun for 1 to 2 months, and then we don't want it to hold that way. Wow. And right there, that's going to be towered down. Massive mistake. Gets the arrows out too early. And I mean, even if he timed those arrows, I don't know if he would have been able to stop that Inferno Dragon. A great first push from Ian.
I know, and I was looking at the way that the cards were coming out for Ian, right? It was like Zap early on, then the Lava Hound comes down, then the Void comes down to take out the Little Prince, which is then an overspend by Mugi trying to get the Dark Prince down to defend that Little Prince, right? So now he spent the elixir on the Dark Prince that isn't going to do a lot. Then you look at the rest of the spells. Then you have arrows from Ian to deal with the archers, and then by that time, you know he's back around to Zap. You're just waiting for the elixir to come in the tank. Then the Zap comes out on top of the bats. Now you've taken care of the Little Prince, the archers, and the bats, and there's absolutely no way to defend against that Lava Hound. And I think this kind of goes back to the point that Juicy was making before about this is why Void is maybe unhealthy, or this is why Void is maybe so matchup dependent, as you can see how it unfolded in this game.
Yeah, right there. I mean, just triple spells, as pretty as it looks, it's also just a huge risk to run triple spells this way. And right here, the Void cleaning up everything nicely. Inferno Dragon going to be able to take it out fully, and probably just going to need to use the arrows on defense, exactly what Ian is going to do. I mean, Ian should have this game relatively locked up. But again, triple spells can allow for some really awkward deck cycles for Mugi to make some sort of potential comeback. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, and I think what Ian is doing so well is leaning on those 3 spells so much, right? The spell, he's never trying to hold a spell to look for a better opportunity. He's seeing an opportunity and then spending the elixir on it with the spells to get back around to the Evo or back around to Void or make sure those arrows are available for the archers. And you can see Mugi just going, all right, that's enough of this. Let's move on to the next game. I think that's probably the best thing you can do in this situation. Again, when you talk about the way that this broke down in the beginning, it was just really brutal, right? Like really brutal with, I mean, in that instance, what are you supposed to do, AC? Do you not defend the Little Prince with the Dark Prince? But that doesn't even solve your problem, right? Because yes, you haven't spent the elixir, but regardless, you're still going to defend with archers next and then bats after that. I guess maybe if you hadn't spent the elixir, you could, I don't think you could even get back to Little Prince because it goes to the end of your cycle. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I think one thing that I would like to see players do a little bit better, and oh, I didn't even realize that I think he missed the snowball on the Inferno Dragon too, but we're still seeing players cycle their wizards behind the king tower, their little princes behind the king tower. I think there maybe should be an adjustment to putting it on the outside tiles, so that way they walk off to the side, and it allows for at least a more difficult void onto your troops. I just think cycling behind the king tower really puts you at a disadvantage, even if you are just allowing your troops to take, 1 or 2 extra steps. I don't think it's worth it, and we might see a change in the way troops are placed on the map.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good point that you make, because, one of the examples I can think of is the Mohamed Light open with wall breakers, right? That was one thing that changed, and then everyone started doing it. But that's not exactly what you're talking about. What you're talking about is like back in 2018, 2019, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like playing a building in your first 4 cards or playing X card in your first 4 cards. If you have it, can sometimes just throw away the game because of where the meta was. And I think you make a really solid point with where the meta is right now, knowing that you can just insta-lose a game if your best card gets voided off the map early on. I think dropping your ranged DPS dealer behind your princess tower and getting it to walk up right next to it is going to have to start to be a practice, or to start to cycle more awkward cards in the beginning to save your air defense unit to then drop right on top of your tower so it can't be voided off the board. I think that's a really solid thing that you point out that is going to have to be a factor if this is the meta that we're going to live in for a while. So game number 2 here, Ian picks up the first game, no problem. And now we see going back to what has worked well in the past, which is Monk, Firecracker, Drill. Still jury's out on Drill just a little bit, but I'd say Drill is at least in a decent spot right now, as we've seen it win and lose today.
Okay. Sorry about that. My headphones died.
I thought you were just really leaving for that dramatic pause. So I was like, all right, I could live with this. Nice King Tower activation there from Mugi, using his Firecracker against the Monk. And Fishboy to snipe off that Firecracker. So RG going up against Monk, Guards, Ice Spirit, Log. Ian definitely has good responses here, but as I've said in the past, that Mugi is legitimately one of my favorite, if not my favorite person in the world to play Royal Giant. His ability to kind of digest the information of how his opponent defends and then every single time evolve his pushes is really one of the most fascinating things I've seen in Clash Royale. So we shall see here as he goes to really wish that he had the Log. If he had the Log plus the E-Spirit, he'd be able to take care of those guards. But since it's the Barb Barrel instead, not going to be able to take the shields off of those guards. Can never really have a 1-2 punch in terms of spell value to clean up those shields. So those guards going to be really nice from Ian to be played up high every single time. And it looks like AC just doesn't want to work with me anymore. So I think Juicy's going to be joining me here. Juice, you on the loose? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Andrew? How's this game going?
Man? It's interesting. I was actually going to ask you the exact same thing and how you feel about this matchup. It looks like Ian has all the answers that you might want going up against Royal Giant. You have a quick cycle, you have guards plus Ice Spirit plus Log, you have 2 separate buildings, a lot of defense. Does he actually have the offense, you think, to create some damage here, or is he going to just be defending against Mugi the whole time?
That's a good question. I think that it's obviously here, there's a lot of defense happening, but, he has good defense. He has guards. He has Evo Tesla. He has the Log, the Ice Spirit. But like you said, can he break through? That is the main question. The big problem is the Barbarian Barrel and the Royal Ghost, which are great counters to Goblin Drill. I think it's really going to come down to what Ian's big spell is. If he has a Poison or a Fireball or maybe even a Rocket, he has potential to get some good damage going, and that's what he needs.
And nice damage there from the Lightning, as we've seen Lightning pop up a couple more times today, which really is only a handful of percentage behind the Void. So a little surprised on both ends, seeing more Lightning and less Void than I think I would have thought today, but
yeah,
you can see the Lightning being really effective here.
Yeah, it is just good to wipe things off the board, and I think the biggest thing is the tower damage on, or the damage on tower, like we talked about. Void, is probably the first spell in Clash Royale history where you don't actually want to hit the tower a lot of the time when you're hitting something else. So I think that's why we are seeing less of it than we do on ladder.
And you can see every single time here, Mugi is looking for those guards at the bridge. This time, he was still able to get a couple shots, and he did it with the the E-Spirit, plus the Firecracker, plus the Bar Barrel. Last time around, he tried to get the Royal Ghost up in front of the Royal Giant. Didn't actually work out, but Mugi always looking to clean up those guards.
Yeah, and then the lightning dropping down, negative elixir trade on the Firecracker, but it does get that damage in. Ian just now uses his poison for the first time. I love how Mugi's done a great job of blocking monks at the bridge this game as well. Barbarian on the right side does not take out the Firecracker though.
Yeah.
But with only 20 seconds left, I'm not sure if that's enough of an opening.
So we'll see here. E-Spirit comes down early, then the barrel, then the Fishboy turns around. So great damage here for Ian. Firecracker from Mugi will connect on tower, and that should do it with the lightning. As we go to a game number 3, Mugi bouncing things back here, running, in my opinion, my favorite deck to see him run, which is anything Royal Giant. It didn't feel as much like he was able to pick apart things. I thought Ian did a really, really good job defending there. It was just, I think, like kind of what we talked about early on, and I think that you kind of put the perfect cherry on top of that conversation was not only does Ian have like a very defensive deck that might be caught just defending more than he'd like, but also his win con was very easily countered by Mugi every time, whether it was the Royal Ghost, whether it's the Bar Barrel, or being able to use the E-Spirit in conjunction with all of those.
Yeah, solid defense for the drill for sure. Honestly, I bet he expected that drill in that matchup, and it's probably why he brought this version of Royal Giant as well. And I mean, heading into game 3 here, I mean, I'm not really sure where the decks are going to go, but I mean, I do want to talk about how I said, Ian, 50% chance of maybe getting this golden ticket here today. And honestly, bro, I don't know. I might have to take that back a little bit. When I said that, I was thinking 50% Ian, 50% Ta. But I mean, how could I have forgiven the reigning world champion that we still have here? He did lose the first game versus Ian, but with all of the experience that Mugi has, he's able to really just stay calm and collected, get a good matchup, and win himself a solid game. And maybe even Mugi is going to be the one to bring out the Lava Void last game and kind of a reverse Uno card Ian here.
And I would really love to see that. I think earlier when you were mentioning that, I was thinking the same thing of how do you leave Mugi out of that conversation? But Mugi's kind of always waiting in the wings. He could show up any month and win a golden ticket. So maybe I was like, maybe he's just saving him for conversation. But yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about his experience and the calm that he brings when he loses, that's what's really impressive, right? Because he is a 2-time world champion, because he has so much competitive experience, you never really see Mugi flustered, even at World Finals with no lives to give coming up from the lower bracket. He still was so dialed, and that's what we saw here in game number 2. He kept going over and over to deal with the guards at the bridge, which he didn't actually really ever crack that code, but he was always looking for it, right? And then on top of that, he was evolving everywhere else in terms of taking out firecrackers, knowing when to lightning, and somehow always getting that monk across the bridge, getting the ability activated, and then also getting maybe one Royal Giant shot. I think in general today, Mugi has been the best monk player that we've seen.
Yeah, the micro of the monk was perfect. I also feel like maybe even Lady Luck is on Mugi's side here today, because I feel like a lot of the times those Royal Giants were somehow finding a way to get a hit, when usually I feel like it wouldn't. Ian's defense, it was pretty solid. He even had good Tesla placements, playing them high out of range of the lightning. But, Mugi always find a way to break through those guards somehow, which is pretty difficult to do, especially since Barbarian Brawl does not take the shields off of guards anymore.
So looking at what we've seen out of Ian today, we've seen Drill, we've seen a Balloon Monk, we've seen Royal Giant a couple times. So really curious to see where he's going to go here in game number 3. Bats early on, Evo Bats, and I think this is kind of what AC was saying earlier, is usually when you see Evo Bats, it basically just means Giant GY, but instead we see a Goblin Giant.
Goblin Giant in the back, Golden Knight from Mugi maybe. An Electro Giant deck, very doubtful. Maybe more likely a Goblin Drill deck. I don't think Mugi's played Goblin Drill yet this set.
What? No, he is not yet this set. What are your thoughts on Golden Knight right now, Juice?
I mean, it can be that good. You know, paired with the Evo Bomber and the Tornado, maybe it gets some value here. Also, the Magic Archer Tornado. I think it could be decent. The biggest problem with the Golden Knight is the fact that as a tank, it really doesn't have that much HP. So the Dagger Dutch is able to burst it down pretty quick. Rather have a regular Knight a lot of the time.
And there's kind of what you were talking about before, is counter pushes with the Dagger Duchess towers can just be ignored. One Magic Archer shot comes in as opposed to, I think, 2 or 3 back in the day with the Princess Tower, depending on the health. And yeah, this is one of those decks where you look at and you're going to go, all right, this is the reason why Mugi lost, or this is why, you know, Mugi's a genius, and I guess only time will tell.
Evo Wizard, last card for Ian.
It's a heavy deck.
Yeah, it is expensive. I'm just wondering what the big spell for a Mugi is. Maybe actually, I don't think he has a big spell at all. So I feel like this could be difficult to defend these really heavy decks.
So that Rage makes quick work of the Bomber along with the Spear Goblins on the back. That is a late NATO, does get the King Tower activation. The one Spear just in time saves Mugi, or else that would have just been a horrible exchange. But Mugi gets a lot of damage in with that Golden Knight plus Drill push. And Ian now down by about, I mean, he's just going to sacrifice that tower and go all in on the right-hand side. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Magic Archer on the lineup here, trying to take out the Evo Wizard, Evo Tesla as well, trying to stun everything. Golden Knight has to drop to bring this Giant Skeleton backwards and take out the Evo Wizard, but the dash is not going to get the value you need. Tornado pulling backwards, Goblins trying to get the tower, but I think this defense is successful.
Yeah, and I don't know if that dash actually avoided the Giant Skeleton Bomb or not, but either way, a very clean defense here from our defending world champion. Drops 1, picks up 2 in a row for the reverse sweep. And wow. Mugi, I mean, other than... the beginning of that game, game number 1, was exactly, I think, what you were talking about, Juicy, with how all things can go wrong with Void. Yeah. If that didn't line up perfectly with the Void, the arrows, and then the Zap being back in cycle to take out all of his air defense units, I mean, I don't know if Mugi would have just won this in 2 games, but he's able to turn this set right back around and go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it is fascinating. Well played to Mugi all around. Once again, just stone cold, making that reverse sweep. But back to the Lava Void conversation, I'm pretty sure it's 100% on the day. It's interesting that we're not seeing more of it, actually. It kind of reminds me of the World Finals meta last season, where Goblin Giant was just rampant, and it seemed like every time someone used a Goblin Giant, they immediately won. So it was like, is it really just a best of one of, you know, Goblin Giant here, and then the best of one, because if you play Goblin Giant, you win? I mean, it seems like it's kind of like that. Like, it's weird to not see more Lava Hound, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And here's this push that really came together perfectly for Mugi. You get the Drill tanking for the Golden Knight tanking for the Goblins. Only Bats come out in defense. And then you see this next send, very cheap, obviously, only 6 elixir to take that tower on the left-hand side, which left him thirsting just a little bit here defensively. But just very, very clean defense from Mugi. Skates by, escapes with a few hundred or several hundred HP. And yeah, Ian takes a very, very quick, dominant game 1 win. Mugi resets, as he's done many, many times in the past, in games 2 and in games 3. And yeah, really interesting deck choice here. But I think, you know, what you have to point out is that it protects it against Void in terms of being able to use the guards to surround things, or the skeleton dragons, and it still protects against the skies in case that was something that was going to happen. Obviously not something you had to worry about as much. And then obviously it still protects against graveyard. You know, having the guards, having the Magic Archer, there was just a really interesting deck from Mugi here that covered a lot of his bases with still having a pretty strong win condition in the Drill.
But once again, I mean, looking at these decks, I just feel like without a big spell, it's tough to defend. I mean, Josh, what do you think about this matchup overall? I mean, from an outside perspective.
Yeah, Let's see, Giant Skeleton plus the Goblin Giant. I mean, you would assume that you would be able to overwhelm eventually, but I think it just comes down to Mugi's defense is so solid. It feels like every time I thought there was something that was going to get chip damage on the tower, there was some late guards off to the side that the Magic Archer was eventually able to snipe the bats off. It really felt like everything that should work didn't, and it's just because of Mugi's excellence rather than Ian making any sort of mistake.
Yeah, and I really agree with what Juicy's saying of where, like, I think Lava Void just should be played once a set by every single player. It does seem to be incredibly dominant. And also, like, when you talk about kind of the overlap of cards that are useful, you're really not losing a lot when you're using Lava Void, right? I mean, the only other big thing is, like, Giant Void, and I think Lava is better than Giant. I think we're going to take a look here at our bracket here in just a moment. We have another match that is going to be laid out, which is Ian and Mohamed Light, match number 10. Which we have a few to get through first, right? We got Faust and Dominik, match number 9. Then Ian and Momo in match number 10, which is going to be a very, very fun one. And then, of course, Ta and Mugi. Battle in Japan here. 2 Japanese players. Mugi still vying for that next golden ticket. Mohamed Light, Ian, Faust, Dominik still trying to stop that from the lower bracket. And Ta, who has had a very, very solid day today. Faust and then a 2-0 against Pedro. But as we get down to Faust and Dominik, it'll be very curious to see, again, of the German speakers, who's going to come out on top there. And I think most likely in match number 10, we'll all be picking Mohamed Light to take down Ian, even though Ian has played very well. Faust and Dominik, this is a really, really interesting one. It feels like Faust has maybe the better edge in terms of competitive experience and maybe competitive prowess, but then you look at Dominik and it looks like he's having a good time and he's played really well today. He comes off of that 2-0 win over Coco, but after only dropping 1 game to Mugi, I mean, he was just able to, dropping 2 games, but able to pick up 1 game from Mugi. So here we go, taking a look at our predictions. Oh, looks like AC is in 3rd place. Juicy's still up at the top, and this is a moment for us to separate. Hey, Juicy, why are you going with Faust over Dom?
You know, it's a good question. I mean, I think it's pretty evenly matched. I just liked how Faust is playing a little bit more. I think that Dominik is relying on, you know, some overpowered cards with the Lava Hound and the Giant Graveyard. But I think if Faust can find a way to beat the Lava Hound, or maybe even find a way to win the other matches when Dominik doesn't play Lava Hound, that I think that Faust has a good chance to win that.
And as you can see right there, all of you guys playing along have been doing pretty well today. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to get in all your predictions, which we can see on the right-hand side of that last graphic. You guys are doing pretty good, pretty good. Dominik and Faust. Most used cards there, Little Prince and Zap. Interesting, 63% win rate from Faust, 70% from Dominik, who, if you guys aren't familiar with, Dominik, 2022 World Finalist, 2023 World Finalist caster for the German speakers out there, and feeling pretty good after his last set. Faust on the other side of it, coming from that upper bracket, getting sent down low by Ta. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, it felt like he just, 75% to Dominik, and that is definitely surprising. I feel like this is much more of a 50-50 matchup, but apparently the fans at home going with us, whereas you were sticking with Faust.
Maybe everyone started voting Dominik when they realized that Faust is playing from airport, which now that I am realizing that, maybe I'm regretting my pick a little bit, but let's just hope that Wi-Fi holds up.
That's actually a pretty funny call there. And Dominik, going to Lava Void, right? We saw him do it in game number 2 against Mugi. Went really, really well for him there. Not able to take that set, but then going into his second set of the day against Coco, opened up with Lava Hound in game number 1, Lava Miner with Void. And, you know, if anyone has to use Lava Hound in every single set, Dominik is definitely that person. Now it just becomes the mind game of, does he play it in game number 1 or does he play it in game number 2? I think you always have to play it in one of those 2 games, because I don't think you want to get to a situation where you don't get to play it because you didn't make it to game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just with Doom in general, it's just a funny player to watch. You want him to be running lava as often as possible, but lava again can be kind of countered fairly easily. So it's just really exciting to see what he chooses to do with that. And you have to assume that one set eventually he's not going to be running lava at all. And that's going to be one of the sets where he can really get one of his opponents to try and overly correct for his lava gameplay. So just watching Doom play his one trick or not play it, it's just a really exciting chess match every time before the game even starts.
I think that's a great point that you make there, AC. And Juicy, you and I are on the cast for this one. Is this where he does it? Should it be game number 1 here, where he does not rock Lava Hound to be unpredictable?
Oh, wow. Yeah. I was laughing because I saw that zap. I was like, it's going to be Lava Hound again. Then he dropped a Giant Skeleton, and I guess not. A Giant Skeleton with Evo Zap, maybe a Graveyard. So not Giant Graveyard, but Giant Skeleton, Graveyard, Evo Zap with the arrows.
Arrows come down to clean up the goblins, knowing that the bomb will clean up the wizard. So an earthquake has to come out here for Faust. And I don't know, Juice. Hog, EQ in the Dagger Duchess meta with a Void being available. What are your thoughts on this deck pick, man?
We were thinking the exact same thing. I'm not loving the deck pick here from Faust. Maybe if he has an Evo Knight, he has chances. Earthquake and Goblins, 2 solid counters to the Graveyard. And I like this decision to also switch lanes. You got to switch lanes here and play Ops lane versus a Graveyard deck so Dominik can't defend and then counter push.
Giant Skeleton, Skeleton King Graveyard. So the spam is going to be a plentiful here for Dominik. And I do really like that he swapped things up and went something completely different in game number 1 here. Will it work out? I guess that's what we'll have to wait and see. But at least in terms of Graveyard responses, that Wizard is always going to be a good response. Arrows is always going to help well against those Goblins. So Wizard plus Earthquake, Log plus Earthquake, or Goblins plus one of the above, or the aforementioned, could always be enough for Faust. We'll see if he's able to defend. But really, more than anything, can he get that Hog Rider on tower? That's the biggest question.
Monk in the back once again. He needs a good Monk ability with the Hogger to make that happen. Here comes the Wizard as well from both players. Dominik gonna have the Evo Zap and Cycle for this defense as well, though. So maybe that can help him a bit, but I don't think so. I think this Hog's made this out. No, he's got a Fisherman.
Wow. Wow. Of all the days, of all the cards, of all the decks to have a Fisherman, got to be really, really happy to have one here, because looking at that last push, I think we were both thinking the same thing of, okay, I'm not sure how Dom is going to defend this very well. The Monk was in the right spot. He tried to drop a Phoenix on top of the Hog, but the Phoenix was kind of farther away than he would have liked, but the Fish Boy comes out late. So here we go. Phoenix tanking for the Skeletons. Arrows come in to clean up the Goblins. Phoenix gonna get on top of the tower. That Wizard just a little bit slow on the trigger. 1470, 1936, and I feel like as this game goes into overtime, I feel like the favor has got to fall towards Dominik with just such a heavier deck going up against Hog.
And the Monk ability is misplayed yet again. Monk's so strong in the meta, but it seems like a lot of these players are finding a difficult job of actually dealing with that Monk. Here comes the Skeleton King at the bridge. Fisherman locks onto the Hog, Knight the Ice Sphere, and here comes another Graveyard push that has to defend. Dagger Duchess out of daggers here.
Yeah, the Wizard getting across the bridge, getting tanked for by those Skellies, pulls out that Evo Tesla up high. Maybe not the best way that Faust would have liked to use that Tesla, but still gets the job done.
Monk off lane Goblins, not popping the ability right away because he knows the block is going to happen. Now the ability, here comes the Hog. Hog kind of body blocked by the Giant Skelly though, and yet again, Hog not going to make it to the tower.
Yeah, it looked like the Fisherman might try to pull the Monk there for half a second, but still goes to the Hog Rider. And yeah, the abilities from Faust with the Monk have not been ideal. They haven't been terrible, but they haven't been perfect either. And here we go, Skeleton King ability coming in. Skelly's in the back, Skelly's up high. Wizard plus Log plus Monk gonna be more than enough. And now we'll see if we get the dual lane pressure, and we do.
Okay, Wizard gonna drop down. Earthquake for damage. Hog does not get a hit yet again. Monk ability gonna drop once again, but it's a little bit late again. Arrows dropping down. I mean, it just seems like Graveyard's a more consistent win condition here.
Yeah. I think honestly that's just the best way to put it, is that we're going against two guys that are playing this pretty well, but when you talk about what's getting damage on tower more efficiently, more effectively, and more consistently, it does seem like that GY is the way to go. And you know, this body block at the bridge, it's really interesting because you have two units that are so dense and so big that they're actually able to kind of combat that Monk pushback, right? The Monk pushes back the giant skeleton, but then you throw the Skeleton King in front of it. And I mean, this is a really, really close game, Juicy. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said GY is just the more consistent win condition. That's only 70 HP difference.
That's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I feel like if Faust plays that a minuscule better, actually, I can think of one thing that costs him the game.
The Monk abilities.
The Monk ability, number one, I agree 100%. A little bit better Monk abilities, and you win. Number two, I don't know if you remember this, there was a misclick Tesla, one tile to the left there. The Phoenix went through and got a hit on the tower. If that one Phoenix didn't get that hit on the tower, he actually won.
Yeah, wow. I know, it's so crazy when you look at games lost by like 70 HP and it becomes any interaction that didn't go right that cost you damage, cost you the game. And it's crazy. You know, we always think about those things stacking up and that's why you lost. But if it's just the smallest thing, period, and that one Phoenix getting on top tower on that right-hand side, I remember exactly the moment you're talking about, going to be just enough to edge out the game there for Dominik. And yeah, I think otherwise it just goes back to the fact that I just don't know if Hog Rider is the way to go. I mean, I wonder if this deck would have been better if it was like Evo Firecracker and then Royal Hogs instead of Hog Rider. Like, would he have won then instead? And I honestly think maybe. I think if it's only a 70 HP difference, if you get any of that Firecracker splash to come through or any of those Royal Hogs to sneak away, you know, then maybe we'd be singing a different tune. But Faust drops game number one. And yeah, I think, you know, we said it in the very beginning. I don't think the Void would have actually been better in this situation. It's just one thing that we could maybe hold on to, because I don't know if it would have been that effective against the Fisherman, and I don't think the Wizard was enough of a factor for the Void to have changed the game a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if this deck from Faust is it right now.
Yeah, you talk about, you know, the differences between Void and Earthquake a lot and why Earthquake's kind of out of the meta. But I think another thing to mention about the reason why Earthquake is bad is there's really not that many buildings in the meta. There's a lot of Fishermen though, and Earthquake doesn't work versus a Fisherman. So Faust really not getting a lot of Earthquake value at all. We are into game two. We have an Evo Zap and an Evo Bomber from Faust and a Giant Skeleton. Maybe go into some Roll Giant, that's his comfort, or maybe a Graveyard deck. I mean, really, this could be anything here.
Yeah, you know, and it's so weird because Dominik ran Graveyard last game, so this looks like he's going to go to the skies. I mean, you see Night and Inferno and Snowball, and you think, okay, well, this is either going to be Graveyard or it's going to be Lava, and it looks like Dominik's still going to go to the skies here. I think that's what you have to do, right? I mean, I was thinking maybe he tries extra hard and goes for the double swerve of countering something that counters Lava. But also for Faust, you wonder if Faust is like, all right, I'm gonna defend against Lava, but I'm not gonna sell out hard on Lava Hound. And you can see with, you know, the Night Witch and the Giant Skeleton, he at least has the bases covered a little bit. Wonder what else he has though for air defense.
Yeah, Night Witch obviously not going to be able to do enough on its own. Inferno Dragon at the bridge. He does not have enough for Void though. He drops it when he has enough, but the Inferno Dragon's already got the job done versus the Giant Skeleton. Look, maybe I was wrong. Maybe Night Witch is enough on its own. Look at all these bats.
Yeah, bats stacking up there. Lava Hound made pretty quick work. Little Prince comes out late. Snowball to push it back though. Should allow one of these Skeleton Dragons to get on tower. No, both still get on tower.
Yeah. And this is why Dominik has like a, I don't know, I think you guys said like 77% win rate with Skeleton Dragons. I mean, yes, he's using Lava a lot with those dragons, but he's just very good with them. He knows how the interactions work. And Faust with actually the Goblin Giant. I like the lane switch here, though, a lot. You really don't want to go same lane as the Lava Inferno Dragon here.
Inferno Dragon comes down here with an Evo Knight up front. Now that Inferno Dragon should have a harder time getting on top of this Goblin Giant. Bats plus the Evo Zap going to play some good distraction, and then the Skeleton Dragons will not be taken out by the Void because close enough to the tower there, but still great damage in here from Faust, evening things up. 1749, 1711. Dominik right back on the offensive as he's going to let this push on the left-hand side die on the bind.
Prediction, Goblin Giant for Void, but Dominik predicts the prediction, waits to Void after that, and now there's a balloon going to this tower and is almost impossible to stop. On the other side of things, Faust actually hits the tower with his Void, so the Inferno Dragon gets a lot of damage done. King Tower activated. There is a Night Witch on the board, but he has enough elixir for the snowball. Defensive Void, is it enough? Yes, it is. Dominik with a 2-0 sweep versus Faust.
Wow, yeah, and I think it was just that Void at the end that is on top of tower and the Inferno that makes it so Faust doesn't get enough damage, Juice.
Yeah. I think the other big thing to mention is that left side push that he seemingly did a lot of damage. It looked really good. But that Evil Bomber lined up on the Goblin Giant, took out the Night Witch for only 2 elixir. If that didn't happen, if that Evil Bomber wasn't cycled, that left side tower probably would have dropped as well. You know, once again, Faust playing pretty good, but just a couple mistakes. You know, the Tesla not centralized placement in this match. Maybe the Void misclicked slightly by tile. Maybe someone bumped into him at the airport, and that's all it really took.
Yeah, and you know, I saw the chat saying that there's no Tesla in cycle for Faust after game 1, run lava in game number 2, and you can see right here, this was Faust showing that, look, man, yeah, you got damage early on, but I am still definitely in this. We got a good push coming in. This is what you're talking about, though, right there. Inferno Dragon played directly on top of the tower. Very, very well played there by Dominik. Does get the King Tower activation, gets just enough damage in. King Tower actually ends up helping out with the defense, which ends up being a big part of this as well. So really nicely done there by Dominik. And yeah, one of the more electric and emotive players out there in the world, which we know we need more of in Clash Royale. Faust on the other side of it, very calm, very collected, very cool in winning and in losing. So that's going to be the end of his monthly finals run, as it started off really well against Mohamed Light, you know, going 2-0 to start the day, and we'll be looking at the bracket in just a little bit. But then how quickly things can fall when, you know, you and AC were talking about how stacked this top 8 is, and Dominik going 3 for 3 on the day with Lava Hound and Void, Juice.
And another mistake, I don't mean to point them out because it's easy to point out mistakes up here in the booth. It's different when you're playing, but I mean, you guys talked about earlier, the little Prince placement. Maybe if you play it a little bit further back next to your tower versus that one lava loon push that took that right side tower, maybe the Void doesn't wipe it out in one go, and maybe that's a completely different game. But I mean, these are the different things that are going to have to be changed as we introduce the first new card in Clash Royale since I think like Mother Witch or Drill or something. It's been a pretty long time.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about things other than champions, that's a really good point that you make. I can't even think of the last one. And I guess I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, Void really just changing the game. And that's what should happen in terms of, you know, when we bring new cards into the game. And I think that we've seen that with, you know, some evolutions, as Rich said, like really change the way that you play cards. Other of them just kind of buff the card. I think Evo Wizard is kind of one that just buffed the card. It doesn't feel like it really changed how you play Wizard that much. It just made Wizard actually competitively viable, which is kind of nice. And Dominik here going on a bit of a dream run, and I really like the way he's been doing it. I mean, look, when it's a best of 3 and you only got to win 2 games, if you're going to win 1 every single time with Lava Hound, like you said, Juice, it goes to a best of 1, and he's been doing really well so far. He opens up the day losing to Mugi, takes out Coco, takes out Faust, and just like that is in our lower bracket semifinals, waiting for the winner of Mohamed Light and Ian, as Ta and Mugi hang out in the upper bracket waiting to see who is going to join them in grand finals. Whoever wins that is guaranteed second place, guaranteed a chunk of change, and for them, if it's Mohamed Light, guaranteed a golden ticket. So we will see how that lower bracket plays out. And this is definitely going to be one of the marquee matches of the day. I mean, again, such a stacked lineup. There's so many great matches that we've had already, but Ian and Mohamed Light feels like a super fun one.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason why it's fun is I'm correct me if I'm wrong, everyone in the chat, but I'm pretty sure Ian 2-0 sweeped Mohamed Light in GKR. And kind of, I believe he knocked him out, if I'm not wrong. So this is kind of an important match for both of these players. And it's also important for Tom Mugi, like you said, because if Mo Light beats Ian here, there's a pretty good chance that he's going to make it to that grand final. And if he does, the Mugi versus Tom match is really the golden ticket match, if that's what happens here. But, you know, anything is possible. Ian, known to beat Mohamed Light. I think he 2-0 sweeped him in GKR, but I think he also 2-0 sweeped him in the CRL warm-up at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the time, right? This is the perfect place for Ian to kind of come all together and come to full fruition. Is you got to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And Mohamed Light in the lower bracket, cruising on through after a dominant set. That is the best. You can see right now he's, I don't know, he's treating that water bottle like a baby bottle, but he's going to town on the water, but he's all smiles is more so what I was going to say. And we all know that Mohamed Light, when he's laughing, when he's having a good time with his coach, coming off of a great set, you know that is the most dangerous that this man can be. And then for Ian, this is really when it comes to like putting your pedal to the metal, you know, putting your money where your mouth is. Is Ian truly a world-class competitor? And so far in 2024, he really has proven it, being one of the few people to come back in back-to-back months, and this month already having a much better showing than last.
Looking at the predictions here, 86% went for Mohamed Light. You know, and that's saying a lot. There's a lot of Ian fanboys out there, myself included, but I'm definitely more of a Mohamed Light fanboy here. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, he lost that first round. He came back and showed us the best Clash Royale we've seen today, in my opinion. He was making some perfect plays. And honestly, I'm never going to forget that match where he literally won without playing his win condition until there was 3 seconds left in overtime. That was actually wild.
Yeah, the minor, just to add insult to injury. And a quick correction here. It was actually, I think, this exact same matchup that Ian was sent home last month. In match number 10, in the lower bracket round number 2, he fell to Morton 2-1. So we'll see if he can turn the tide here against the golden-chaired golden boy, the goated one, the Pharaoh, Mohamed Light, who's running Mortar GY.
Mortar Graveyard, Mortar connects already. Ian, maybe use a Lava Hound deck with the Goblins for some cheap defense. Goblins from Mohamed Light as well. Ian not going to have to respond to these Goblins. Dagger Dutch is going to clean this up very easily. And both players kind of just leaking Elixir with the Little Prince in the back.
And the Void here to clean that up. And again, this becomes part of that conversation. Wow, look at that. Misses the Void placement, only hits the 1 tick. So now has to spend 6 Elixir on just that Little Prince. And the barrel just a second early from Mo.
Yeah. And this just goes back to like all the little things that Dagger Dutch changes. You know, Ian made a mistake, doesn't get punished because he has the Dagger Duchess cleaning up the night for free. Mo leaking Elixir, wanting to play something, can't really do it on the right side. The Dagger Duchess is going to get free trades, tries the Barbarian Barrel soon, but, you know, that doesn't work out either. So, you know, Ian going to be all right because of the Dagger Duchess here.
And I actually really like everything that Ian just did. Let's go from top to bottom. I think that was a predictive Inferno Dragon on top of the Mortar. He dropped the Inferno right before Mo dropped the Mortar. Really, really nicely played there. Then he gets the Zap in that allows the Inferno Dragon to connect on top of the tower. And then he gets the better Void that takes out the Little Prince. So Ian doing all things correctly and adjusting. And then on the other side of it, so is his opponent. Mohamed Light goes, all right, you've gotten my Mortar the last 2 times with the Inferno. I'm going to predict your Inferno this time with Goblins. And now just making Ian spend a lot more up front here.
Yeah, and then 1 Mortar shot's all he needs, but the Dagger Dutch out of Daggers does not clean up the Goblins right inside. We do see an ability off in time though, but the Evil Barbarians gonna be able to clean up everything. Mo up a little damage here, but he's gonna need some more, especially now this double Elixir.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the best ability after a really, really nice void there from Ian, but no harm, no foul. 24-33, 20-44 is another mortar lock here happens for Mohamed Light, getting it down in the exact same lane as this encroaching Lava Hound push. So can he protect the Little Prince? Will he have enough air defense? And there you go. Little Prince does get taken out early on. Knight comes down late. I think he needs to surround that Little Prince early, but then that becomes the mind game of if you surround it too early, then you waste the goblins, then you still have the void. And again, talking about how the void really changes the way the game is played.
Okay, I love the usage of the 3-card cycle of the Little Prince to get 2 Phoenixes down the defense. And Ian went everything there. He went with all of his elixir.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw it, but a Knight snuck through and did a bunch of damage to that Dagger Duchess on the left-hand side. So Mo now up a lot of HP here.
And you have to stop this mortar, which means you have to overspend on it. So he goes goblins plus the void. Now he still needs to take care of this mortar, and there you go. Gets the barbs down late. Mortar locks on, goblin on the tower for a couple stabs, and now this is a win it or quit it for Ian on this next push.
Poison needs to drop down the defense. There it is. Does he have Phoenix back cycle 3-card cycle? Yes, he does. Phoenix drops down, gonna deal with the Lava Hound. Going to allow the Dagger Duchess to clean up and lock on the Inferno Dragon. Inferno Dragon still has some HP. He goes for the mortar to attack, but also defend at the same time. We are heading into triple elixir, though, and, you know, Ian might be able to make this happen. But the mortar gets
I don't know about that. Void, yeah, mortar gets a shot there. Mohamed Light doing a great job of keeping up the mortar defensively, or keeping up the mortar pressure so that Ian has to spend elixir defensively. It's always got to be guards and then a void or an inferno or barbs. And so the mortar pressure has been excellent here for Mo. So there you go, goblins out early. He's not back to barbs. Mortar's going to lock. He has to void, and that's going to do it. Mortar, wow, mortar didn't get a shot.
Mortar didn't get a shot. Here comes the evil mortar. Does this connect? Goblins are distracting. Poison's down. Poison does do enough. He just needs to stall, and that is going to be it. Mohamed Light taking down Lava Hound for the first time today.
Yeah, and that was just perfectly done. I mean, we've seen that matchup already a couple times today. As you said, Juicy, the first time that the mortars come out on top. Or second time, I think we talked about the first time how that is a really good matchup for the mortar. And this time you really see it put perfectly into practice by Mohamed Light. The non-stop pressure from the mortars, you're always baiting out a little bit extra. The goblins are going to be the first line of defense basically every time to avoid the shot, but then you've got to either spend the void, which you're hoping your opponent doesn't start to defend by dropping units on top of the mortar, or you got to spend the barbs. And all those things are going to be really, really difficult to keep up with when what you talked about a lot, Juicy, was that 3-card cycle that Mo was just abusing throughout that game.
Yeah, he used the 3-card cycle to get multiple Phoenixes down on defense, which is really important when the void is able to take out one air defense whenever it really feels like. But one thing I just realized, Andrew, is that this is the second game we have seen that Mohamed Light has won without even playing his main win condition. There was 0 graveyards played this game. He pressured with the mortar, realizing the mortar is actually a better win condition since Lava Hound doesn't have ground defenses to deal with it. Graveyard not so good versus the goblins and the barbarians. Mo Light putting on a clinic and showing how not only can a meta change within a tournament or a season of Clash Royale, but it can change within a game of changing up your play style on how to win.
Dude, that is that is such a great way to put it because, you know, obviously being a mortar player, I have played this deck, and you know, when you look at the matchup on paper, seeing that it's in favor of the mortar, you're like, well, what am I doing wrong? Because I end up, I mean, this isn't like a bad matchup when I play it, but I end up struggling more than I feel like I should if on paper it's like a 60-40, 75-25. And it's because of exactly what you're talking about. Every single time you graveyard, you then have to spend a poison to take out the goblins or the barbs. That's 9 elixir right there that you're spending, right? To stop their 5 or their 2. And then you are always needing more elixir defensively. And then you're also needing that poison defensively. So as we saw Mohamed Light do a few times throughout that game, he uses the poison defensively when things get a little overwhelming, when he's got a Lava Hound and 2 Inferno Dragons coming in, but a poison plus a Phoenix is is going to be enough to take out the lava, take out one of the infernos, and then the pop of the egg takes out the second inferno because it has to reset its laser. I love that you point that out. I think the biggest thing in this matchup is you actually don't play the graveyard because it gives your opponent too much of an advantage for a strong counter push.
Yeah, instead he just kept spamming that mortar over and over and over again. Ian constantly, like you said, trying to be able to distract with the goblins. And even one time he was able to force out the void on the mortar as well. And then if you use the void in the mortar, that little prince and that phoenix is going to have no problem at all defending against the lava.
And this is one of the things that I just, you know, I've always admired about Mohamed Light is not only his ability to play the meta perfectly, but his ability to adjust his gameplay and adjust to the meta in the middle of a game. Just recognizing, all right, I ran this deck's win condition is graveyard, he's running this deck, I'm going to adjust. And then Ian just, I mean, like you said, Juice, he threw everything that he had at him early on, and Mo defended it basically perfectly. And that was when things probably started looking a little bit crazy for Ian. Anyway, that's game number one, a very impressive one. Mo has put on a clinic the last 3 games in a row, now working on going 2 sets in a row as he's in game number 2 here against Ian, who is fighting for his life in our lower bracket.
Okay, Ian with a Phoenix and a Night Witch. It makes me think Giant immediately. Looks like Mohamed Light has that as well. But instead with an Inferno Dragon, we have an Inferno Dragon versus Wizard. Wizard going to be showing its power right here with that splash damage. Void from Mohamed Light is interesting. He must have an arrows here as well to be able to deal with this Wizard. Will Ian decide to counter push with this, or does he let this go? And a Bomber, actually. That was a very nice played Bomber. Gonna be able to get his Bomber in cycle as well. He's Evo Bomber, I mean.
Yeah, so all things kind of perfect for Momo so far. 1934 to an untouched tower. Ian does not double down on that last push. I don't know if that's the Mohamed Light effect or if it was actually the correct play. Mohamed Light defends with just a Bomber. And here we are. Inferno out to deal with that Goblin Giant. And then a Giant of his own to tank. So I wonder if Ian's going to go a little aggressive here.
I don't love the Giant. If you are going to defensive Giant, I think you've got to kite ops lane to the Dagger Duchess that's filled up. But now you have a Knight with some HP that you kind of have to defend, but you don't want to because now you're down like 4 elixir. And then once again, Dagger Duchess does not need help. So he is going to retain that elixir lead by letting the Dagger Duchess clean up his counter pushing unit for free.
Yeah, and then he's got to get heavy on the offense here, I feel like. And there you go. Goblin Giant right up front. Mo saw it coming. We saw it coming. But Ian also has to know that if Mo saw it coming, how's he going to deal with it? And you see right there, the Void comes out. And Ian calls good game again. It was a defensive Void that actually didn't end up doing... I mean, I guess it cleaned up the Night Witch, which is kind of all he needed. Yeah.
And this is going back to what I was saying earlier, where Void, it might be the most versatile spell in the game. It can be an Evo Zap, and it can be in Rocket in literally one placement. It cleans up the bats with the first strike, and then on the second strike, there's only the Night Witch. If the Void is only targeting one card, it does 544 damage at Termin Standard, which is enough to one-shot even a Mother Witch or a Magic Archer.
Yeah, it really is crazy when it has those one-card massive elixir swings. And Fishboy for Fishboy, but the Fishboy from Ian nice and low.
And then the Knight, I don't know if you noticed that, the Knight actually just pushed the Wizard out of range, but Mo with the micro placement of the Evo Bomber is going to be able to clean that up like it never happened.
Dude, that Bomber just took out 3 units with one throw. That was absolutely nuts there for Mohamed Light. Perfect placement with that Evo Bomber.
Knight at the bridge, just kind of a big push. Void used on defense here, taking the shield of the Wizard out, which allows you to place cards closer to it to not have to worry about that knockback. He gets 5 elixir right now. He decides to go for the Giant at the bridge. Bomber does go in front, and the Fishboy actually kind of poorly placed in my opinion. Maybe he doesn't need it. Giant does get 1 hit, and Evo Knight on the counter push.
This is a big counter push, but Mo has not been bothered by them in the past. Arrows comes out early, Bomber up high, and honestly, that's going to be enough. I mean, I'm always so impressed by his clean, cheap defenses. 1 bat lasts a little longer than Mo would have liked. 22-24, 15-69.
that Fisherman value was just unheard of. It pulls the other lane of Dagger Duchess, but it also just does such a fantastic job of cleaning up the egg as well. We see the Void used once again like a small spell here, and I think that's what Mohamed Light is doing a lot better than a lot of these players, honestly. Yeah. He's using the Void in ways that other people aren't. I mean, Ian did get a lot of damage, though. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Nice pickup there with the bomber to snipe off the Fisherman, gets the Giant to tower, uses the bomber to distract the Fish Boy, then uses the Void, now back to a Giant. And yeah, Ian did a really good job on that last push to kind of take the lead, but now I think Mohamed Light's got it locked up. Keeps distracting the Fish Boy, keeps getting that damage on top of the tower, and even though Mo just turned around and won that game, ends up making it a 2-0 sweep. I do want to go back to your point of talking about the way he used the Void, Juicy. Yeah. He's playing it in a way that I think everyone else is scared to play it. They're all worried they're not going to get enough value out of the Void unless it's targeting only one unit. Mohamed Light almost uses the Void like 2 sets of arrows.
Yeah, and this is once again what I was saying earlier, is like Void plus arrows is the best combo in the game, because you can place a Void, it's decent amount of arrows. Like you said, it's like 2 sets of arrows. It's like 2 sets of arrows can kill Musketeers. Like, people don't realize that. Like, if you mirror arrows or cycle back to an arrows, it'll kill Musketeer. And he's going Void, and he's going arrows, and it's just taking out the Night Witch, it's taking out his Wizard, it's taking out everything, even if he's not getting that max Void damage.
Yeah, there's just so many times when I'm watching him Void, and I'm like, I wouldn't Void there. I think this is one of them, right? Right here in the very beginning, I'm pretty sure, yeah, right there. You go Void on top of tower, Giant on top of tower, Void on top of, the Knight and the Wizard, but it ends up being the right play, right, Juice?
Right here again. Yeah, he goes for the Void, he goes for the arrows. Knight pushed the Wizard out of range, or else that would have been scary, but then we saw that Evo Bomber play.
Yeah.
Clean up absolutely everything. And then
I was just going to say, great pull there.
Yeah, I want to really point out the differences in the Fish Boys here, though. You notice how Mohamed Light's Fisherman is so low that he'll never get distracted and will 100% lock on to the Gob Giant to pull the offlane Dagger Duchess. On the other hand of things, Ian's playing his Fisherman too high, the Bomber distracts it, and the Giant gets damage on tower. I mean, it's just the little things that is separating Mohamed Light from a lot of these other pros.
Yeah, and really great job there on the replays. Not only did we get exactly what we were talking about in terms of the Void hitting numerous things, but we also got the Bomber plays, which the Bomber plays from Momo were absolutely nuts, Juicy. We saw the one Bomber there in the replay take out a Fisherman, a Phoenix Egg, and a Wizard, which is 2 Elixir to take out, whatever you want to call a Fisherman Egg, a almost dead Wizard, and almost dead Fish Boy. We'll call it like maybe 6 Elixir for good measure. And then on the other side of it, you got just the Bomber just being exactly where it needed to be over and over and over defensively, not offensively, but the Bomber plus the Dagger Duchess cleaned up so much, and then using the Bomber up high to distract his opponent's Fisherman was just perfect, because you want to use your own Fisherman for defense. You maybe want to use the Dark Prince to come across the bridge with the Giant to help clean up maybe the Knight or the Night Witch. But if you're able to use that 2 Elixir Bomber to distract the Fish Boy, that is absolutely huge.
Yeah, not only did he use it once to distract, but he used it to distract and then have enough time to place his Void, take out the Fisherman, so the Fisherman was able to do nothing at all. And also, I gotta give a big shout out to Mohamed Light's coach, Jules Lee. I love this deck pick. I mean, not only does he have a solid Giant Void deck, but he's putting Inferno Dragon into it. And I feel like that's something that people are not really thinking about. Inferno Dragon doesn't just have to be in Lavahound. He's used it very well in this deck to make it so his opponent has to choose. Do you want to Lightning the Inferno Dragon, or do you want to Lightning the Fisherman? Either way, his defense can be really good.
AC, what are your thoughts here from the Goated One, who has been making light work of everyone ever since his very first set out today against Faust? It has just been clean pickings for Momo.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive. You guys have talked a lot about it. I love the Fisherman plays from Mo Light. I love the deck choices from Mo Light. I love his gameplay. Everything is just so solid from him. I don't know. It's hard to find any negatives from any of his recent sets. It's just stellar gameplay, very limited mistakes, and good decks. This is just. It feels like after his first set, I was thinking, maybe he's not really prepared for the meta. And I was just so wrong. It looks like he certainly is.
And you see him, again, the Void plays. It's so cool to kind of see what the Void is going to evolve to when people are just a little bit more well-versed in it. Mohamed Light also has a ton of practice games in as well. I have that number here, which I can get to you guys in just 1 second. Mohamed Light has 1,300 practice games in the last 2 months, so he's still been putting in his time and has definitely got some reps in with Void. But talking about our bracket, Mohamed Light doing Mohamed Light things. He loses the first set, and then he has been unstoppable, untouchable since then. 2-0 over Pedro, number 2 in the world. 2-0 over Ian, maybe arguably the best player in the US right now, and is back in the lower bracket semifinals like we've seen time and time again. Mohamed Light and Dominik up next. Really excited to see that. Then Ta and Mugi will finally get to play each other. Then the loser of that match will go down and face the winner of Mo Light and Dominik. And then we'll get to our grand finals in just a little bit. But more importantly, I believe I am tied with our good friend Juicy J. So really exciting times for me. AC, I believe you're still in last place. Congratulations for you. No one is going to take that from you. So I think that's something that you can always hold on to.
I'm in 4th place out of 3 people. The community is ahead of me.
Oh no, that is
That's got to be clipped out. I'm in 4th place out of 3 people. Let's make that AC's tagline going forward. On every lower third, it could just say that instead of his name. As Juicy and I believe, are tied now, which is really exciting. Community doing a really, really good job. Honestly, community picks have been on point. You guys picked Ta, you guys picked Dominik, and those 2 that kind of went up and down for us. Remember, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to get involved in all the action. Win your rewards. Guys, we're almost done with our day. I feel like we've been kind of cruising through the day. You know, we've seen a handful of sweeps. We've seen a couple matches go the distance. Mohamed Light and Dominik. This is a really interesting one. Mohamed Light looks completely unstoppable right now, so you want to give him the 2-0 sweep nod. Seems like he could do it against anyone. But Dominik on the other side of it seems to have an X factor in Lava Hound. AC, you've been off the cast for just a minute. Is this a 2-0 sweep for Momo? Is this an upset for Dominik? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm going to have to chalk it up as probably a 2-0 sweep for Momo. I've just been so impressed from all his gameplay. I think Doom has done everything he can. I mean, this is incredible for him. This is a top 4 finish guaranteed. So nothing against Doom. This has been so impressive for him this weekend. It just looks like Mo with his coach, they seem to be on a tear. I mean, this game right here that we're showing the replay of, Ian played so well. It was shocking. Mo always got the final shot with a mortar. He always got the void perfectly placed to get the maximum amount of value. I'm not going against Mo.
Juicy J, what are your thoughts on that exact same question? Do we see a 2-0 sweep here from Momo? Can Dominik, who's back in the powerful pickle suit, pick up a game 1 of Lava Hound, or does he take the 2 games and take the set? I'd be shocked if it's a sweep, but do you think he can pull off the upset with a 90-10 from the audience here?
Do I think it's possible? Yes, I think that there is a world, there is a universe out there that the pickle man himself gets a win versus Mo with maybe a cheese lava win and maybe a cheese giant graveyard win. Now, do I think it's probable? No, I gotta agree with the community vote here. I would give a 90% chance of Mo Light winning this set. That's gotta be, I mean, like I said, like Josh said, I just cannot pick against Momo here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the exact same boat as you guys. I would be shocked if Dominik was able to take this set. And I think what you're saying is really interesting, Juicy, about like, it's got to be GY and it's got to be Lava. It does kind of feel that way for Dominik right now. You know, known as a one trick, you guys can watch him stream. He still just plays Lava like all day, every day. Whereas like Juicy, you, for instance, you know, you were known as a graveyard player, then you got known as an E-Giant player. But then I think as you have become a bigger and bigger content creator, you know, obviously Mega Draft is a big part of it, but you also just like, you want to play everything that's in the meta because you get tired of playing the same things over and over, and also you want to try other things out. Dominik is not that way. He plays just his one deck, so I think you have to win with that. And then I think that GY is the other deck he's shown that he's good with, but I think you got to change it up against Mo and Julesy.
Yeah, I agree, and we're hopping straight into it. I don't know exactly who's on the cast for this one, but we got a Lava Hound here, and it looks like Josh is going to be joining me.
Yep. Yeah. And okay, so dang it, I didn't get to say it in time, but my thought process was I think Doom should go in with Lava game number 1.
Yeah.
Because I think Light and Julesy are so brilliant with every single thing they do and with all their thought processes that they're gonna come up with decks that will soft counter it. And so you might as well just play it game 1 because that's going to be the most surprising from Doom. So I love that he's running Lava game number 1.
Dominik is 3 for 3 for Lava on the day. Lava was 100% win rate until Mohamed Light broke that streak, beating Ian with a mortar here. The question is, can Mohamed Light do that again using a Tesla, a Little Prince, and a Princess for air defense? I think he's pretty solid, and the Princess Bridge, once again, is just so difficult to defend, especially since you know whatever you play on it, the Dagger Dash is going to clean that up for free.
Yeah, right there, forces out the arrows. So I know some people are going to think, oh, why does he delay the arrows so much if he has it in cycle? But you have to be careful against these kind of decks. You cannot just go down to 0 elixir and allow for Mo to just play his game like that. That's why he delayed the arrows, so that way the counter push wouldn't be insurmountable.
Bomber at the bridge, trying to take out the Princess. Princess gets 2 shots again. Mohamed Light getting so much damage just from that Princess Bridge once again, and I honestly I'm kind of mad about it. I hate Princess at the bridge. It is so difficult to stop. If you have the quickest reaction time ever and you're hovering the card, you can stop in time, but it's not something easy to do. I do like Dominik's macro decision to switch lanes here, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how he wants to approach that. Going to go in with the late Valk as well. So now the question is, what is his last card? Okay, so it is going to be Loon, so he is going to be running Lava Loon now. And this is going to be a massive value, potentially. Can he take out the Little Prince? And he absolutely does. This is going to be tough to stop if you're Light.
Oh, and
just kidding.
Unless you have an Evo Tesla in cycle. Evo Tesla, like I've been saying, I think it's the best Evo currently. It's just so strong in defense, and it's showing that right here. And once again, look at Mohamed Light's Princess control here. Ooh, wait, Dominik with one of the best Evo bombers we've seen today is damaging everything, but it's not taking it out. And there's 3 princesses on the board, Josh. I mean, this is wild.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get the Void on top of the Little Prince, but this Princess on the left side is eating away, gets the left tower down to 1051. And, I mean, if there's anybody who can make a comeback with this deck, it's going to be Doom, but it's especially with that second Princess shot. The way Light has found this deck and perfected this deck already, it is so special to watch. We're just a joy to be a viewer right now.
And once again, shout out to Julesy, Mohamed Light's coach. Not only is Julesy really good at picking the decks, I feel like he's good at making them. I mean, I don't know if Mohamed Light or Julesy made this deck, but in theory, it is very, very good in the meta. I would not be surprised if we start seeing this exact deck be played on top ladder within the next week or 2.
Yeah, and right there goes with the Lava Bridge, trying to make something out of nothing. The Princess Bridge on the other side is going to do it, and Light is going to go up 1-0 in the set to try and bring himself to a top 3 finish. Right there, I mean, Light, he's so special with that deck. I mean,
yeah.
If you're Doom, you have Lava Loon, Void, and arrows, and your opponent has Little Prince, Princess, Tesla. Like, really, Doom's deck should match up decently well, but it looked like Mo just controlled the entire matchup, and he just never stood a chance.
And Dominik now with only a 25% win rate in the pickle suit, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, we've been talking today. I mean, how do you counter Lava Hound? And it seems like the counter to Lava Void is simply Mohamed Light. If your name is Mohamed Light, you're going to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, and that Evo Bomber was so insanely valuable, and it really meant nothing.
Yeah.
But it was a great value. It was able to get a little bit of chip on the Princess, a little bit of chip on the Little Prince. I mean, the pressure from Light, like always, he knows exactly what to do in every situation. If your opponent goes 7 elixir opposite end, well, What do you do as a response? Just Princess Bridge, and it's always the correct answer.
And at this point, you know, we were talking, what are the chances Dominik beats Mohamed Light here? You know, I think we all agreed maybe like 5-10%. But I think now after Dominik's used the Lava Hound and lost, that's going to like a 2% chance for me. I don't think I can imagine a universe where Dominik wins these next 2 games without Lava Hound. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, he still has Evo Zap potentially in. He still has Tesla out there, but it really just his chances are diminishing by the second. If you are Dominik, do you try with the Giant Graveyard? Ooh, RG maybe? I know he's pretty talented at that. What are you thinking going against Mo Light for game number 2 if you're in Dominik's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, you got to try to like snipe something, right? But it's so hard to snipe Mo because his deck picks are pretty unpredictable. Maybe you just go to some Giant Graveyard and try to cheese. I mean, the poison is out for Mo. He's not going to be able to use that again. But I'm sure he's going to have other cards to cover, like guards, for example, or maybe even barbarians for some solid graveyard counters.
Yeah, we've seen Mo use Royal Hog's Earthquake, but I'm pretty sure that has Tesla in the deck, so I wouldn't be shocked if he's not going to run that. I'm trying to look through his battle log right now. It does have Little Prince, Tesla, so yeah, we'll just have to see how Mo Light wants to react, but he's already throwing out emotes, and we don't really see that from him that often, so a lot of confidence coming in from Mo.
Snowball to start here, leaking Elixir. Waiting for each opponent to play. 33% win rate with the big old costume. I think it's down to 25 now after that last loss, unless I'm wrong, because yeah, he won 1 and has lost 3 now. So, I mean, just in case you guys were interested in the pickle stats.
Which obviously they are. So like, let's. It's a rhetorical question.
Yes, this is true. Okay, some more plays have happened. We got a Night Witch, a Little Prince, and a Zap. Probably Giant. Definitely a Giant beatdown deck. We got Mo with a Monk though, and a perfect Monk ability. Now these are the Monk abilities that we've been waiting for. The Monk ability of playing as soon as it crosses, deflecting every single dagger shot. Just the Monk is honestly enough of a win condition versus Dagger Duchess.
And right here, Dominik going all in, basically. Playing the Giant Skeleton very high. Will be able to get to the Mortar, and I don't know if it's going to be able to do more. And really, he's going to have either Guards or Phoenix back in Cycle. But that's a lot of chip. Getting the tower all the way down to sub 2,000. Get a little bit more chip. 1657. Great start for Dominik so far.
Here comes another Monk at the bridge with another very nice ability. Tesla getting tanked for, does not deflect, obviously. So, I mean, this is kind of what we expected, though. I mean, we got Dominik with a Graveyard, like we both thought, and then we got Mohamed Light with the Guards to cover since he doesn't have Poison as an option. But what we didn't expect is Mohamed Light with a Graveyard of his own, forcing out Dominik's defensive Poison. And now the Mortar to the bridge. Dominik is screaming I don't know. And we got Little Prince at the bridge here with a Zap, though. Very nice Zap.
Yeah, right here, he should be able to get the Graveyard out if he wants to, since there's no Guards in Cycle. Instead, he's just going to try and bridge push. I don't think that's going to be super effective, though. I think I would have rather seen a Graveyard out of him than trying to spam the bridge like that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think Mohamed Light is always going to be able to have some good micro to defend those big pushes. But, I mean, no matter how good your micro is, let's be real, the Graveyard... Wait, Evil Bomber at the bridge, predicting the Little Prince ability. That's so much damage.
Wow.
4 shots from the Evil Bomber and taking out the Little Prince. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just massive from Mo Light, and that's, I mean, that is, it's not shocking if that's the game winner right there. Dominik is going to have to figure something out, go aggressive with the Giant Skeleton plus the Night Witch. I mean, really, it should just be Giant Skeleton, Night Witch. I love the Evo Tesla bridge, and then just try and get Graveyards on the tower. That's how you're going to win. Force out defensive I mean, just over expenditures on defense and then hope that you're able to get it past it.
Okay, poison and zap on offense, forcing the snowball. A lot of damage coming through. This comeback might just be possible. We do see the mortar drop to the offense. A little Prince with a little bit of an interesting placement. I would have liked to see it more centered to maybe an ability off. Light not able to get this mortar shot, but forcing the guards now. And that's the thing about mortar plus graveyard, right? It's the fact that you can force out elixir with the mortar and then go for your graveyard and make these defense very difficult.
And right here, this bomber is also going to have to get a response. So that bomber is going to get one shot, a second shot as well on top of the little Prince. Down to 158, just going to cycle mortar, graveyard. I mean, we should see a naked graveyard soon, unless the bomber can do it. No, not quite yet.
Arrows and cycle. Well played from Dominik, called out. That is going to be a 2-0 sweep from Mohamed Light, and he's nowhere to be seen. He's excited. He's jumping out of his chair. And I'm sure he's celebrating with his coach as well. GG's all around. I mean, pickle suit, maybe it's not it.
Yeah, down to a 20% win rate. But everybody got a lot of joy out of it. So still have to give a ton of props to Dominik for this incredible weekend. He just had a top 4 finish after doing commentary last year. And, you know, obviously that's going to bring up a ton of questions when you switch over to the booth, where it's like, oh, you know, do you even deserve to be a player anymore? Like, recognized as a player anymore? And I think it's clear after this season, he obviously needs to step it up with a few other decks, but his lava gameplay is second to none, and that's going to be enough to propel him to be a top tier player even still.
Heading the replays here, I mean, we saw the great micro from Mo using the mortar pull to the giant skill ops lane, make the defense manageable. Down on damage, but it didn't matter. And look at this evil bomb of the bridge. This was the highlight of the game. He played the bridge predicting the opponent's Little Prince ability. And from there, it was just solid defense after mortar pressure, followed by another graveyard. And that was his recipe for success.
Yeah, it really was that prediction. I mean, both of us, just the fact that he knew that he was going to Little Prince, and it makes sense. Like, everything Light does, you'll look at it and you'll say, oh, well, I guess that is a play that I would have made if I was in Dominik's perspective, but I wouldn't predict. I wouldn't just predict it every single time.
Yeah.
And he really predicts it every single time. It is unreal how successful he is with that.
It's going back to what you said earlier. I mean, if Mohamed Light is predicting you, you must be doing something right, because he's probably figuring out what the best play is for you and for him all at the same time. He's really playing 2 games of Clash Royale all at once. And yeah, he's able to predict that. He's able to make those predictions versus good players more often, because he knows what they're going to do, because he can put himself in their shoes.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Light, since getting knocked down to the lower bracket, has gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And that is so daunting, because the upper bracket, if you end up losing, you get knocked down to play against Light. Then you have to beat Light. Then you have to beat the person that knocked you down twice in order to get that golden ticket. And you just do not want to be put in that position. If you win this next matchup, and Light is able to beat the eventual loser, and let's take a look at the bracket right here. The loser of Ta vs Mugi will end up going against Light, and the winner of that upper finals could just be guaranteed a golden ticket like that. There is so much pressure for these two players right now.
Absolutely. Like we talked about before, basically the Ta versus Mugi match is now the golden ticket match, because no matter if they win or lose versus Mohamed Light, they are going to be getting that golden ticket, since Mohamed Light already has a golden ticket and a qualification for World Finals. So this Ta versus Mugi match is the most important match of the day, and I think it's actually pretty evenly matched. I would still give Mugi that a slight advantage, but we've been talking about how Ta has been working very hard recently. He had a top 10 finish on ladder last season. He's been practicing a lot, but at the same time, Mugi, though, I mean, he has been practicing as well. He had also top 10 finish last season. He was #1 in the world on ladder yesterday. And for Mugi, that's something you don't really see that often. Usually he's pretty chill and he doesn't really practice that much, but practicing Mugi is a Mugi I'm very scared to play against.
Yeah, it's very intimidating, but at the same time, you're thinking, oh, maybe he there's no such thing, but maybe he practiced too much. Maybe Mugi's only good when he doesn't practice. That could be a real thought process when you're going against him. But really, both of these players are so fundamentally sound with everything they do. Ta has been so exciting this monthly finals. He is definitely I can't remember who it was last month. I think it was Adriel that I was super impressed by. And this month, it's for sure Ta. He has been playing out of his mind, impressing me with his deck picks, just his overall gameplay, his consistency with everything. I'm very impressed by what I've seen so far this monthly finals from Ta.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely made a statement that he has what it takes to make it to the World Finals this year, especially at a World Finals where there's only 8 spots instead of 16 this go around. So yeah, very impressive stuff for sure. Both of these players from are Japanese, so they probably know each other pretty well. So I wonder how that goes into it when you talk about playing against someone that you know well, especially when it comes to like which decks you're going to be able to pick.
Yeah, that's a really good point that I didn't think about, but obviously you are going to be practicing against, people that you know, and it would make sense that both of these players have probably practiced quite a bit against each other. So as we head into this game, a lot of money on the line no matter what, but also the potential to just automatically get yourself a bid to the World Finals. Everything on the line for these two players. We're going to see what happens. Game number 1 underway. RGE not able to get a shot. Wow.
Wait, I'm so... I don't know. Maybe I don't need a replay on that, but I mean, still, that was pretty wild that the RG did not get a shot. I was about to say, like, Mugi with a very smart Firecracker, forcing the Monk ability early so that the Royal Giant is able to get a hit while the Monk is in stasis mode or whatever. But no, I mean, RG gets stuck, and I gotta stop yapping about this because we got another RG on the left-hand side.
Yeah, going in very aggressive. I believe that's a Monk hidden behind it. Can it get the push off before it reaches the tower? It will. And can it get it again? It will not. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys saw back at home what just happened, but top of the last second Monk ability deflects the Royal Giant shot back at the Royal Giant, keeping his tower very healthy.
Okay, Ta playing. I mean, as big a Mugi fanboy that I am, like, this is insane gameplay from Ta. This is just otherworldly from him. Heading into double elixir, hopefully we see more of what we've seen so far.
Monk at the bridge. The ability is really late. I'm very depressed about it. I don't know why these late abilities are happening, but maybe he expected to block the bridge. I'm not sure. And speaking of blocking the bridge, this Monk is blocking this Royal Giant at the bridge, preventing any damage. Fireball is going to come through and get some, though.
Yeah, finally a little bit of chip for one of these players, and this is going to be a pretty decent counter push. The question is, can he get anything to tower? That Firecracker is going to get a lot of damage and just stay right outside of the range, and a huge mistake from Mugi. Can he get another shot? Not going to happen, but Ta going to take a big lead right there. A fantastic push right there.
Okay, Monk ability getting some nice damage once again. Both players kind of using their Monk as their win condition versus the Dagger Duchess. I think that Ta is actually doing a little bit better job of it so far. It's going to just come down to how good Ta's defense is. I think that the Royal Giant has potential to get a lot of damage, but really it's in Ta's hands because if he has perfect defense, he's going to be able to get that damage lead and hold on to it.
And right here, Firecracker for Ta, not going to be able to shoot the egg, so that's actually going to be taken out by the Fisherman. And a huge play. Ta's going to take a massive damage advantage, get the tower down to 483. I think it gets another shot. That should be game GG. Ta takes game number 1. This man is making 0 mistakes so far today. It is just, I mean, Mugi so far hasn't made a ton of... Man,
Yeah.
Ta is playing so great right now.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I'm kind of speechless after that match. I think that Taw's defense, I mean, that might have been the best defense we've seen today versus those Roll Giants, especially against Mugi, which is one of the best Roll Giant players in the world. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, Taw played fantastic there. Do you have anything here?
Right now, the only thing I'm thinking is that I'm sick. When we were doing the predictions, I said Ta for my number one answer,
yeah.
and then I said, no, switching it to Mugi. I let my emotions get in the way of what I truly believed in, and you can never do that if you want to win. If you're a competitor, you gotta put emotions to the side, and yeah, so far, slightly upset by that, but that game number one overall. I mean, the amount of times the RG was supposed to get 4 shots and it got 0, like, it just incredible. This is going to be the game winner. A beautiful prediction log on top of the Goblins, and it allows for the Firecracker. Like, that timing right there allows for the Firecracker to shoot for the Goblins, and that way it's still out of the range. I mean, that was perfect from him.
And we're heading to the next one. Taw starting with a Zap, maybe Lavahound, nope, probably gonna be Giant with the Little Prince. You have Mugi going to some Drill here. So we have a Drill versus Giant. I feel like the roles are a bit reverse here now, where, you know, Taw's gonna have a bit of a heavier deck, and Mugi is gonna have to have perfect defense. But if he does, he will win. But one mistake is all it really takes here.
Yeah, those Evo Skellies. What is your opinion on Evo Skellies right now? Because there was a time where they were terrible, and then there was a time where they're really solid. It feels like they're really good again.
Yeah, earlier I said I tied them as third best Evo with the Evo Bomber, and I think I'm gonna stick by that. I think they're very solid, and they can provide lots of value. You just have to make sure to adjust your playstyle a little bit to make sure that they're able to lock on and not get taken out right away, because that first attack speed nerf is pretty noticeable.
Okay, for sure. And right there, Wizard, a slight mistake on the timing, I believe, with the Wizard. The Wizard, as well as the Bomber, you want to get the exact right timing to limit the shots from the Goblins exiting the Drill. There really is a skill. It feels luck-based every single time, but there definitely is a skill to the placement and timing of your troops to respond to the Goblin Drills.
Reminder for everyone back at home, whoever wins this best of 3 is going to be your golden ticket winner, since Mohamed Light is the only person left in the bracket right now.
They will go to the lower bracket.
Oh,
it is possible. It is possible, as unlikely as it is.
No, you're right. Actually, for some reason, I'm so focused on Mohamed Light winning that it is possible. If Mugi or Taw does lose, they could go to the lower bracket and beat Mo and still have a chance. So I guess that was incorrect by me. But anyways, let's focus on what's at hand here. We have a Giant push with an Evo Tesla on the defense. I like the High Spirit as well to make sure the egg doesn't respawn, but I mean, he's kind of low on the legs. Oh my gosh. That Bomber just saved the defense.
Okay, and that's because the Tesla, when it gets taken out, it gets that final spawn, right?
Yes. So basically how it works is when the Tesla gets attacked and it dies to something from the opponent, then it gets that second wave of stun. But something that can happen is, let's say you arrows the Tesla, it puts that 1 HP and then it dies of quote unquote natural causes, then you won't get it. So there's a little bit of RNG to it.
Okay, for sure. 80% win rate with the Goblin Drill, not shocking at all. And right there, another pretty clean defense. I mean, that recent one shot, can it get a second? It does. The Ice Spirit, forgetting its purpose when placed on the map, just goes straight for the tower. I mean, yeah, it's the troops have to know their responsibilities, and right there, its responsibility was take out the Wizard, and it did not do it.
And this is just going back to what I was saying. It's just like, if Mugi played this game perfect, he would have won. I mean, he can still win, but it's going to be tough. There's 2 Giants on the board. A prediction void for Little Prince, I guess. We do see the Evo Skellies come down, but the Zap is in cycle. The Zap is so solid for dealing with that. Phoenix does respawn, but the Little Prince is ready.
Fisherman going to yank the bomber across the bridge. Wizard in tow to be able to defend everything nicely. Good timing right there. Can the Wizard get a shot?
Little Prince ability is going to hit the tower.
Wow.
Arrows drop down. Little Prince stays alive. This game is all of a sudden really close.
And using the Evo Zap as well, just trying to force all of his spells onto the tower. This is going to be a very, very close finish.
Okay, Mugi doing everything he can to make sure that the tower is not taking full damage. Taw celebrates, Arrows comes in. Taw takes out Mugi, sending him to the lower bracket. Mugi now has to beat Mohamed Light to have a chance to win that golden ticket, which puts Taw in a very favorable situation.
Wow, I mean, Taw, 2-0 against Mugi. You just don't see that with everything on the line. He recognized so quickly, okay, I need to win by using my spells to take everything out. It's going to be difficult to get past the Tesla. It's just another 1 or 2 more times. I love that he recognized that with whatever it was. I think it was 700, 800 HP, and he quickly went into that game style right there. And overall, Taw, just another perfect set from him. This is so impressive.
Yeah, man, it really just came down to a couple micro mistakes from Mugi. I mean, somehow, some way, Mugi made that game extremely close. If he could have prevented just a couple Wizard shots earlier, that would have been a much different game.
Yeah, I mean, even just that one Wizard against the Ice Spirit where he placed it a little bit late and then it didn't make the jump and instead it went to the tower. I mean, just one singular move, if it had gotten cleaned up, it would have been a different finish. It wouldn't have necessarily been a win because Taw can only play that way because of those mistakes earlier in the match, but it would have at least made it significantly more difficult. Mugi playing 95% of his possible best gameplay overall. Taw just playing at 100%. Let's take a look at deck number 2. Taw running the triple spell giant. You were talking about it earlier, and you were saying instead of pump, players are using the void instead. I really like this triple spell giant deck. It feels like it has potential to win against just any deck out there.
Yeah, I agree. The triple spell with Void is very good. A lot of the time with Void, you want to use it on those singular items like the little Prince or the Tesla just to wipe it off the board. And then you still have your Evo Zap and your arrows to be able to clean up the squish units like that Bomber and the Evo Skeletons. I think that was probably the biggest reason why Taw actually won this match. We saw earlier a matchup where Mohamed Light had Evo Skeletons and Pedro only had arrows and lightning in his deck. But with the added triple spell, you're able to deal with absolutely everything.
Yeah, and I really like that he was swapping up the wizard placements as well. Andrew, welcome back. Talk to me about this match and what you liked from one or both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, Taw, man, he's just firing on all cylinders right now. The deck choice, the moment is not getting to him. The competition is not getting to him. The people that he's ran into throughout the day, it's just gotten more and more impressive as it usually does in a tournament. You know, by the end of the day, you're running into the best of the best, and to be able to do what he just did to Mugi was really, really impressive. I mean, I think this is the Taw that we've all been kind of wondering if he was going to come out and play like this in 2023, even in moments in 2022. And it just wasn't ever really there. And then I think now in 2024, I mean, is this a 1 month like wonder again? I don't know. But as of right now, it's not like he's getting lucky, right? He's doing everything right. He's playing correctly. He's picking the right decks. He's playing into the meta. I agree. I think the triple spell giant deck is really good. It covers so many bases. And yeah, you look at his run and you got 2-0 over Mugi, 2-0 over Faust, and 2-0 over Pedro, right? I mean, that's absolutely nuts when you talk about what he's done today.
That makes me bring up, has any player ever gone 8-0 in a monthly finals?
I don't know. I feel like yes. I feel like that has happened, but what were you saying, Juice?
I just want to say no because I feel like Mohamed Light's the only other person that could do it, but he almost always loses first round. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. This could be unprecedented.
Looking at their records, they look very, very similar other than the very beginning of the day where Mo lost his first 2 games. But since then, 2-0 over Pedro, which is a pretty rough out for Pedro, going 0-4 against the 2 guys that are in the top 3. Obviously, we still have Mugi still alive, hanging there, and that's going to be a very interesting one as well. Mugi was able to 2-1 Ian, 2-1 Dominik, and then ends up losing to Ta 2-0. Mohamed Light perfect since being in the lower bracket, and those are the remaining 3. Mohamed Light and Mugi, our next match, as Ta waits in those upper bracket finals. None of us picked Ta. We all picked Mo Light. None of us picked Ta. And we are all back to Mo Light once again here in our lower finals. Almost done with our day, but still a couple matches to be told. Mohamed Light. Now, this is really interesting, right? Because this is, and I appreciate Juicy falling on the sword, but it was actually me in Discord who typed that the winner of the match was going to be the next golden ticket holder, which was not true. And I do apologize. But that being said, everyone out there that is probably a Ta fan or maybe tired of Mo winning right now is in 2 different sides of the fence, right? Because if you're a Ta fan, you want Mo to win, because if Mo beats Mugi, Ta is guaranteed to World Finals. Whereas if you get Mugi going back up into that upper bracket, we know that he can do it. He did it on the biggest stage in the world back in Helsinki, and he was able to hoist that World Championship trophy. So really interesting stuff here. If Mohamed Light wins this matchup, Ta is your golden ticket winner. Mugi, though, still has a chance to throw everything off kilter if he's able to beat Momo right now. The 2 most celebrated players in Clash Royale history, Mohamed Light and Mugi, about to go head-to-head right now for Mo to do maybe what he's done time and time again, pull off that lower bracket run, or does he get upset by Mugi, who it feels like at this point is, you know, the other greatest of all time.
We got some footage here just looking at Mohamed Light's lower bracket run today. After losing that first round, very similar to Ta here, I don't believe he's lost a single game. And not only that, but he's actually dominated a lot of these matches. I mean, a lot of them are not close. And 2 of them, he didn't even have to play his win condition. He's just playing on another level right now.
And AC, to piggyback on that, this deck that he's created, we've seen him run the Mortar GY deck that's pretty popular out there in the world. But what about this Minor Poison Princess deck, AC? Thoughts on that and kind of the brilliance that comes with changing your win con from, you know, Barrel to Minor, or from Minor Poison to Minor Princess Poison?
Yeah, I think it's just really great recognition on what the meta is kind of dictating for your own decks that you're going to use. I mean, it really is just kind of a copy paste as to his previous minor deck with the Ice Golem. And then instead of Ice Golem, you just rock him with the Princess, because you can always have that chip damage. I think it's a beautiful evaluation of the meta and how strong Void is. And it just uses that to make, I mean, a monstrous deck. It is so difficult to beat in his hands.
Yeah, and other things that Juicy was pointing out about it is just the negative trade that has to come from dealing with that Princess, let's say 6 out of 8 times, right? Kind of a weird way to put it, but when you talk about your deck, usually there's maybe 1 or 2 cards in the current meta that are cheap enough to either get a positive or even trade against that Princess. So we'll see if Mohamed Light rocks that at all, as you are all rocking with us on that Mohamed Light train. 86% to 14% for all of you that are joining in at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. You guys are able to get those predictions in, and they are very, very heavily in favor of Mohamed Light. Guys, what does Mugi need to do to win this set? He's not only does he need to bounce back from just getting 2-0'd, but what does he need to do to actually beat Momo right now? Anyone can sound off here.
Not it.
Okay, I will take this since you guys are taking this cast. I think that Mugi needs to play at that 100%. We just talked about how maybe he's at 80, 90, 95% versus Ta. He needs to pull out prime Mugi right now. Anyways, enjoy the cast, boys. I'll see ya.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? You got to play at 100% against everyone, but if you're going to play against Mohamed Light, you got to play at least at 100% here, as he is always at least 1 step ahead. So here we go. Momo, bottom of your screen, Valkyrie plus Evo Zap. Those are the 2 Evos for him. And top of your screen, Giant Evo Zap, and still AC, nothing but Dagger Duchess all day long.
Yeah, to the surprise of pretty much absolutely no one. Maybe one or two people are surprised, but I just don't think they were paying attention if that's the case. And right there, this is a good protection with the Little Prince. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but either way, Mo Light going to take a pretty large lead, and I think this is lava coming in for Mo Light.
Yeah, I really like that there. I don't know if it was predictive or not there from Mugi, but it ended up working out, protecting both of them, even though he doesn't really get a counter push from the Wizard or that Little Prince. 8 elixir for 3, kind of, if you will, along with that Dagger Duchess. So not the greatest exchange for Mugi to start. 2280 to 2652, a zap, just some damage for Mugi here on that left-hand tower.
Mo Light is going to place the lava in the back right corner, going to set himself up with a nice little push. And we should just see a Night Witch place, probably in the same tile, maybe a little bit higher to take out the Fisherman, but instead going to use the Inferno Dragon.
And a better job from both players than we've seen for most of the day in terms of using other units to protect against that Void. As an Evo Zap comes out here from Mohamed Light on top of that Wizard. Wizard's still doing a pretty good job. 2056 and a counter push coming, though, from Mugi.
And I actually, wow. And this is going to be a value Valkyrie right there. That is going to clean everything up nicely. And he's just going to be able to stick a lava in front. And that's exactly what he does. What an interaction situation for Mo Light right there.
And a good job there from Mugi playing his Little Prince in what we can call the safe spot, but a little bit late on the ability, so not able to protect the Prince from that miner. Still not the worst there. Unfortunately for him, the Phoenix does lose its first life, so it would be nice if it had the second life, because then the Giant would have tanked for it. But Valkyrie doing a really good job here for Momo, and we might be seeing the resurgence in the Valkyrie, but now good damage coming in here from Mugi. Doesn't get the Guardian on top of tower, but 1382 after the Giant gets there, and a pretty good elixir spot here for both of these guys.
Yeah, it does take the lead right there, but I believe he just used the Evo Zap, so he does have to worry about that. He has several responses to the lava, but it's crazy. I mean, just lava, Night Witch behind, and it is so difficult to stop that push. But not able to protect it. That is massive for Mugi right there.
Yeah. And the Void comes in here, gets a little bit of damage in. 1175 now to 1616. And another push comes in here for Mugi. Is that Little Prince still alive? And a Fish Boy going to come in to take out that Night Witch as well. Evo Zap going to help clean everything up along with that Evo Valkyrie. And Evo Valkyrie is just putting in work for Mohamed Light in this matchup.
Yeah, I swear he's on a 0-card cycle with it, because it is just always in his hand right there. Wizard going to be able to take out the miner, but the Void is going to be able to put in a ton of work. Scaly Dragons both on the tower. 4 shots, 5 shots, and I think that's a 6th.
Yes.
There it is.
Really great job there from Momo, using that Void, taking care of the Wizard, getting a good push in. It looked like Mugi was actually in firm control of this game here for quite some time. And just like that, Mo flips it on a dime, and that should do it. Miner on top of the tower, 21 HP remains, just needs a Zap or a Void to come on through, and he should be able to get there in just enough time. Even though he's defending, there's the Void, and that is the game. A really interesting back and forth there. AC, the Evo Valkyrie seemed to be a big part of the equation.
Yeah, I cannot believe it got as much value as it did. And I don't know how much of that is chalking it up to Mo Light putting himself in a bunch of really good situations for him, or if it really is, like we've been saying, Mugi's only playing at 85-90%. He maybe should be recognizing, hey, he's got Evo Valken cycle. I can't place everything at the bridge. I think that really does get chalked up as a mistake from Mugi rather than anything Mo Light is doing that's so wonderful.
And this is when things really started to kind of fall off kilter, right? We see this Evo Wizard putting in some good work. Then the Void comes in along with those Skelly Drags. Arrows come out to help clean up the Night Witch, but the Skeleton Dragons stay alive. And again, we see the Void here used on top of the tower and on top of units around it. Mohamed Light not shy about not getting the max value out of Void. He just wants to get some value there. Doing a really good job picking apart the Phoenix, the Little Prince and that Wizard. Mugi had a lot of air responses, but just not able to put them all together to take out Mohamed Light. Just like I said, Phoenix, Little Prince, Wizard, they're all there, but still not enough. And you even have that Void to help take care of that Inferno Dragon, but Mohamed Light did just a great job defending. And again, another kind of interesting deck that seems to work out really well in this meta.
Yeah, this lava deck is a lot of fun, and Mo Light just playing it beautifully. I really want to say, like, it is fairly difficult to run lava well. Maybe not just well, maybe perfectly, but I mean, Mohamed Light is executing at a perfect level for lava. And it is really difficult to do that. You have to know a lot of different interactions, trying to cycle your Valk quickly enough that you can get the Evo Falcon cycle and you can protect yourself from those big pushes. Everything Mo Light was doing was just setting himself up in the future for that very next push. And I don't care how easy it looks, that is difficult to do with lava.
Definitely, and I think the point that you made during the game, talking about how that Evo Valk was just always in cycle, was really impressive. That is not a cheap deck, using the Miner and the Zap to get back around, but otherwise everything else there is at least 4 elixir, right? Other than your spells, everything in that deck is 4 elixir other than the Miner. So it's like the Valkyrie, the Inferno, the Night Witch, the Skeleton Dragon. Somehow Mo's doing such a good job of not only cycling, but cycling effectively so that he can get back around to that Evo Valk, which we saw. Like, Mugi was able to put together one good push where the Evo Valkyrie was not a factor, and he was able to do a lot of damage. And then from that point on, Mohamed Light just was not having it. So a very, very nice game here as we are in our lower bracket finals. If Mohamed Light wins this, Ta becomes our golden ticket winner. If Mugi wins this next game, he's got to win 2 in a row to go back to the upper bracket finals to face off against Ta to see who's going to hold that golden ticket.
I just want to point out how insane it would be if Mugi could pull off the reverse sweep into a 2-0 or 2-1 and then to win again in a bracket reset. Yeah. We could be seeing history, so nobody step away from the screen. If there's anybody who could do it, especially against a player like Mo, it is Mugi. So I'm really excited to see what he is whipping up for his game number 2 with his deck choices. After using Giant in game number 1, I don't really know. He's got a lot of things open for himself. I mean, I really wouldn't mind if Mugi ran lava himself. I feel like he's so technically sound with a lot of different decks that he would be able to pull it off, but so far, I'm assuming this isn't going to be lava for Mugi.
Yeah, you know, Mugi's done that before. He was in the upper bracket finals at World Finals. He lost to Pedro 2-0, got sent down to the lower bracket finals, then was able to beat Pandora 2-0, then went and did exactly what you're talking about, 2-1 over Pedro and then a 2-0 over Pedro. So Mugi can do it. We talk about Mo being the lower bracket king. Lower bracket did Mugi just fine at World Finals this last year as well, and looks like Mohamed Light going to Drill plus Royal Ghost. Royal Ghost going to get a King Tower activation in here. A nice Tesla there, takes a little bit of damage, but ends up being worth it, I think, in the long run to get a little bit of drill help from that King Tower.
Yeah, gonna have to force off the Guardian with the Bomber, and that's gonna be another shot, and another shot, and another shot. So, fairly well played, and I really liked it. I mean, as soon as you saw it, you were also talking about it, but he places the Tesla off to the side, because if the Knight starts shooting the Tesla, then that's gonna allow for the Little Prince to really stay alive, and it's going to allow the Little Prince's Guardian to probably take out the tower completely. So I love that he placed it off to the side with the Tesla.
So Mugi does have a King Tower activation and a little bit of damage, but Mohamed Light in the lead by almost 1,000 HP. And we'll see what Mugi has here. His guards come out early to clean up, along with the logs. So 5 elixir there for 4.
Right there, Little Prince gets hit once by one of the guards, but not going to be the end of the world. How does Mo Light want to respond to this Monk going on the right lane? Just going to respond with a Ghost.
And that's such a good play by Mohamed Light. He recognizes what's in cycle for his opponent. He recognizes that the ability coming out is going to demand an awkward cycle from Mugi here, who wasn't back around to the guards, so has to NATO everything together, then play the guards late, allows for the poison value, 1220 now to 2237, and 1,000 HP lead here for Momo.
Yeah, and now he's activated the King Tower as well. One of the, and not like one of the most insane interactions right there, but it is difficult to pull off. I mess it up all the time, where you can't let your towers shoot the bomber too many times trying to activate it. So well done right there, and Light just controlling everything right now.
NATO comes in there for Mugi, looking for anything from his opponent, maybe the Ice Spirit, but ends up just getting a log. So Mo kind of evolving his defenses, making Mugi have to continue to guess. And more damage in here for Mo, and it's just looking like a shutout as of right now.
The way he pairs so many different interactions together, where he used the Guardian plus the log, it just love what he did right there from Light.
Yeah, looking for the guards would have been a clean up there, along with demanding more elixir out of your opponent defensively. Mohamed Light misses the placement with the Little Prince, but it's not the end of the world. Ice Spirit comes in, 2071, 953. Mohamed Light about to go back to the upper bracket finals. Ta about to win a golden ticket here if Mugi cannot turn things around this next 80 seconds.
Mugi's still fighting valiantly, not going to give it up just yet, but it is getting real close, and there's the poison on nothing.
Wow. And just like that, Ta is going to be your second golden ticket winner, and that's just the way Clash Royale is. You see how quickly things went awry there for Mugi, from having a great day to back-to-back losses. 2-0 from Ta, 2-0 from Mo. Ta, your golden ticket winner here in May. And just like, what is it, second verse, same as the first, what Rich always says, just like last year, Mohamed Light already given out golden tickets in month number 2.
Wow, that's awesome. I had no idea that he had already done that in month number 2 last time. And one thing I do want to point out is Ta is not really celebrating. Like, he is locked in. It doesn't matter that he's got the golden ticket. He's still going for number one finish. I love seeing that from a player.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I mean, I'm sure he knows he's won, right? Like, it feels like he's got to know he's won, but yeah, maybe he's just locked and dialed in. And I'm just looking really quickly here who it was that got the second golden ticket last year, because Mo did win the first one. It was either in the first or the second month or the third month where Mo was able to start giving stuff away. But as you can see, Mohamed Light, I mean, wow. You talk about the way that his day started to the way that his day ended. And, you know, it felt like he really got a grasp of the meta, of interactions, of bringing out decks that are innovative, changing things in decks that we hadn't seen before. You know, just so much of it was perfect from top to bottom for Mohamed Light. And now, you know, an opportunity to win another 17 grand, even though the golden ticket has gone to Ta.
I mean, he just racks up so much money. It is hilarious to see. It is shocking. Here is game number 2, deck number 2 from both of these players. Mo Light going to be running Drill Tesla. On the other end, Mugi going to be running Bomber and Drill. And really, it came down to a hot start for Mo Light, an activated King Tower from the Bomber, from the Evo Bomber, and Mugi just could not catch up. I mean, another thing to really point out is just the fact that he has NATO, and so Mo Light is putting more troops on the board, and against the Dagger Duchess, you want troops, so that way it's consistently low on daggers. The NATO, as powerful as it is, and as many positive interactions that you can have, you just want more troops against the Duchess, and I really think not having the NATO was what helped Mohamed Light win that game.
Yeah, I mean, the NATO ended up kind of just being a desperation play over and over for Mugi, as he just didn't have another ground response, right? If the Monk is out and the guards aren't in cycle, we saw him use the Bomber one time to defend, and then the other times it's just like, I have to use this NATO somehow. I just need it to work somehow, and, you know, while it may have kept him alive for just a little bit longer, it is Mohamed Light who is going to take the dub, continue through the lower bracket. Once again, he's back in the upper bracket finals, and now we have to see if Ta is actually given this golden ticket, right? He's already been given the golden ticket, but now he has an opportunity to win that golden ticket. If anyone can do it, it's got to be Ta. He has had an exceptional day. 2-0 Pedro, 2-0 Faust, 2-0 Mugi. That is the world number 1 and number 2 in World Finals last year, and a world finalist in Faust. All 3 of them were there in Helsinki, Finland, and 2 of those 3 players were there on the final match of the entire weekend. So Ta is on an insane run. But then, AC, you talk about Mo Light. He started off 2-0 against Faust. Ever since then, it's been looking pretty good.
Yep, and just like last month, and I mean, even earlier today, I said I wasn't going to vote against Mo Light ever again. I don't care. Ta is playing so well, and it looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. I just think Ta is going to win it. I don't think it's going to need a reset. I think Ta is winning the first set.
You know what? And I'm okay to be wrong then. I am okay to be wrong, because not only will Juicy and I still be tied, but more importantly, we will have a person winning a golden ticket that has earned it on their own. Not to say that other people that were World Finals last year that were given a golden ticket didn't deserve to be there, but there is just something a little bit sweeter about being able to beat Mohamed Light at the end of a monthly final, especially when he's gone through that lower bracket run. Mo Light, for myself and for Juicy, AC is going with the 2-0 or the 2-1 win here from Ta. Now, I got to ask, though, AC, if Ta loses game or match 1 and we go to a reset, then do you have Mo, or are you still going Ta no matter what?
Well, Juicy's talking about it a little bit. I don't know. I'm not even going to give a prediction because I won't care, and I'll have lost another caster's prediction another month in a row. I'm at like 7 or 8 months in a row that I've lost.
Hey, man, that's okay. I am not. I've won some here and there, and so has Juicy. So, again, out of 3 people, you are in 4th place, counting in that audience. I don't know if Juicy's on the call yet right now or not, but I don't know, man. I feel like even though Ta has been exceptional today, I feel like Mo Light is in that scary Mo Light mode where you have no idea what he's going to play. Everything has been successful. And, when you got the best player in the world playing at his absolute best, controlling the meta, it becomes real scary. But Ta, I don't know. He's been perfect. Like, literally perfect.
Yeah. It's so exciting because usually we only get to say that about Mo, and this time we're saying it about Ta. But we've also, Mugi, even though he's making mistakes, a lot of his plays are close to perfect, and it's just missing 1 or 2 things. But it feels like there's at least more variance in who's going to possibly win, especially with Ta just playing the way he's playing.
Yeah, Ta has been a good beatdown player for a long time. We saw him run E-Giant earlier today, just 1 time, but the other thing that we have seen him running is that triple spell Giant deck, and we'll see if that is going to be a factor here at the end of the day. And just like what most people think, I believe, is 84% to Mohamed Light, and there's the 16% that's in your camp there, Josh, of thinking that Ta could pull off the upset. It's crazy, right? No matter what you do, no matter how perfect you are, if Mohamed Light's on the other side of it, you are always going to lose that prediction.
That is awesome. That is a great way to put it. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and 16% of the fans at home are thinking you're going to win. That is just the perfect visual representation of the dominance of Mo Light and what he has accomplished in this game. That is a beautiful just representation of the Clash Royale community right there.
Yeah, and what's so funny is I can't fault them for it. I can't, because I am them. I am truly them, where I'm like, well, Taz hasn't lost a game at all today, but I'm still going to go with Mohamed Light, and we'll see who fares correctly here. And again, for everyone that has been participating, we thank you guys. We appreciate the numbers. We hope that you're doing well. And for everyone else, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale for your opportunity to compete in predictions. And who knows, maybe you could be predicting yourself next month, as obviously Clash Royale League will be back once again in June 15th. Saturday, June 15th, will be our 3rd month of CRL for another golden ticket. And all you have to do is get in that top 1,000 on the leaderboard, which I'm pretty sure you and Juicy have both been doing pretty effectively as of late. Is that correct, AC?
I mean, yeah, first 2 weeks of season. Yeah.
There it is.
I have struggled end of season as of late, but I don't really want to take away from some of those top 1,000 players. That does play into it. Sometimes I give away trophies at the end of season.
Yeah,
I'm not going to compete,
nice guy.
right? Yeah, that's me. That's what they call me.
That's you, yeah. So I think Juicy might actually be joining us for this final cast, which will be a lot of fun. It's always fun to do a 3-man cast, for lack of better terms, since Rich likes to call it something else, which gets us all memed. But this 3-man cast is going to be a lot of fun, and that's if there's going to be a reset. But as of right now, Mohamed Light and Todd just getting their decks ready. Both of them, I think this is what's really interesting too, is that there is just no way for us to know what they're going to run, because these two guys have done the best job of being unpredictable with their decks. So Juicy's going to be off this. If we get an upper bracket reset, he will be joining us. But as of right now, Todd, if he's able to win 2 of the next 3 games, will be your May monthly champion, and no matter what, he's got that golden ticket.
Mo Light going to be running his patented minor princess little prince deck. On the flip side, it looks like Ta could be running just a giant. Oh, it could be Loon, Lava Loon from Ta. So we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, Lava Loon with Evoed Barbs and Bomber, also very, very popular out there, and going to be very heavy to go up against this deck that Mo is running. And an interesting play here. He just goes opposite lane, knowing the Barbs are out. There shouldn't be a lot of ground responses here. So maybe a late ability here from the Little Prince. No, he's just going to ride it out, take the damage. No defense comes in, no ability necessary, which gives him more elixir to deal with it. So low Princess here to get on top of that balloon. Tesla placed in the corner to pull the balloon, but now I just don't know what he has.
Yeah, he's got absolutely nothing. This is going to be towered down, and I love that from Ta. You just got to go all in and hope that it works, especially going against someone like Mo and not allow him to play for a 1-0 victory. I like this start, even though his right side crown tower is down to 1733. I think that's perfectly acceptable, and you would always take that trade if you're Ta.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a better situation to be in. I think Ta has the advantage in a 2-tower game. I think Lava over time can end up kind of wearing down this deck, but it is Mohamed Light with 2 air troops, or 2 air defending troops, and a Tesla, so we'll see. But at least for Ta, he's got a lot of good ways to deal with those. The Barbs are going to be a good way to deal with the Evoed Knight, and then of course the Arrows and the Void going to do a good job cleaning up whether it's the Little Prince, the Princess, or the Tesla, but that should always leave one of them remaining, right? There's only 2 spells and there's 3 cards to deal with, so we'll see how Momo makes Ta use his spells. 1733, 2696, 1 tower down on each side.
Really, really good arrows value to take out the Tesla and the Princess. That's 1 shot. That's the 2nd shot right there. That Evil Bomber putting in a ton of work, and the Void on top of the Princess to take that out as well. Good interaction, but really solid defense from Mo Light. I really liked what Ta was doing with the Lava all the way in the corner, trying to go all the way to the opposite end. Instead, choosing to go in with the Lava, and again, going with the balloon behind the crown tower. I like that. You need to set up a good push in order to get past this defense from Mo.
Yeah, and an interesting call here from Juice, talking about how, you know, Mo won this matchup earlier against Dom, but Ta already learned that you need to sacrifice that tower to take a tower. So a bit of an adjustment here, maybe learning from his opponents. Is Ta out there in the world? 2696 finally gets chipped away just a little bit there with those arrows, as Mo Light goes back on the offense. This time he does have the barrel, obviously, no minor. It's the first time we've seen the barrel come out? I think so.
Yeah, I believe so. And right there, I mean, I like that Ta's trying to set up a push, but Mo Light is just putting the pressure on, not allowing him to do anything. It's just consistent barrel plus Knight in the middle, and you are not going to be able to take out that back Goblin, getting the tower all the way down to 595. This is the push.
I know, and he keeps playing that last second Knight, maybe making Ta think, I don't know if he's going to play it this time. And every single time he plays it last second, baits more elixir out of his opponent or makes his opponent take more damage. And there you go. This time doesn't spend the Knight. Bomber completely counters it. 595 to basically 2 untouched towers. Misses one princess, hits the other one, and you can see there Ta is already, it looks like he's turning a little bit red, head in his hands, nothing there to defend those goblins, and Mo Light just dominating this tournament again. I feel like I've been saying that sentence for 2 years. 2 years straight, I feel like I've been saying that sentence, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, where's the mistake? I mean, I know. Even in the beginning when it was like, okay, Bomber's out, Barbs are out, we're just going to go Little Prince, which was in cycle before the Knight, so we're going to play our Little Prince low, Knight in front, and then knowing, all right, so this push is dead. Whatever happens with this push, whether we take a tower or not, I'm not going to spend any more elixir on it. And then he goes over to losing a tower. He does everything he can. He plays the Princess low, the Tesla up high, Princess gets arrowed, Tesla gets voided, loses a tower, and then, you know, moving forward, I mean, obviously, I had no idea what I was talking about, but I was like, moving forward, it feels like in a 2-tower game, Lava should be in a good spot here. And Mo did not give an inch for that entirety of the rest of that game. He gave absolutely nothing to Ta, and Ta was trying everything he could to build a real push. Yeah, I really think that my plan, I don't even know. I was gonna say I was gonna talk to. My plan was to talk to Dominik after CRL is over and say, hey, what could have Ta done in this matchup? And then I realized that Mo Light beat him in this matchup as well. So he doesn't even really know.
Yeah, I mean, and then Juicy's like, he's telling me, he's like, yeah, you're right. I mean, especially after that 2-tower game, like, he should have won. Like, Ta should have been in at least a better spot to win, but instead it just was sheer domination there from Mo. He didn't play the barrel till I think 1 tower was already down and not till overtime, but then we saw at the end of the game again just the Mohamed Light recognition of, all right, if I play a barrel with a Knight in the pocket, you have no way of defending it other than using your arrows, but you got to save your arrows to deal with my princess and my little prince and, you know, what have you. So he's just always getting chip damage every single time from it. And I don't know, there was just too many Teslas, too many princesses, and just Mohamed Light doing Mohamed Light things.
Here's the other thing. I don't think he played Poison once. I might be crazy, but I'm pretty sure he was missing, like, one of the cards wasn't showing, and I think it was the Poison. So he also was able to recognize that in this matchup that it's only the troops or the Tesla that is going to be able to get value. And I feel like a lot of people in this matchup aren't going to recognize that, and they're going to try and poison defensively without recognizing that you need to cycle Princess and cycle Tesla. So that's one thing to watch out for, just for your own gameplay, to say, hey, when I have the opportunity, I shouldn't be playing spells. It's just more troops on the board. And I really think that has just kind of changed. The fact that it's the Dagger Duchess instead of the Princess Tower, it really feels like just troops are so much better than spells at this point right now in this meta.
Yeah, that's a really Meg. I think that's something that we've talked about in the past about how, you know, sometimes it's troops, sometimes it's spells, but most of the time you're going to want to probably get more troops out. But when you look at the way that Mo's done it, it's like religion, you know, and you're 100% right, AC. He did not play that poison at all. At least when there was a minute remaining in the game, he still hadn't played it. So I don't know if it was, I can't remember if it was a question mark at the very end or if he put one in for, you know, just the last bit of love on the tower, but I don't think so. And so looking at it, I think for the third time today, yeah, he never played it. For the third time today, Mo has won a game and not played one of the cards in his deck.
Well, that's Mo. Game number 2. Getting aggressive with his guards RG push, and that's going to be tower basically down.
This guy doesn't make sense, man. Like, you talk about levels in this game, and Ta is on that level, right? You look at him and you're like, oh, wow, look, a monthly final where there's a player that has not lost a game. That's someone that's on the level of Mohamed Light. He's here for a reason. He's competing well against some of the best in the world. And then you just look at Mo when he goes GOAT mode, and it's just, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Ta will have technically an opportunity to come back. He does have the Royal Recruits plus the Lumberjack Ram Rider, or Battle Ram, so he can make good pushes that can put Mohamed Light in uncomfortable positions. But yeah, grasping at straws right now.
I mean, you're just basically like, Ta has cards, and and cards can do damage. Hey, look, and I don't disagree with you. We'll just see if they can do enough damage to take any towers here from Mo as he gets this Evo'd RG across the bridge. A little bit of Rage Love in there. Guards right behind to help pick up this Lumberjack. And good amount of damage going to come in. Not going to take the tower, but, I mean, 1188 on one, 388 on the other, and 2500 is Mo's lowest tower with 2 firecrackers stacking up and a monk I can't even, it sounds like I'm talking trash right now, but I'm just trying to call the game as it's happening, but it's so dominant.
Yeah, exactly. And right here, left tower should go down to the one guard. Can it get that last swing? It will. Are we going to see Mo Light get aggressive? And we will. Yeah. That's going to be a second tower down. He might give up his left tower, but that's A-okay. And that's going to be a 2-1 victory, a 2-0 set sweep for Mo Light. And we are going to a bracket reset.
Once again, the upper bracket reset, the 3-man cast, AC being wrong in predictions again. Everything is going right for Mohamed Light and for, I guess, for me, at least in terms of predictions right now in Juicy. But wow, I mean, oh, and he's already calling it. AC in the chat already calling Ta again. So not only is he doubling down, yeah, as Juicy's saying, AC is doubling down on Ta, but he's also anticipating Ta to do something I think we've never seen, which is beat Mo in an upper bracket reset. AC, what did you see in that last set that really made you feel like Ta is going to do it?
Okay, you're setting me up on this one.
Come on.
I don't have an answer. So
the stats guy's even talking trash to you right now. He's even saying that you're really gonna do that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, well, okay, how about this? Just so we can find things to talk about other than how good Mo is. This deck that we saw at the end of the day, it's the first time we saw the Evo Battle Ram. It's the first time we saw the Evo Recruits. Is this too much of trying to be unpredictable, or do you think this deck could actually work in the meta that we're in? I don't think really anyone's playing it.
Yeah, I kind of like that because I think basically he's giving up the set, most likely, but if he doesn't, he should have a very good matchup. I actually really love this deck choice for game number 2, because you're still forcing Mo Light to use one of his decks, and so you kind of know, okay, you know, there's a good chance in the next set that he's going to be running RG Firecracker if he's up against a wall. And on the flip side, you're using a deck that allows you to either hard counter and win and set yourself up for a game number 3, or you're never going to use this deck again, so you might as well just kind of throw that away, but now you've hidden one of the decks that you're going to run against him in the second set.
Evo Battle Ram? Thoughts?
I don't know.
Just in general, not even in that specific matchup, but just in general, how you feel about it.
Yeah, I think it just takes a little bit too long to get to it. You're usually only getting one Evo Battle Ram up a game, if that. I've had it because I was running the Three Musketeers Evo Battle Ram deck, and there were several games where I just never played even a second Battle Ram. So sometimes it's really difficult to get it up, and so as an Evo overall, I'd place it probably bottom 3.
Okay. And looks like we're bringing Juicy back on, which is a perfect time also because, Juice, do you have any thoughts about the Evo Battle Ram? We've seen it very, very little. And for someone that watches your streams as much as I do, I don't think I've really seen you play it much either.
Yeah, I played it as soon as it came out. And then I was like, yeah, I guess this is fun for a troll deck. But I honestly don't love it. I think that there's other evolutions that just get so much more value. In general, I'm not really that big of a fan of Evos that are win conditions either. I think that Evos that are win conditions can't be used on defense. And I think that using cards and evolutions on defense are part of the reason why they get a lot of value, actually. So I think that's kind of my thoughts on the matter.
All right, let's take a look here at our bracket. as Evo Battle Ram did not work out for Ta, but he is still alive, as you guys can see. We've added another match, match number 15, Ta versus Mohamed Light, the grand finals reset. And once again, to talk about that journey, Mo Light took down, we'll call it his rival in Mugi, even though I'm sure they have a lot of love for one another. I feel like they are the two biggest rivals in Clash Royale with their accomplishments. Mo Light came off of a win from Dominik 2-0, 2-0 over Ian, 2-0 over Pedro after getting knocked down 0-2 by Faust. Ta on the other side of it finally saw his first losses today after going 6-0 in games perfect until he got to those grand finals against Mo, where he goes 0-2, and a pretty dominant 0-2 there from Mohamed Light. Juice, AC and I were on the cast. What did you think about that set? I mean, anything that pops up, anything that you saw that Todd did that you think worked well, anything that you saw that he did that didn't work well, or is this just Mo Light being too goated? Where are you at after watching that first finals?
Honestly, the biggest thing that I saw and noted was that he is not looking
looks like he got hit by a train.
He is not looking good. And does he know that he won the golden ticket already? Like, actually? Anyways, the biggest thing I would notice was that when Mohamed Light won the first match, it happened earlier today. I forgot who it was. But the second match, Mohamed Light was able to get a bunch of damage within like the first 30 seconds. So I think it might be part of that Mohamed Light effect, where it's like you lose that first game and your mental goes out of anywhere. And at that point, it was tough.
Ta looked like he just worked like 6 double shifts in an ER. He looked like he'd been on like a 9-week bender. Like, I don't, he's for a guy that has a golden ticket and it was perfect until that last set, he looks like he's struggling. And you know what? I love it. Just like we talked about before with him not celebrating, that's the competitor in him.
Yeah, he wants to win, and he wants to win for himself. He doesn't want to be given that golden ticket at second place. He wants that golden ticket. He wants to earn it. And I agree. I think that's valiant.
AC, he was looking like you after spending 2 weeks in Finland. Thoughts on your horse here?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of inspiring. I'm not sure how, really, but I think I feel good. It's not like he's coming in with unrealistic expectations. He's gonna recognize that's very difficult to pull off. But that's a man who looks like he's recovering, and he's going to be able to pull some rabbits out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is when you look at all those highlights and you look at Mo right now, is that, like, you know one thing about your season, and that's that you are going to World Finals, but so is Mohamed Light, and you cannot even take half a game off of him right now. So what do you need to do over the next several months to get yourself ready for World Finals if, you know, Mo Light is going to be there? And, you know, it was so interesting. It felt like we were starting the day with a different conversation. Mo Light comes out, first match of the day, loses 0-2. But then, you know, always in the back of our mind, we're like, well, there's that lower bracket run. But he just didn't look good in that first match. But since then, I think he's just progressively gotten better and better and better, to where, like, as his opponents have gotten harder, it almost feels like he has dominated them more emphatically. You know, when you talk about Dominik, Mugi, and Ta, those guys were the 3 best players on the day other than Mo, and he has not even broken a sweat, as you see his 93% to 7 there in the community predictions.
I think that's the highest percentage that we've seen to date, which is wild considering that Ta has literally not lost until now, but a 93% to 7, single-digit percentage here.
And just remember, everybody, we are only talking right now so that we can give them time to pick their deck. Since it is an upper bracket reset, we don't have another match to go to. We don't have any other things that have changed in the world in terms of the bracket or predictions, other than the fact that I think Juicy and I are still going with Mo, and I think, AC, you are still going with Ta. Now, that is literally just because you're trying to make something happen, right? Like, or do you actually think he can pull it off?
I actually think there's potential. It is because I'm trying to make something happen. Where I can say, well, at least I got the finals right. So that's all. I'll figure something out. My phrase if Ta wins. I'll work on that for the next like 10 minutes or so.
Nasid here in the chat says the real winner today is Faust, who actually beat Mo. And I'm going to add on to what he said, and he gets to go on vacation, and he made money today. So maybe Faust is the only other big winner today other than Mo as of right now. Even though Ta won the golden ticket, it feels like right now he's got other matters at hand.
If you guys are watching, make sure you go to event.supercell.com. But it might be too late to get some predictions for this round, but get yourself some free rewards for watching the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Free rewards going to be happening every single month as we see Ta come out with Drill here early on. Mo Light with some Gobs and a Log. Goblins maybe going to be just a little bit more popular than Skeletons because they survive to the Void as Mo comes out with a Princess here.
I'm pretty sure Mo swapped the goblins for maybe skellies or something. I think he was running skellies earlier in the day and now is running goblins. And it just seems so much stronger because he can protect himself from the void.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, what is the other evolution? You had Evo Skeletons before, and it looks like he's gonna have Evo Knight instead. Evo Knight with Evo Tesla.
Yep. So changing things up just a little bit here is Momo, who's been kind of doing that all day. We've seen the Princess Minor Poison deck, we've seen the Princess Barrel deck, and now we're seeing another version of like a classic bait deck, but obviously with Little Prince, Princess, and then we're putting in Goblins instead of Skellies or Ice Spirit or Goblin Gang. So just very small adjustments to the decks that Mohamed Light have run to kind of evolve with the meta.
And that's
Pick up there.
Yeah, there's that quick reaction time I'm talking about. If you're hovering the card and you're extremely quick, you can stop the Princess, but you have to have cat-like reflexes.
I know. I'm always sitting there doing it. I'm always hovering. I'm like waiting for them to tick to 10, and then they'll wait for that one wasted elixir and me to like stop paying attention for half a second and then drop the Princess. It's not an easy grab. And you can see Mo was actually impressed that the Firecracker was able to pick up his Princess, not allowing it to get the shot. And then Mo did try for the King Tower activation and wasn't able to get that. Another Princess shot comes in there on that side, and now with Log out, we'll see if Mo decides to go in with a barrel, but usually Mo's got a few more steps to his process instead of just, if this card is out, then I attack with this.
The fact that you can place the Evo Tesla at the bridge and it's such a strong play, it's really interesting to see how many different cards, especially over the last year, have evolved where this is the correct play when it never used to be that way.
Yeah, Juicy. I think that's something that I've seen, at least in some of your streams, like especially when you're playing like Drill or like a Drill mirror match, you'll see that like Tesla becomes another like ground tank / defensive unit that basically always needs to be on the board. Do you think Tesla's too strong right now, or do you think it's fine?
No, yeah, I think that Tesla needs a nerf. And I think that continuing with balance changes to nerf evolution so they're not like super OP. I mean, this is what Josh is talking about though. You can just block the Monk of the Bridge, prevent anything, and it's still alive. It stuns everything, and it gets so much value. And then when it dies, there's another stun.
Yeah, that death stun was an interesting addition, which might actually end up being just too much of an adjustment. Mo's going to take a shot there from the Firecracker, but going to give some damage of his own on the opposite side, taking that down to below 1400 HP, 1992. And we'll see if another high Tesla gets played here on both sides.
I mean, Ta was trying to pre-place the Monk so that way the Princess would never be able to do it, and then he was still forced to use his Evo Tesla, and it still got a shot. So just high. Mo Light will find a way to get damage on a tower.
Nice Ice Spirit there from Ta to try to get some damage, stop those Goblins and get on top of tower, but Mo still able to clean it up. 1697, 1165 as the battle at the bridge of the Teslas continues to wage on.
Here comes a Goblin Barrel right now at the bridge as we head into triple elixir. Mo is under poison cycle as well. Ta needs to be aggressive with his drills plus poisons, but the Evo Tesla in cycle already with the log prevents any damage whatsoever. And Ta, once again, quick enough with the guards, but here's the barrel. He has log. I mean, solid defense, but Ta doesn't need good defense. He needs damage.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make there, Juice. I'm sure feeling the pressure, knowing that his opponents is starting to get that spell cycle in and being down as much as he is in damage every single time, it mounts so much pressure. And you can see he's still not going to get anything from the goblins, both going to send out poisons, and Momo just trying to stay on the offensive. Good catches, though, with the princess from Ta.
And right there, Monk finally able to activate within the tower range. And
This is big.
Yeah, that's going to get the game a slightly closer. Can one of these goblins, can the firecracker get on top of the tower?
Oh, I think they did. The log comes in, takes care of the princess. 506, 493. Wow. My goodness. My goodness.
Wow.
The 14 HP save. 13 HP save there from Mohamed Light.
Oh my goodness. Ta, I mean, doing everything he can. The firecrackers were great, always getting a little bit of chip damage. Monk finally able to cross the bridge one time. He gets the activation perfect. There was a second Monk that almost crossed the bridge and he placed it a little bit too early. And that's really what cost him. If he could have got 2 Monk activations where the Dagger Duchess was hitting it, he would have been able to win. But that was still a great attempt to try and bring himself into that game.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about with that Monk bridge block, but also props to Light for making those bridge blocks happen to make it difficult
every time
on Ta's side of the board here. And yeah, like you said, I mean, every single time, and you got to do that, especially when you have the Dagger Duchess on full daggers. Not only is that going to do a bunch of damage, but obviously the drill would end up doing a lot more damage as well if you don't have those daggers to take out the drill.
And that final clip that we had right there was perfect because you see that there's a firecracker placed up high and in the middle from Ta to the right-hand lane. He is looking for that princess that Mo drops right on top of his princess tower to defend. Had that Evo firecracker been played on the right-hand side from Ta, he could have gotten some piercing damage through and gotten damage on tower. But because of exactly what you guys are talking about always demanding a response from that princess, Ta was so on top of Mo's cycle with that princess that he actually did himself dirty because he didn't know Mo was going to play a desperation princess defensively. And it just, again, it speaks volumes about, like, that was an incredible game from Ta.
Yeah.
Incredible adjustments, stuck with it, playing good defense, catching the princesses. That is a marathon match, and he still loses by 13 HP. I mean, that is how good you have to be to beat Mohamed Light. You have to be the best Clash Royale of your life, and then some.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it. I mean, you not only need at least 100% to beat Mo, you need to be over 100%. You have to surpass your own limits a lot of the time. And going back to what you said about that princess, I mean, that is why I just despise the princess so much. Not only do you have to have the quickest reaction time ever to catch it, you have to predict it to stop damage, but you also, it just gets in your head, doesn't it? It always just gets in your head. It's like, oh my gosh, this princess could drop at any point. You could get 1 to 2 hits guaranteed at any point. I need to be ready at all times. And then you end up not focusing on the offense when you need that damage the most.
That's a really good way of putting it, is that princess just gets in your head. You get so locked into the cycle. And then, you know, especially because you guys play at a higher level, you know, you add in the layer of 1 to 2 elixir cards along with the princess being in the mix. So now you're tracking 3. Oh wait, no, I'm tracking 4. Oh wait, did he play 2 cards? Did he play 3 because they're so cheap? It just becomes such a difficult game. So what do you start to do is, like, around 3 cards played, you just start to cycle cards in the center of your board, right? You cycle one of your cheaper cards in the center of your board, like that firecracker that he could have used to pierce on through for that 13 damage. But Mohamed Light not letting it happen. Incredible stuff as Mohamed Light lost the first 2 games of the day, the first 2 games of the entire tournament, and he's gone unstoppable, unbeatable since then. And this is where I think you really separate the people that are really experienced. Is you can see Ta's emotions on his face right now. And if we were looking at maybe a Morton or a Mugi, I don't think we'd be seeing quite as much coming out of them.
Yeah, going back to what you said about having to track multiple cards, I think that Mohamed Light is almost always having like 2 win conditions, or a win condition, but also a secondary win condition in his deck. I mean, he's using Mortar Graveyard today. He's using Princess plus Miner, Princess plus Goblin Barrel. It seems like he always has more than one way to win the game. You know, even Giant plus the Evo Bomber. Like, there's just so many different avenues that he has to win. I think that's something that's setting him apart a little bit right now.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make, and I think it adds to the conversation of why he's won numerous games today without playing his win conditions. So we see, or one of his win conditions, I should say. So aggressive E-Giant at the bridge when he sees the Skeleton Dragons coming out, immediately knowing his matchup, gets the NATO on top of that Inferno Dragon, pulls everything together along with the Skelly Drags, but a defensive Void comes out here for Ta. Juicy, I mentioned it before. What are your thoughts on E-Giant right now? Why is it more popular, but why don't you think it's like in the top 3 or 5 win conditions?
Honestly, I think it's a Void. I mean, you might think that Void would be good when paired with the Electro Giant, but you never get damage on tower like you do with a Lightning when you're using Electro Giant. And then on the other hand, we just saw it, the Void used on defense versus E-Giant can be very strong. And I mean, wow, look at this damage trade. Is Mo gonna be able to get enough damage to make this
I don't think
viable?
so. Yeah.
Wow. So as somebody who is a decent lava player, you have to be super careful. If you're gonna go lava, then Loon behind, you cannot play a 4 elixir troop right behind the Loon, because they are always going to try and protect it with the E-Giant. You have to space it out where they have to choose the NATO to NATO the Loon to the King Tower, or to NATO your Inferno Dragon or Skelly Dragons into the E-Giant. And right there, he played the Skeleton Dragons right after, and that's why the E-Giant was able to take him out.
Makes sense. Okay, we have another
So a
lava
little bit-
push here. Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
No, that's good. I was just gonna say, so a little bit of a mistake there, if you will, but still, Ta in the lead as of right then when I was speaking, but Mohamed Light able to take his tower. Lava Hound on top of the tower, but Lava by itself with that Phoenix help, not going to do a ton. 1876, 2352. Gentlemen, how are we feeling about the matchup here in this 2-tower game?
I'll let Josh take this one.
Yeah, at this point, I would assume that the advantage goes to the Electro Dragon, but I mean, really, if he gets off a decent push, I don't know. I'm going to change my answer, because I haven't really played a ton of lava against E-Giant, and the Void changes everything. I'm going to say the advantage goes strictly for the for Ta's side.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So going with the E-Giant at first, but then swapping over to Lava, and as of right now, it looks like you guys are both correct. Mohamed Light having a very difficult time defending. Skeleton Dragon on top of the tower, so those Evo Skellies actually distract the Inferno for just long enough, but it feels like with all the Elixir on the board right here, Mohamed Light is in a good amount of trouble, and finally, I think we're going to see Ta take a game off of Momo as we go into the final match of the entire day, the final game of the entire day. It's all for this, a best of 1 to see who walks away with that $17,000. And does Ta actually win his golden ticket, or does Mohamed Light give another one away? And things just got a little bit more interesting, guys.
I gotta point something out. Both of these guys have the same exact record on the day now. Mohamed Light lost 2 at the beginning, and then Ta did not lose until he lost against Mo. So now they have the same exact record, and whoever wins this next game will be winning $17,000. The golden ticket doesn't matter. These guys both have a golden ticket no matter what, but the difference in the prize pool is pretty massive.
Yeah, difference in prize pool is huge. Bragging rights is also massive here, and we see Mohamed Light go to E-Giant, and I don't know. I mean, AC, you were talking a little bit about like the way that the cards were played behind defensively for Ta, and it felt like early on in the game, Ta had the defense locked down. Mohamed Light able to even things back up. Was this a deck situation from Momo, or do you think that Ta just kind of outplayed him with the more dominant deck?
I really do think it's just because of matchup. The E-Giant will always kind of struggle against Lava, and the fact that he's running Void instead of Lightning makes it all that more difficult. I mean, really, this is basically kind of the worst possible E-Giant variation to go against Lava. You have the Goblin Cage, you have the Void, you don't really have a ton of answers. And the E-Giant, as strong as it is against the Inferno Dragons, the Skeleton Dragons, you still need to pair that with something else. And he was never doing enough to the Inferno Dragons and Skelly Dragons, and they're always going to clean up everything way too easily. And yeah, definitely not shocked with the outcome of this match.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that Ta got, though, was that tower trade, though, Andrew, because if this matchup is just straight on with no towers down, the cage can at least be used to pull the balloon into the off-lane Dagger Duchess. Once that tower trade happens, then it really goes in Lava's favor.
Yeah, and the only thing I was going to add on is that was kind of what you were talking about, Juicy, with E-Giant and how popular Void is and why you might see Lightning more effective, even though Void is more popular. So all those things kind of coming in here for Mohamed Light. Ends up losing game number 2. Like I said, best of 1 for not a golden ticket, but when we talk about money, that's what you guys keep hearing us talking about, the dollar amount. Well, this is a $17,000 game of Clash Royale, a difference of $6,000. So when you think about the fact that no matter what, you're going to walk away with $11,000, well, this is a $6,000 best of 1. That is a very, very big difference in how your Saturday is going. Both of them will be at World Finals. Mohamed Light looking to go 34K on the year. Ta gonna look to change that up a little bit. Mohamed Light will still be pretty happy. He was sitting at, I think, what, 28,000 in the first 2 months if he gets second place. But Ta also looking a little bit more confident, a little bit less bewildered now going into this final game, this best of 1, where we're seeing Barbs out early, but guys, no Lava Hound available. Interesting.
All I gotta say is my boy only needed 1, so he's ready now.
Yeah, you cannot forget that Josh predicted Ta to win this match, and honestly, we were all making fun of him before, but if it's very possible. I mean, Ta looks to be back in fighting form. We have Light at the bottom here with the Evo Mortar, as well as an Evo Wizard, and Ta with a giant Graveyard Barbarians variation. But once again, Light just starting off the game, like taking over like 1,300 damage. I mean, this is brutal.
I don't understand. When I play mortars that early on in games, they never do that much damage. But whenever Mo plays mortars early in games, they always seem to connect. I don't know if that's the Mohamed Light effect or what, if he's doing something, if he's adding another layer in there, but I just feel like people are so concerned about what else Mo's doing that the mortar ends up being like the last thing on their checklist to do, but it always ends up stacking damage.
I think the other big thing to think about here is just the fact that the Wizard gets so much value in this matchup. It takes out the Little Prince, the Barbs, the Bats. It takes out the Night Witch. And guess what? Ta does not have a big spell. This is Giant Graveyard. It's very known to only have 2 small spells. This Wizard is the winning card for Mo here.
Yeah,
and
this
you
is
know
gonna be
that he has to go surround. Yeah, sorry, AC. Is that what you were going to call it? I feel like we both were.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't surround the Wizard like that. The well played coming out from Ta. I mean, this game is over just like that. Wizard winning a golden ticket, winning $6,000. When's the last time that's happened?
Never. I'm sure it's never happened before.
Yeah, that is a first time for everything situation here at CRL. And I mean, I don't think they could have been more perfectly drawn up with the way that you were calling it, Juicy. You were talking about the Wizard's value. He plays it over the middle, offset to the left, cleans up the Night Witch, helps with the Giant. Like you said, it's going to be a good matchup against the Bats, good matchup against the Little Prince, but this is the Evo'd Wizard we're talking about. He pops the ability early from the Monk, which allows the Wizard to get up higher, and then the Barbs have to surround the Wizard. I mean, you knew it was coming from a mile away once you saw the Wizard in the center of the board just completely controlling the game, but there was nothing Ta could do about it.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Ta staying stoic, if you will, trying to make sure to win this golden ticket without it being given to him, but Mo Light has another plan. He takes home that dub. He takes home that $17,000, and Ta still with the golden ticket, but Mo victorious yet again.
Whew. I mean, man, just incredible. Just absolutely incredible. Mohamed Light doing Mohamed Light things. top to bottom, there was just the slight misstep at the beginning of the day, and then it felt like it was almost like he was toying with us, because who we saw from that moment on was absolutely a man possessed, undefeated for the rest of the day, dropped just one game after his very first match, wins his second golden ticket on the year, already takes his Clash Royale League, just CRL, earnings to $34,000 on the year. And I know we're like a broken record, guys, but is there anything to say here?
I have something.
You know what? I'll say one thing. I think Mo proved that Mortar is not quite dead.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing I was going to say is, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Mohamed Light has won every monthly finals that he's played in last year and this year, which is kind of ridiculous.
Wow. Right, because wasn't it Arden that won one last year, but that was the season, or that was the month that Mo forgot to check in?
Yeah, he forgot to check in once, and then he just didn't play once. But I think he's won every one that he's played in, all last year and this year.
Absolutely incredible. Or if not, then it's at least like 90+% of them. Incredible stuff. AC, talk me through this deck a little bit. On the left-hand side of the screen, did we even see a hog?
Of course not.
No way! He did it again. He did it again. That is 3 games that he's won without playing his main win condition, and 4 games without playing one of his cards. 1 game he won without even playing poison.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Josh, I cut you off for the second time, but I'm freaking out right now.
No, you go.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I swear, not only is he losing the first round just to show off, but now he's showing off by just playing 7-card decks all day. He doesn't have 8-card decks even. What?
I know. And that's what's crazy about that is sometimes you see it and there's just a matchup situation where you're like, this person has Mother Witch, poison, blah, 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 and I'm never going to play my graveyard. But there's other times where it almost feels like, or it felt like today, where Mo's opponents just kept getting ahead of themselves and kept playing maybe too aggressive too early on, and he would just not have to play his win condition, right? When he took that tower against Lava and he just took it with the Knight and the Little Prince, we didn't even know that he had Barrel till way later on in the game, right? He didn't even have to play it. So I don't know if this is just the Mo effect coming into play a little bit more now, where people are trying to get over aggressive, or if this is just another impressive accolade to add to his resume. Let's take a look here at the bracket. AC, it looked like for maybe 1 second there in our grand finals reset that Tom might be able to turn things around, but if you look at Mohamed Light, that's a whole lot of 2s, a whole lot of 0s, and just 1 game taken off of him since he dropped his first set against Faust. I mean, guys, big takeaways on the day. Anything here other than talking about Mohamed Light that you guys are noticing?
For me, this is the second month in a row where I'm watching this top 8 competition and I'm walking away thinking at least 1 or 2 players that I didn't really have my eye on, I will now have to have my eye on. This month it's Ta. Last month I think I was saying that it was Adriel. I mean, even Mugi isn't quite there yet for me. I know how talented he is, but he hasn't really shown up. I think we're starting to heat up as we're now going to start heading into our 3rd monthly finals, and we're just going to see more and more players that we really, really need to be watching for that World Finals watch.
I think that's a great call there. And taking a look here at our golden ticket holders here in 2024, we will be seeing these guys at World Finals. Time and place to be determined. Mohamed Light wins in April. Mohamed Light wins in May, but Ta had an exceptional day, taking out our defending world champion in Mugi, other great world finalists along the way, and not dropping a game until he ran into the goated one in Mohamed Light. Those will be 2 of our golden ticket holders that will be there at World Finals. Let's take a look at our leaderboard points. Juicy, 2 names no longer on that list in Mohamed Light and Ta, but a pretty stacked lineup in these 8.
Mugi, Ian, Adriel, those are 3 big contenders for this 1 leaderboard spot. Once again, there's only 8 spots at the World Finals this year, so we're only giving 1 spot to the leaderboard points. But Mugi and Ian both showed up today and played amazing. It's interesting that Adriel's very close as well, only playing in 1 monthly finals.
Yeah, Adriel getting second place in our first month, probably doing really well in our qualifiers as well. And as we get to our second page here, the Goten, the consistent one in Morton, 140 points in 9th place. Lucas in 13th place, 100 points for him. He also, I think Lucas went really well in our qualifiers, but was just in a very tough group. Samuel Basoto is another person that I think went really well. It was also in a tough group. Samuel was also the other person to win a golden ticket last year.
Yeah.
It was Samuel that won, I think, early on, and then after that point, it was just all Mohamed Light in every competition that he was in. Arden Toas picked up 1 when Mo was not in the competition, but all the rest were given away. And, you know, maybe he's going for a perfect 2024, going to try to give away every single golden ticket, as he has just been absolutely incredible here. And I think also what's really, really impressive is that we're seeing Mo and how quickly he adapted to the meta. So we're not going to be able to talk with him today. He's got some checks to go sign. He's got some autographs to go sign. But without putting too much on the line, I would assume we might see him back in our next monthly finals. Like I said, that is going to be June 15th, same time, same place here at Clash Royale League. Congratulations to Ta for picking up a golden ticket. Congratulations to Mohamed Light for winning another $17,000. You remember, yes, you could be right here, not commentating. We've got that roster all filled out, but you could be competing. We could be talking about you. You just got to get to that top 1,000 on the UC leaderboard, make it through those monthly qualifiers, and then be in that top 8. Easier said than done for myself, Joshua, AC, Sharon, Juicy, Jackson, Wall. We will see you guys next month. For everyone here at the CRL team, we love you. We appreciate you. Keep on practicing, keep on grinding, and you could be here where we are calling your match. Take it easy. Is that a pickle? Is he dressed up as a pickle? Boys, what is the weirdest place you have played a competitive game of Clash Royale?
In the school bathroom multiple times, and it made my coach worried about me. And a huge play. Ta's gonna take a massive damage advantage, get the tower down to 483. I think it gets another shot. That should be game GG. Ta takes game number 1.
Mugi doing everything he can to make sure that the tower is not taking full damage. Ta celebrates, arrows comes in.
It's both on the tower, 4 shots, 5 shots, and I think that's a 6th.
Yes.
There it is.
Princess 506, 493. Wow. My goodness. My goodness. Wow. The 14 HP save.
That is just the perfect visual representation of the dominance of Mo Light and what he has accomplished in this game.